Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begin. Chapter 8. Did you see him, there? It's him. Oh my Kami, it's the new transfer student, isn't it? Look at him, Kami, he is so handsome and so cute too. Look at his body, it's so delicious. It's Naruto Uzumaki-sama. I heard that he is Rias Sama's childhood friend. Really? Yeah, look at his wrist, do you see that crimson bracelet? I have seen that Rias-sama has the same one. Really, do you think that they are a couple? Kya. It's so cute. Naruto cursed quietly when he passed a small group of schoolgirls that were chatting with each other near his class. Truthfully, he didn't mind them talking about him or anything for that matter. It's just a few seconds ago they just screamed out the word Kami, and it sent a massive headache to his head. Naruto would be really thankful if they didn't use that word anymore. Well, it's the first morning at Kuo Academy, and Naruto had become really popular amongst the girls, and the most dangerous, the mightiest, and the greatest enemy to the single high school boys. He had seen Issei's two friends and most of the boys at the academy look at him with venom in their eyes, but brushed it off because he thought it was nothing important. He had been put into the same class with his childhood friend, so the information about him and Rias being childhood friends leaked out pretty fast, and just by looking at them, people could see how close the two are. Rias didn't mind letting the whole academy know that Naruto was her childhood friend, and the fact she has special feelings for him, so no one would come and make a move on him. The thought of their idols being taken away enraged some of the male students inside and outside Kuo Academy, which led to a lot of gangs coming and asking for his health. They also carried a lot of baseball bats and chains to scare Naruto, and they told him to stay away from Rias, because she was their girl. Well, it's lucky for them that Naruto wasn't a cold-blooded murderer, after the incident with Riser. He always wanted to beat the hell out of anyone that said Rias was theirs. Naruto sighed in relief when no one was shouting Kami anymore. He was heading to the clubroom. He had joined a cult research club this morning and became a member of the club. Rias had forbid him to call her Bucho like everyone else, saying that it didn't suit him to call her that. It's kind of funny really, seeing Rias's face when she was being teased by Akeno and getting embarrassed by Kaneko, in which the white-haired girl said only one word. Naruto saw Issei, who was screaming to his two pervert friends about something, with Asia standing near him looking at Issei with a happy smile. It was kind of ironic really, a innocent girl and the pure pervert have feelings for each other. He doesn't even know what Asia sees inside Issei, but he guessed he could call the boy a true courage man when he saw the recording of the rating game between Rias and Riser. He had fought hard to protect Asia during the fight on the rooftop, even when his body was being pushed beyond its limit, he still wanted to protect her. He also heard from Rias that Issei and Asia live with each other under the same roof at Issei's house. His parents considered Asia the daughter they never had, they even love her more than their pervert son. Oh well. Issei-kun, Asia-chan. He patted the brown-haired boy's shoulder and called for Asia. Motohama and Matsuda, if he remembered their names correctly, were looking at him with wide eyes. It was kind of because he was taller than both of them and he could easily beat them until they couldn't move, just like the gangs from the schools near Kuo. Naruto-senpai. Asia smiled brightly and bowed her head to the older blonde. Naruto-senpai, Issei smiled nervously at him. In truth, he was still a little terrified because of Naruto's power that day. He had never seen anything like that before, especially that giant yellow Kyuubi. Even Kiba and the other spectators, like Sarorg, had to keep their mouths from falling to the ground after seeing the fox form of Naruto, which was unlike anything they have ever seen before. Rias-chan said that the club would have a meeting at lunch, so be there okay? He smiled to the both of them and walked away while waving at them. All the girls around him screamed out in delight at his warm smile. Damn him, damn Casanova. Motohama and Matsuda yelled out with frustration in their voice, but were quickly being screamed at right in their faces by a group of girls, and they began to attack the two perverts for shouting at their Naruto-sama. Issei had been lucky that he followed Asia back to their class before the girls could see him. Now he didn't have to suffer the same fate as his friends. I'm here, huh? Naruto opened the door to their clubroom, but to see only Akeno standing in the corner of the room, making tea with a happy expression on her face. He had hoped to meet with Rias here, because he felt some magical signatures around the academy. He also talked with a few of them and he wanted to ask her about it, because he didn't feel any negative emotions coming from them, so he thought they must also be devils like the members of the occult research club. Era, Naruto-sama, please come in and sit down. Akeno smiled brightly and poured some tea into a cup while she prepared some tea for Naruto. Please wait a minute Naruto-sama, your tea will be ready soon. Akeno finished the tea and put it on a tray along with a few cookies for Naruto. She wanted everything to be perfect for Naruto. Rias had told her about Grefia, the former maid of the Gremory Castle who happened to be Naruto's personal maid now, and how she has also developed feelings for Naruto. Akeno gripped the tray a little when she remembered what Grefia had done to Naruto and couldn't help to be a little jealous. She was, after all, the one who would be serving him in any way possible and making him feel as comfortable as possible, not some old lady with silver hair and a strict personality. "Thank you, Akeno-chan," he smiled at her when she put the tray down in front of him. "You know, Akeno-chan, you don't have to call me Naruto-sama, just Naruto is fine." "Era, you fufu," she giggled happily, "but don't worry, Naruto-sama, I don't have to, yes, but I want to, after all." She folded her arms under her breasts and pushed it and made them more noticeable. "I don't mind being submissive under you, Naruto-sama," she purred, making Naruto's face redden, and he quickly excused himself by drinking all the tea in one gulp, ignoring the fact that the tea was still hot, but it managed to clear his mind. In terms of danger level, Akeno was the most dangerous girl he knew. Even Rias was still an innocent girl when the situation asked for it, but Akeno could be really mature all of the time. Even her ponytail made her face look more mature, and he has never seen her act innocent, like a normal girl her age, before. Akeno-chan, where is Rias-chan and Nico-chan anyways?" he asked the black-haired queen. "I thought they would be here first. Bucho had to take care of a few things with Sona Kaishu." Naruto nodded his head. He already knew that the daughter of the Citri clan was here, and she become the student council's president. "Kaneko-chan is doing some requests for a client and will be back soon." "Oh, okay." He nodded his head and ate some cookies. They tasted really good and unique. He wondered if Akeno made this herself. "Say, Akeno-chan, can I ask you something?" Naruto swallowed the cookie and took another one. He really didn't want to do this, just in case there's something wrong between Akeno and Barraquil. If they were blood-related, she might hate him because of this, but Naruto has to clear a few things before he can find out what happened between them. "Of course, Naruto-sama." Akeno nodded her head. "Akeno-chan." He looked at Akeno. "Are you part fallen angel?" Akeno stopped dead in her tracks with her eyes wide. Her gentle smile was immediately replaced with a cold and emotionless look. How does he know about that? Akeno wondered. She had tried to hide that from everyone, especially Naruto. Fallen angels had done a lot of bad things to Rias's peerage, her family, especially their new members. There was no way that Naruto would like her when he knew that she was one of them, the race that is the nemesis, enemy, of the devils. And if Naruto didn't hate her for that, then he would hate her if he knew that she had killed her own race in cold blood and that she actually enjoyed it. She always liked Naruto when they were young because Naruto not only spent his time with her king, but he also spent his time with Akeno and the others. She had come to know him more when they played, trained, and did a lot of things that normal children would do together. Time passed and she was beginning to be attracted to his kind nature, his smile, and his will. Akeno showed her feelings for Naruto by teasing him, or she would act like a mature woman, but in fact, deep down inside, she just wanted Naruto to look at her and her alone. To make it worse, her sadistic nature always wanted Naruto to be the dominate one, and it really didn't mind her becoming his servant or slave. When Naruto left for the mission, Akeno, like Rias, was hit hard by the fact that Naruto would be leaving them for a long time. At first, she had thought he would return in 1 month, but after her king's brother came out of his office and told them that Naruto wouldn't return anytime soon, she felt hurt because Naruto wouldn't return. She wanted to hate him and she cried just like Rias, but she had acted strong, for her king, by staying her usual self as much as possible. She knew that Naruto had to do this mission for the sake of the devil world, but she was always hoping that he would return to her and to his family soon. When she saw Naruto and what he did at Rias's engagement party, all the incoming problems he had to go through if he could save Rias from her unwanted fiancé, and the power Naruto showed the devil world that day. Naruto had finally captured her heart, and making him hate her was the last thing Akeno wanted to do right now, especially when the competition for Naruto's heart had become excruciatingly hard for someone like her. Her eyes began to water when she was ready to show Naruto what exactly she is, hoping that he won't hate her after this. Her eyes went wide in shock when she felt Naruto's strong but gentle arms make their way around her body and press her tightly into his strong chest. Naruto was hugging her from behind with a warm smile on his face. The blonde had felt her emotions and decided to do something for her, just to help Akeno calm down and tell him everything. The blonde knew that keeping a secret like this wasn't healthy for her, especially if that secret connected to her blood relatives. "Don't cry, Akeno-chan," Naruto said warmly to her. "Please don't cry, tears don't suit you at all." "Naruto-sama." She shuddered under his breath. This was the first time she had been this close to Naruto, and she didn't want him to let go. She wanted to stay like this forever, but Akeno knew that she had to do this. She knew that sooner or later he would know about her. Gently pulling herself out of Naruto's arms, Akeno took a step forward and began to unbutton her shirt. Naruto waited patiently behind Akeno. He knew that she wasn't her usual self right now. When Akeno finished, she pulled down her shirt so her shoulder blades could be visible to Naruto's eyes. Pa! Naruto was expecting this, when the two wings flared out of her shoulder blades. The left one Naruto was very familiar with, the wing of devil, but the right one was the black wings of a fallen angel. Akeno-chan. My father is Baraquil, one of the leaders of fallen angels, she said with disgust in her voice. My mother is the daughter of a certain shrine maiden of this country. I heard that one day, my mother saved Baraquil, who had collapsed from injuries, and from the fate of that day, I was born. Akeno said with a sad tone. Naruto instantly knew that something happened to her mother, for Akeno say her father's name with so much venom in her voice. She turned around to face him. Her eyes filled with sadness. I look disgusting, don't I? Akeno-chan. Naruto tried to talk but the fallen angel devil girl simply smiled at him. You don't have to say anything, Naruto-sama. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. I'm not completely fallen angel nor a full devil. She folded both of her wings around her and gripped the feathers of the fallen angel wing with her hand and furiously plucked the black feathers out of her wing. These are dirty wings. I possess both of them. She laughed crazily while tears were flowing down her cheeks. While hating these feathers, I met Rias and became a devil, but what was born were the feathers of a fallen angel and devil. A disgusting creature who possessed both wings. Fufufu, this may suit me, whom has dirted blood flowing in her veins. I have the blood of a fallen angel in me, you know? Can you forgive me? Although I was reincarnated into a devil, the fact that I have the blood of a fallen angel in me doesn't change. Or, I could have approached you wanting to get hated, you know? But, that's definitely not the case. I am the worst kind of woman. Akeno, stop. Naruto tried to stop her. Her emotions were a mix of sadness, anger, happiness, hatred. Her spirit had been broken by the hatred for the fallen angels, because of her father. The girl continued to pluck all the feathers out of fallen angel wing. With no other choice, Naruto pushed Akeno while his hands were holding both of her wrists and he pressed them firmly to the ground whilst using his weight to stop her from moving. The black feathers that had been plucked out of her wing lying beside them. Akeno was looking at Naruto's determined eyes. She knew that he would hate her. After all, who would want a disgusted subspecies to be near them? Akeno-chan, don't do this. Naruto gritted his teeth at seeing her in such state. He had become familiar with the smiling, happy and seductive Akeno, so looking at her with desperation in her eyes like this really hurt him. I don't hate fallen angels, not a single one of them. And even if I did hate them, even if you have the blood of a fallen angel in you, I still can't hate you. You are and always will be Himejima Akeno, a kind and happy girl who always enjoys teasing me and my heart. He finished with his trademark grin and he released her wrists. Naruto used an arm to support himself while the other gently wiped the tears out of her beautiful violet eyes. You always look the best when you're smiling, so please don't cry, Akeno-chan. Naruto let out a sigh of relief when he saw the usual gentle smile return to the girl's face and he decided to stand up. But he suddenly felt Akeno's arms make their way around his neck and lock with each other behind him, holding him firmly on top of her. Now the situation had changed and Naruto noticed the fact that her shirt had been pulled down to her stomach, showing everything from her neck down. Naruto's face reddened when he realized Akeno's breasts were slightly bigger than Rias's. Trying his best to not look at her bra-clad breasts, he looked directly into her eyes and said nervously. Akeno-chan, we need to get up. Naruto-kun. She whispered quietly, you said some killing words. After hearing that, why don't I get really serious? Akeno looked at Naruto, deep into his shining blue eyes. Her chest was beating strongly against her chest. Killing words? Naruto stuttered. He was clearly sure that he didn't said anything wrong to her. He just told Akeno what he truly felt about her, that's all. Akeno-chan, I have decided. Naruto-sama, do you like Rias? Of course I do. Naruto said, I like her, but I also like you, Nico-chan, Kiba-kun. Of course I like all my friends. You're too kind, Naruto-sama. She smiled to him. Ravel-sama might already hold the position of your first legal one, Rias might be the next one after all. Naruto's mind was working non-stop to understand what Akeno was talking about. The first and second position can't be taken, I guess. What are you talking about, Akeno-chan? Naruto-sama. I won't mind being in the third position. Akeno said finally, and she hugged him tighter, trying to make him fall into her body. I think it's a comparatively good position. Above all, there's the feeling of unfaithfulness that'll be burning. Akeno-chan. Or, if possible, I could become your dash. Become what, Akeno? A cold and emotionless voice cut through Akeno's speech like a sharp knife cutting through paper. Naruto was familiar with this voice, but he couldn't imagine that it could become so cold like this. Damn it, he already faced a situation like this morning, now he was going to face another, unique situation just like it. Slowly turning his head to look behind him, he could clearly see an angry Rias was standing in the doorway of the clubroom with a murderous look on her face. A crimson aura was covering her and it was so thick that he thought the door's frame was slowly disappearing because of her destructive power. Naruto's face slowly lost its color, seeing his angry childhood friend. Rias stood in the door and scowled angrily. Akeno was lying on the floor with her top wide open while her arms were around Naruto's neck, and to make it worse Naruto was on top of her with his two hands at the sides of Akeno's head supporting him. If anyone that didn't know what Naruto is like before, they could clearly tell from this scene that the blonde-haired boy was trying to ravish Akeno, to which the black-haired girl found really satisfying. But knowing Naruto and her queen's personalities for a long time, she already knew who was behind all this. Akeno was definitely trying to make a move towards Naruto's heart. She cursed herself for telling Akeno about Grefia this morning. Because of that Akeno tried to boost her plan to a new level. But, she couldn't help but feel angry at Naruto for not trying to get out of this position. After all, with his strength alone he could have easily gotten out of Akeno's grip. Rias-chan, it's not what it looks like. Naruto tried to defend himself but he instantly felt a strong pull when he wasn't prepared. He felt his head smashing into something really soft and firm. He realized it was Akeno's heavenly bosom. The sensation of her soft skin and Akeno's alluring scent made his brain go wild. Yes, Rias, Akeno smiled seductively and ran her hand through Naruto's golden hair. She enjoyed the feeling of Naruto's head around her breast and found herself being addicted to it. It is exactly what it looks like. Me and Naruto-sama are spending some alone time with each other. With Naruto-sama being the dominant one, you could clearly see how rough he was when he destroyed my shirt like this. Akeno purred and her cheeks reddened when she felt Naruto's hot breath against her skin. The blonde-haired devil was trying to get out, but Akeno was putting every ounce of her strength into her hands to keep him there. She wanted to rub this in Rias's face. She tried to become the first person in his heart no matter what happened, so this irritated her. A tick mark appeared in Rias's forehead and she stomped into the room before holding tightly onto Naruto's body and pulling him out of Akeno's grip. The Priestess of Thunder groaned in disappointment at the loss of warmth around her chest, but giggled when she saw Naruto's blushing face. He was so cute when he blushed or was embarrassed, yet so attractive and handsome when he got serious. Phew! Thank you for... Ouch! Ouch! Naruto screamed out when Rias pinched his cheeks, hard. You really enjoy this, don't you? Rias puffed her cheeks in annoyed. It was bad enough that she had a dangerous rival like Grefia, who was a perfect housewife with her mind always knowing what is best for others, then Akeno, who had a toner and sexier body than her. To make it worse, most of the teenage boys these days wanted a girlfriend like her, sadistic, yet submissive to her boyfriend alone kind of girl. To make it short, Akeno could be more dangerous than Grefia. At least the maid knows what modesty is and behaves herself in front of Naruto. Even though being pinched on the cheeks by Rias really hurt, Naruto couldn't help but find her face really cute when she puffed her cheeks like that. Luckily for him, his savior came to help. What happened here? Kiba stepped into the room with his usual smile but it quickly turned into a frown when he saw Rias was pinching Naruto's face, and that Akeno was standing up while her hand fixed the buttons on her shirt. Uo Tuli a night in Shin Einer Kika, he tried to talk but Rias put more effort into her pinch, making him wince in pain. Naruto grabbed Rias's wrist, trying to pull her fingers off of his cheeks and he screamed out, "Damn it, it hurts Rias-chan." HMNP. She huffed and stomped away, stepping inside the bathtub and pulling the curtain forcefully. She then threw her clothes everywhere around the clubroom. Rias made sure to throw her panties right in Naruto's face, but Akeno caught it first before Naruto could see it with a smile on her face. The black-haired girl decided to walk around the room and pick up all the clothes for her king. But when she walked past Naruto, he suddenly caught her arm with his arm, making Akeno's eyes go wide. She looked at him to see that he was grinning at her. He lowered his head down to her ear and whispered quietly, "If you want to talk Akeno-chan, feel free to come to me." Akeno's lips slightly parted open, but quickly formed into a beautiful smile. She looked at Naruto and nodded her head. The blonde-haired pawn grinned brightly and releasing her arm, allowing the black-haired queen to continue her duties. Naruto turned his head towards Kiba, seeing Rias's knight, with a confused look on his face. Naruto smiled at him and put a finger on his lips. Kiba had heard the short conversation between his two senpais, after seeing Naruto's action. He simply smiled and nodded his head in understanding. 10 minutes later, Kaneko returned to the clubroom with her usual blank face. After seeing Naruto sitting on the sofa and drinking tea while eating cookies that Akeno was happily serving him, the white-haired girl quickly climbed onto Naruto's lap and quietly snuggled into his chest. She then took out the cake Naruto had given her this morning. Naruto smiled when he felt Kaneko happily eating the cake, and he put his hand on top of her head and began rubbing her soft hair slowly. Kaneko's hairstyle hasn't changed at all, but it looked longer, and her cat-shaped hair clip made her even cuter. When Issei and Asia finally came to the room, Rias finished her bath and got out, but she was still a little angry at Akeno and Naruto, especially the former. The club quickly finished eating their lunches together, with Akeno and Rias taking turns feeding Naruto, to which the blonde-haired boy actually found himself enjoying their attention. He sometimes returned the favor to the both of them. Kaneko didn't look too happy about it, but Naruto had let her sit on his lap while she ate her lunch while he was collecting natural energy for her. That's all she needed for right now. Kiba sat near Naruto, eating his lunch while answering every question Naruto asked him. Issei looked at the scene in front of him with jealousy, but also worship for his blonde senpai for actually becoming the harem king, but he didn't feel letting that out at all because Asia had fed him with her usual innocent smile. When they finished the lunch, Rias announced to everyone that the ball tournament was coming near, and as one of the clubs of Kuo Academy, they would have to join the tournament and win. While the normal clubs were no match for the strength and stamina of devils, they held a great threat to their victory along with the student council, the group that was actually Sona Citri's peerage. Sona is Rias's best friend and rival. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. The magical signatures he felt around the academy were definitely the members of Sona's peerage, whom they would meet with after lunch. Both peerages all wanted to introduce their new members to each other. True to Rias's words, after they had finished their lunches, the door of the clubroom opened and the first one to step in was Sona Shirtorai, or Sona Citri, the heiress of the Citri clan and the sister of the Mao, Serafall Leviathan, and the president of the student council. Standing next to her was Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council, and the one that led him around the academy this morning when Naruto went to the headmaster's office. The rest of the student council slowly made their way into the clubroom. Naruto recognized some of them because he had talked with a few girls from the student council this morning. Naruto decided to move into the corner of the room so Rias could feel comfortable introducing Issei and Asia to the rest of the Sona's peerage, while the short black-haired girl introduced Genshiro Saji to the couple. To say Issei was pissed when Saji didn't respect his fellow pawn and was being a little too close to the former nun. Both pawns tried to crush each other's hand in a handshake, while both Rias and Sona sighed in disappointment at the duo, making Naruto chuckle a little when the two were being scolded by each of their masters. Hearing the laugh from Naruto, the student council turned their heads towards Naruto's location. Some of the girls blushed furiously after seeing him. The girls in Rias's peerage couldn't blame them at all. It was because they have known Naruto for a long time, so they have gotten used to his charm and appearance, and weren't affected much anyway. Once before, Rias overheard from the girls in the third and second year classes talking about how Naruto had saved them from the being peeked on when they were changing their clothes by the perverted male students. She also heard he beat the hell out Rias's unwanted admirers because they have said she was theirs, and theirs alone. While Rias had taken care of them long ago, the group never gave up on her. When she heard that Naruto had taken care of them once and for all, she was really happy to know that he cared for her so much, even though it's just a normal problem. "Oh, I didn't see you there, Naruto-san." Sona bowed her head to him, making the members of her peerage eyes go wide. "It's good to meet you again." "Me too, Sona-san." Naruto walked up to her and shook Sona's hand. "Doing well, I hope." "Yes, I have been doing well, Naruto-san." Sona nodded her head. When Naruto's position had been declared to the devil world, her sister had revealed her some information that she knew about Naruto to her. Sona was really surprised when she found out that Naruto had spent the last 2 years in the Angel's territory, heaven. Naruto was also known as the devil with the highest potential alive, one that could become a powerful devil one day. The Elder Devil Council always kept an eye on Naruto, hoping that they could make Naruto work for them to prevent him from turning his back on them, but he had all four Mao back him up. Sona shivered when she remembered the way her sister licked her lips when she said Naruto's name with her innocent face. Sona knew that her sister was just playing around. She had never loved anyone truthfully anyway, she just liked to mess around with their feelings, truly a devil in the form of child girl. "So, Sona-san, I see that you have a fine peerage, don't you?" Naruto asked, looking at the group behind Sona. A few of them flinched under his gaze. "Yes, Naruto-san." Sona turned around and said, "Everyone, this is Naruto Uzumaki, the one I have told you guys about, so treat him well, will you?" she said sternly, earning a gasp from her peerage. This morning, their master had them about the incident 3 days ago with the Phoenix clan and a pawn of Surzek's Lucifer having faced the entirety of Riser's Phoenix, including himself, peerage, and he managed to beat all of them without even trying to fight seriously with his unimagined power. Not only that, they also knew that he is the childhood friend of the heiress to the Gremory clan. But no one imagined that Naruto Uzumaki was the blonde that they talked to this morning. "Hello everyone." Naruto waved while grinning their way. "It's nice to meet you, Naruto-sama." All the girls bowed their heads towards Naruto, making the blonde-haired boy flinch and wonder whenever he could get rid of this "sama" thing that everyone says. Rias looked at Naruto's embarrassed form and smiled while Akeno giggled quietly behind her king. "Wow, to think that someone like this is your senpai." Saji muttered next to Issei, making the pervert turn his head to the fellow pawns and scowls. The two quickly turned towards each other angry and ready to fight. After Sona had pulled Saji out of the clubroom, Naruto and everyone else returned to what they were doing. Rias had announced that to strengthen their bond between themselves, tomorrow morning after class they would go to Issei and Asia's house. The idea made the perverted boy stunned. Afterwards he lowered his head in desperation. While Rias was talking about the training they would do before the ball tournament, Naruto saw Akeno sitting at the end of the couch with a soft smile on her face. It was the first time that he saw Akeno smile like that. After finishing Naruto's first day of school, Naruto and Rias returned to their house. While walking, the couple talked about everything such as school. This might have been the first day for Naruto, but he had a lot of fun and he really enjoyed the school life there with his friends, and he wondered why he didn't take the education given at school earlier. There was the school for normal class devils, but Rias's mother, Venelana, wanted him to have a proper education and she volunteered herself to be Naruto's tutor. Compared her and the teacher at Kuo, it was like comparing a tiger and a white, cute rabbit. Suddenly, Naruto was standing in front of his house. He felt two familiar magical signatures inside the mansion. One of them is definitely Grefia, the other is definitely a devil, because he knew that he had felt the signatures somewhere before. Naruto turned his head towards his childhood friend and saw she was scowling. Maybe she recognized it. Opening the door, the first person Naruto saw was Grefia. The white-haired maid was standing in the alley with her usual stoic face, her hand was folded in front of her skirt and her body was in a deep bow. "Welcome home Naruto-sama, Rias-sama." "Hello to you too, Grefia-ne." Naruto nodded his head towards the maid and raised his head to look inside the house. He could see a few suitcases and packages at the corner of the alley. Maybe someone he knew had come here to most likely stay at his house, but the blonde-haired devil wondered who it could be. "Grefia, do we have a guest?" she asked the white-haired maid. Naruto could hear that she tried to avoid using the right words to tell the situation. "Yes, Rias-sama." Grefia nodded her head. "Ravel-sama is here." Naruto dropped his mouth in surprise. What was she doing here? Naruto could remember clearly the morning after his wedding crashing. Ravel's mother had come to Naruto and told him that he and Ravel were officially husband and wife now, and that he could be called Naruto Phoenix, a member of the Phoenix clan if he wanted to. Naruto had tried to return the tears to Ravel, hoping that Ravel could choose her husband, someone she truly loves and one that she would willingly give her tears to, not someone that she felt a need to apologize to since she had thought that she humiliated him in front of everyone. She wanted to give him the ultimate apology so that he would forgive her for what she did. The result wasn't expected in Naruto's mind because after that, Ravel had fallen to her knees and began crying about how he had rejected her. Naruto had no other choice than to accept the engagement between him and Ravel. It's not like he didn't like Ravel. The youngest child of the Phoenix clan is really beautiful, and if she looked just like her mother, then she would become a heartbreaker in the future. But he didn't want to take away her choice of being with her true love, and he already had his eyes on a certain crimson-haired girl. If he was going to become her husband and couldn't change that engagement, and Naruto doubted Rias or Akeno or anyone would attack the engagement to save him just like what he did for Rias, Naruto would try to become a perfect husband for Ravel. The sight of a crying girl really broke his heart and it made him feel like an ass. Suddenly, Naruto heard the sound of footsteps from the kitchen. Ravel stepped out while wearing an apron around her waist. Her drill-like hair was being held up in a big ponytail on top of her head. Her hands were covered in cream and flour. Ravel gasped when she saw Naruto and bowed deeply to him. "Welcome home Naruto-sama." "Ravel? From now on, I'm going to be staying at the Uzumaki mansion. Please take care of me Naruto-sama, everyone." Ravel bowed to everyone. "Ravel, I thought you said you wouldn't come here until next month?" Naruto turned his head to Rias, so his childhood friend knew about this. He wondered why she didn't tell him that Ravel was coming. Maybe she was planning too. Anyways, she just said that she thought Ravel wouldn't come here until next week. Rias looked at the blonde. Out of all the girls she knows that has feelings for Naruto, Ravel was the girl she liked the most, and didn't mind sharing Naruto with her. But Ravel was already engaged with Naruto, and they're officially husband and wife now. Rias knew that if she didn't become Naruto's first wife, then she would compete with Ravel to become the first girl in his heart. Rias knew that the blonde also knew that her feeling for Naruto were really deep from the conversation she had with Ravel before the engagement party. Yes, Rias-sama, but the delivery was faster than I thought, and my mother had allowed me to stay at Naruto-sama's house so that we could get to know each other. Ravel blushed while she played with her apron, cutely. Naruto gulped loudly, wondering about how all the girls around him could be so cute, sexy and dangerous. Ravel, you don't have to do that, you know. Naruto said, you could have called me so I could have helped you bring all your suitcases and things here. Rias's eyes turned sharp and she internally cursed Naruto's caring nature. It really annoyed her sometimes. Grefia turned her head from Ravel to Naruto, wondering if he would do the same thing for her if she wanted to completely move here as a resident of the Uzumaki mansion, and not as his personal maid. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Ravel smiled, her face reddened a little more, and by the way, Naruto-sama, Surzek-sama also told me that I'm here to become your personal manager, she said proudly with her chest puffed out. Naruto guessed no matter where Ravel was, she could never push those noble lady actions out of her life. Manager, what for? He asked in disbelief. He already has a personal maid, one who was more than capable enough to do every single job he asked, even the jobs a normal manager did. Let me explain for you, Ravel-sama. Grefia suddenly said, and Naruto swore he heard some displeasure in her normal monotone. Apparently, Surzek-sama had seen the way you took missions and requests, exhausting yourself by working nonstop. Ravel-sama is here to become your manager. She will choose the best missions for you and balance the time so that you can keep your help. Yes, you should feel lucky that you have someone like me to sort everything for you, ho ho ho. Ravel covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Naruto sweat drops at the girl. He should have felt this coming sooner when he met her 2 years ago. Ravel had proven herself to be a fine manager. She cared deeply for his well-being and health, even giving her tears to him to make sure that he would be safe in heaven. Come to think of it, Naruto knew absolutely nothing about a full-blooded phoenix's tears and how they work. Maybe later tonight he should go down to the library and do some research about them. Oh, okay. Naruto nodded his head. So where's dinner? I'm really hungry right now, he grinned when his stomach growled. The two heiresses giggled quietly while the maid just shook her head at the blonde and excused herself to go to the kitchen with Ravel and Rias. Naruto stood up from the couch to take a nice bath when his mansion's doorbell rang out. Curious, Naruto decided to open the door before Grefia could get to it. She was already busy with cooking dinner. But when Naruto opened the door, he was quickly hugged by a certain black-haired queen with a sadistic personality. Akeno-chan? Naruto set out in surprise, his cheeks reddened when Akeno clung to him like glue and didn't let go. Naruto felt her big bosoms pressed firmly against his chest, and it looked like she was trying to squeeze the life out of him. Ufufu, good afternoon Naruto-sama. She made her body stand back a little, but her arms were still wrapped around his back. You don't mind if I stay here with you from now on, do you? Naruto could hear footsteps behind him, then he heard a chorus of gasps while Rias scowls behind him. Akeno, what are you doing here? Rias set out in shock. If she had been right, then Akeno didn't plan to come here at all. When Rias thought about it, she knew Akeno just loved to tease her and Naruto's relationship, but then she grew feeling for him. But even then it was just a small crush, nothing special, even though Akeno always claiming that she would have Naruto. When her brother has decided that anyone who wanted to live with Naruto when his house turned into a mansion, could feel free to go and stay with him in his house. Rias had thought Akeno might be the first one to raise her hand and come here, even before her. But the black-haired queen just sat there and teased her afterwards when Rias had packed up her belongings and got ready to go to Naruto's house. Rias had no idea why Akeno was here. Then realization dawned on her. Could it be that what she thought about her queen was wrong? That Akeno truly loved Naruto. Era, Ufufu, Akeno giggled. Rias, last time I checked, Surzek-sama said that I could come here and live with Naruto if I wanted to. And I'm sure Naruto-sama won't mind another resident, will you Naruto-sama? She hugged him even tighter and put her head on his shoulder. Rias's aura began flaring out in her anger while Ravel was torn between jealousy and fear. Of all the devils standing in the Uzumaki mansion, Ravel knew she was the weakest of them all, and there was no way she could survive in the battle between these devils. You can stay here if you want to, Akeno-chan. Naruto nodded his head while trying to get out of Akeno's grip as gently as possible. She nodded her head and said happily, "Oh thank you Naruto-sama." Akeno let go of Naruto and went out of the door to get her belonging. While waiting for the girls, now with Akeno working in the kitchen with them, Naruto decided to take a long nice bath to cool his head off. He couldn't believe that so many things happened today. First he woke up in the morning with Rias naked at his side, and then Grefia stripped out of her clothes and decided to join them. Then the incident with Akeno at the clubroom. He knew that he didn't have to bring up the bad memories about her father Barrakiel, but sooner or later, she would have to face it, and Naruto wanted to be there for her. To do that he has to know what happened between them, and by the sound of it, Akeno's hatred involved her late mother. And then Ravel came to his home and claimed to be his manager. Not that he minded anyway, she was a good girl, and a good manager too. But he felt some kind of strange glare between Grefia's silver eyes and Ravel's dark blue eyes. Maybe the maid felt threatened about Ravel taking away her job as his personal maid or something like that. The next problem was Akeno coming to his house and deciding to live here from now on. Grefia had let her use the room on the 3rd floor, right above Naruto's. What a stressful day, not physically but mentally. Those girls are driving him crazy. Old tradition, here it is. Naruto smiled and pulled the book out of the bookcase. After they had dinner, he had decided to come to the library to do some research about a full-blooded phoenix's tears. Naruto chuckled a little when he remembered what had happened at dinner. Akeno and Rias, like lunch, took turns feeding him while Ravel was trying hard to not do the same. He knew that her pride as a lady wouldn't allow her to do that. Then again, Rias was a lady like her, and she didn't have any troubles did that. Maybe it was because Rias liked a normal life, not a noble life. But the tables had turned onto Ravel's favor when Naruto had her handmade chocolate cake, which was really delicious and could be the best cake he had ever tasted in his life. Of course the others weren't happy or seemed to be pleased when Naruto praised her work, while the Phoenix girl just laughed, saying that he should feel lucky because he had a lady make the cake for him and that he was the first one that she ever allowed to taste her cake. Naruto sat down and put the book on the table, then he opened it, trying to find the Phoenix's tradition that had bound him and Ravel together. He could see a lot of old traditions here. All of them were from the 72 Pillars, but most of them from the clans that had disappeared during and after the Great War, which didn't seem so surprising because they were all marriage traditions. Here, Naruto turned to page 1002 and saw the words, Full-Blooded Phoenix's Tears written at the top and a picture of the sacred beast of Phoenix clan, the Phoenix. Full-Blooded Phoenix's Tears. Of all the traditional ways to get engaged to a devil, the tears of a full-blooded phoenix could be the most sacred and special. This traditional could only be inherited by a female phoenix, who will start to collect her tears when she is only 1 year old. Full-blooded phoenixes rarely cry. Most people thought it was because of their luxurious life that always made them always happy. When the full-blooded phoenix female matures enough to feel love, she will give the tears to someone she cherished the most in her life, and the two are officially bonded to each other. The tears themselves can't be faked. The tears themselves are very special. While the tears from a phoenix or a non-full-blooded phoenix could cure any wounds, it couldn't heal the wounds created by bacteria and other living beings, like diseases or viruses, because a phoenix's tears could only heal living beings, and not kill those to cure. But the tears of a full-blooded phoenix could cure anything, even from the most poisonous poison of the Hydra or the evil dragon, Samel. Also, the tears protect the holder from the fires created by the one that had given him, the holder, her tears. When the holder drinks the tears, their lives completely bond to each other, giving the holder a strong boost in their fire magic, and even gaining nearly the same amount of regeneration as the Phoenix clan. He would also gain the Phoenix's immortal life, but there was no evidence that proves if the Chosen died, the Phoenix would die as well. The tears also bring some fortune into the Chosen's life. Please note that said effects can't appear if the Phoenix girl didn't love the one that holds her tears, so any way to take the tears by force to achieve the tears' power can't be used. If you hold the tears without the love, you will be dead the day after. Also, her love for the holder would be absolutely pure, no jealousy, no fake, just pure love between the two. Their affection towards the other will only grow stronger to the point they could understand each other perfectly when time passes by. Because the Phoenix was the sacred beast of love and passion, if the Chosen returns the tear to her, she will die slowly and painfully because of the lack of love and finally disappear into nothingness despite being called immortal. Naruto closed the book and leaned his head on the chair. So, Ravel must have some feelings for him, or else he would have been hurt by her flame at the engagement party. He slapped his hands together and summoned the bottle of tears Ravel had given him long ago. The liquid inside the bottle was Ravel's tears, the most important thing to her, and the thing that was binding them together. He cursed himself as he remembered the day he wanted to return the tears to her. She had been so sad and distracted. Ravel had cried so much that she nearly passed away. He couldn't think what would have happened if he had returned them to her. Naruto stood up and put the tears into his pocket. If what the book said was true, then his feelings for Ravel would change the more time that passes by, then maybe the idea of becoming a harem king, like Issei's dream, wasn't so bad after all. Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begins. Chapter 9. The next morning, Naruto woke to the sound of his toad-themed alarm clock ringing. He groaned and blushed a bit as he felt his left arm being hugged tight into a familiar smooth and soft body while his hand was being sandwiched between her wonderful thighs, even his elbow was being kept between her large breasts. While wouldn't mind staying like this for a couple more minutes, he really needed to get up to do his morning routine before he could go to school with her, and now with Akeno and Ravel too. Speaking of Ravel, she would go to Kuo Academy with them, but not until the end of the ball tournament. With her being 2 years younger than Naruto, she had been sorted into the same class as Kaneko. The white-haired girl still didn't know about this, so he guessed she would get pretty big surprise when she saw Ravel in the same class as her. The relationship between them wasn't the best. He didn't know what had made them see each other as rivals, since they were going so far as to challenge each other in almost everything. Well, a little rivalry between friends won't hurt. Looking at the clock, he saw that it was already 4 o'clock. Naruto decided to use a clone to substitute with to let Rias stay in bed a little longer, but before he could do anything, he suddenly felt something stirring on top of him, just below his upper chest. Lifting his head a little to look down, Naruto could see a mop of long black hair spread out on his chest, but he could also see Akeno's peaceful expression. His face began to redden when he finally felt her assets being pressed firmly into his stomach. His shirt having been lifted up a little, he could feel Akeno's smooth skin. Her arms was wrapping around his hip, hugging Naruto tightly against her body. Naruto's face was matching Rias's hair color as Akeno began to stir against him, her body rubbing against him. Naruto's own body began to betray him as he felt his reaction harden against his will and slowly pressing hard into Akeno's stomach, which was right on top of his boxers. Naruto cursed when he saw Akeno's violet eyes slowly open and look around, and finally landing on what was poking against her stomach. A small smile appeared on her face and Akeno brought her hand down to caress it slowly but firmly through his boxers, amazed at the sight of it, earning a moan from Naruto which caught Akeno's attention. Violet eyes met blue ones. Naruto was trying his best to control himself now, while trying to get out of the situation as soon as possible. Akeno's seductive actions were driving his hormones wild, and not only that, but it would be a huge mess if Rias woke up now. Those two would fight each other again. It happened whenever Akeno tried to tease Naruto like this, and he didn't want it to happen in the morning, only a couple hours before school started. Slowly, Akeno moved her body so her face was right above Naruto's with her assets on his chest. Her hand was still caressing his crotch slowly while she lowered her face down and licked his earlobe seductively, sending a shiver down his spine. "Good morning, Naruto-sama," Akeno whispered quietly into his ears. She really didn't want Rias to wake up right now. This was a good opportunity to make her own move. Akeno knew that she couldn't compete with Rias or Ravel for the first position in his heart, but she wouldn't let any other girls take third. Morning Akeno-chan," he stuttered. This girl was getting more and more dangerous each day. Her teasing had rose another level, going as far as adults might, but he couldn't help but feel really good while her hand was doing this to him, and he still had his boxers on right now. Naruto wondered what it would feel like when Akeno used her hand directly. Bad thoughts, Naruto, he cursed inside his head, wondering when he had turned himself into a pervert like Issei or those friends of his. Then again, sooner or later, with these kinds of girls living under the same roof as him like this, he would have turned into a pervert anyway. The only thing that kept him from letting his hormones control his body and ravish the girls was his mind. Naruto didn't want to hurt them, physically or mentally. That would be the last thing he ever wanted to do to his friends. You fufu, Akeno's trademark giggles pulled Naruto out of his thoughts. "You looked really excited this morning, I wonder," she said more seductively and put some more force into her caressing, bringing a lot more pleasure to Naruto's body. "If you're always this excited every morning, or is it because you have me on top of you, caressing your not-so-little soldier like this? Akeno-chan, we should get up as soon." Naruto tried to reason with her, but Akeno's hand was doing some amazing thing to his crotch, even though he still had his boxers on. "Don't worry, Naruto-sama, a little fun in the morning won't hurt." Akeno smiled seductively and nipped his earlobe playfully. Right now, all she cared about was spending some alone time with Naruto. Akeno knew that Rias was sleeping right next to them, but it aroused her even more when she thought about what would happen if Rias caught them like this. Naruto wanted nothing more than get out of this situation. Rias would wake up soon, and worst of all, if Grefia didn't see him out of his room before 4:30, she would come in to wake him up and what happened yesterday would repeat again. He could feel Ravel's signature was still inside of her room and was pretty low, which mean the daughter of Phoenix clan was still asleep. A chaotic situation in the morning would wake her up, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. Maybe it was because the tears were slowly affecting him in his feelings for her. But why Naruto couldn't move an inch of his body, he still didn't know. Talk about the power of seduction. Akeno could be the most dangerous girl he knows, devil or not. Suddenly, he felt her hands make its way into his boxers. Naruto began to panic. If this continued, he didn't want to think what could happen between the two of them. He had to do something quick, or else maybe a substitute clone would do just fine. Akeno's seductive smile widened when she felt her hand was going to reach her reward. She would be the first one of all the girls that have feelings for him to actually feel what was it like, just a little more, and she would be 100 steps ahead. Judging by the size of the tent, what she felt poking against her skin, it would drive her crazy if she had it in her hand. But suddenly, she felt a hand wrapped tightly around her wrist, keeping her from going any further. At first, Akeno thought it was Naruto's hand preventing her from touching him, but when she felt a familiar crimson aura engulf that hand and saw it was more feminine than Naruto's, her smile turned to a smirk when she turned her head to see an angry pair of blue-green eyes looking directly at her. "Akeno? What are you doing?" Rias asked slowly but dangerously. She had woken up early, hoping to spend some quality time with Naruto before Grefia or any other girls living at the mansion could interrupt them, just like Grefia did yesterday. Knowing the maid, she would probably go into Naruto's room and check on him, giving Naruto a lame excuse that she came to wake him up, just like what she had said last night. But when she opened her eyes, what she saw was Akeno, naked as the day she was born, licking Naruto's earlobe with a seductive smile, her hand caressing the large tent in his boxers, earning a few quiet moans from the blonde boy. Rias' anger toward her queen going to a whole new level when she saw Akeno's hand was making its way into Naruto's boxers. Rias had acted before Akeno could go any further. She caught the black-haired girl hand and squeezed it hard while releasing her aura to prove her point to her rival. There would be no way Rias let Akeno or any other girl step ahead of her, no way in hell. The tension in Naruto's room rose when Rias' killing intent slowly reached its fullest. Her hand was trying to pull Akeno's out of Naruto boxers. But Akeno was slightly stronger than her, so the queen had no problem holding her ground against Rias' strength. Akeno's glare was matching Rias's, but she still kept the seductive smile on her face, which, in Rias' opinion, was the sickest and the most sadistic smile she had ever seen. Rias, go back to sleep, we are having a wonderful time here." Akeno's smirk widened when she saw a tick mark appear on Rias' forehead. She always enjoyed teasing her king, but right now she couldn't help but felt a little annoyed at Rias' appearance. Akeno was close, really close, and she knew it, but this selfish princess always wanted to have everything she wanted to be hers, and hers alone had stopped her before she could make it any further. But it was fine, she'd have plenty of opportunities in the future. Now living under the same roof with Naruto, perhaps she could sneak into his bath while Rias was watching those anime of hers or trying to outdo Grefia in cooking. "Akeno, your room was above us, go back there and enjoy your kinky things there." Rias scolded her queen. She had believed that she actually educated Akeno enough the last time they fought each other. "Us?" Akeno repeated. "Rias, last time I checked, there were no us in this room, it belongs to Naruto-sama." She pointed her unoccupied hand to the door that led to Rias's room. "Your room was, and always will be, over there, Rias, so please, return there quietly and leave Naruto-sama to me. I will take care of him for you." Akeno finished with her hand roaming around his chest in a seductive manner. Suddenly, before she could do anything more, Rias had stood up and threw herself into Akeno's body, knocking both of them out of the bed with a pillow in her hand. "Hey, knock it off you too!" Naruto stood up and yelled to both of them, pleased that Akeno's attack was finally over, but displeased that Rias and Akeno were fighting each other again. His hopes that fighting wasn't the thing that he had to face early in the morning shattered. But when Naruto looked at them, he had to turn away and hold his nose tightly, keeping himself from having a nosebleed. Rias and Akeno fighting each other while naked was like a fantasy to any perverts out there, two beautiful and incredibly attractive girls fighting each other with pillows in hand. Rias screamed out in anger when she hit Akeno's face with her pink pillow, and was hit in the stomach by Akeno's. Somehow, Akeno had found herself a ridiculously hard one. Rias growled when the two stopped fighting, still glaring at each other. The crimson-haired princess knew that if she let Akeno take care of her Naruto, he could become a beast with crazy lust that could be even worse than Issei, or he could turn into a sadistic one just like the queen, or worst of all, he could become addict to Akeno's kinky ways and turn his back to her, so that he could enjoy her queen even more. Seeing the look on Akeno's face, Rias knew that if she didn't do anything about the queen's personality or let her know she was in the lead here, something might happen soon. As if the girls knew each other thought, they threw the pillows away and called for their magic simultaneously. A crimson aura engulfed Rias' naked body while the power of destruction leaked out from her hands. Akeno's own body was emitting her own yellow aura and her eyes turned sharp, yellow magic circles appearing around her hands, ready to strike her king if she made a move. Neither of them wanted to hurt the other, but when it came to Naruto's feelings, they wouldn't hold back. Before any of them could attack, a crimson magic circle appeared underneath both of them and shone brightly. Rias's and Akeno's eyes widened when they recognized the magic circle. It was gravity magic. As expected from the caster, both the king and her queen felt face first into the ground with a thump. Rias groaned out in pain at the force. It didn't hurt much, but she suddenly felt completely weak under the spell. With a normal gravity magic like this, it usually just felt like her body was heavy and couldn't lift off the ground. Rias' eyes widened when she felt a strange tingle on her skin, recognized it was the effect of light-based magic, the magic of angels. Naruto sighed tiredly and stood up from his bed. Things had gone too far for his liking. Sure, he wouldn't mind a little show of their naked bodies smashing against each other in a pillow fight, he would have enjoyed it. But with two naked girls that looked ready to kill each other with a serious look on their faces and their strongest magic in their hands, he had to stop them before they could destroy his house, hurting each other in the process. Naruto knew that Rias and Akeno would hold back during their fight, but still, they could do something they would regret if one of their spells hit the other. So Naruto decided to interfere before things got out of control, casting a simple and small gravity spell to each of them so they couldn't move their body. Knowing Rias and Akeno, a normal spell like this wouldn't hold them at all, but Naruto was too afraid to use any advanced spell because he would likely put too much magic in it and created a hole in the middle of his room, sending both of them to the first floor and breaking their bones in the process. So, he just needed to weaken their bodies by adding an even simpler light-based spell Gabriel had taught him a while ago, making Rias and Akeno weak and completely under the mercy of his gravity spell. Naruto stood up with the blanket in his hand, looking at Rias who was completely flat on the ground, then turned his head to Akeno, who had her upper body on the ground with her ass sticking in the air. How could the sadistic queen do that under the pressure of his gravity spell? He would never know and never wanted to know, but damn. Quickly putting the blanket over their bodies to cover them, Naruto sighed again and said with a smirk, "This is your punishment for fighting each other so early in the morning. Stay there and the magic will wear off in 10 minutes. His smirk widened when he saw the shocked look on their faces. This would be just a small taste of what he had up his sleeves for the both of them. Naruto turned around and walked to the door, distressing the girls. "See you later, ladies, and please, remember to behave when the spell deactivates." Naruto laughed loudly when both of them cursed out and shouted vulgar words to each other. Things sure got interesting at his house. All he had to do now was find more people to make his house a little happier and more fun. Naruto closed the door behind him and turned around, immediately seeing a blonde head crashing straight into him, but years of training had helped Naruto ready himself for these kinds of things so he didn't have to fall to the ground with a girl on top of him anymore. "Huh, Ravel-chan? You're up early?" he asked, surprised when he recognized the daughter of Phoenix clan. After all, she was the only one have blonde hair beside him in this mansion. Ravel brought her head up and looked at Naruto with her big dark blue eyes, and he didn't need the bond between them to see the worry inside her. Rias and Akeno's battle must have woke her up, and with her caring nature she definitely would have rushed here to see what happened. "Naruto-sama, I heard fighting. Is everything all right?" Ravel asked quickly, concern clear in her voice. "Ah, don't worry Ravel-chan, everything is fine." Naruto grinned brightly and patted her head gently. He had found out, just like Kaneko, Ravel really enjoyed his hand running through her golden locks, even giving the same expression Nakomata usually did. "Okay Naruto-sama," Ravel said, smiling. Enjoying the feeling of Naruto's hand, she moved her head to the side and pointed her hand at Rias's room. "Naruto-sama, I think we should wake Rias-sama up too." "Don't worry Ravel-chan, Rias will wake up really soon." Naruto grinned brightly and pushed gently on her back, making her small body follow him all the way to the stairs that led to the first floor. His room was soundproof so Ravel couldn't hear Rias' voice inside of it. "If you say so, Naruto-sama." Ravel nodded her head and followed Naruto to the first floor. "Now Ravel-chan, if you don't mind, I want a chocolate cake just like last night," he said with stars in his eyes. He had found her cake extremely delicious. It could compare to ramen if it wasn't a dessert food. "Hi, Naruto-sama." Ravel smiled brightly and immediately rushed to work. Seeing her small frame rush into the kitchen with excitement, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "But remember that a lady was making the cake for you. I expect something back from you Naruto-sama." Naruto's smile turned to a full laugh when Ravel shouted out to him from the kitchen. Her attitude hadn't changed at all, but instead of feeling annoyed by it, it was kind of cute now, especially when she called herself a lady. Sure thing, Ravel-chan. Naruto breathed in deeply when he stepped outside his mansion. Nothing was better than the fresh air of early morning. After doing some stretches, he quickly found a quiet spot inside his garden and sat down. He needed to talk with his so-called friends. After all, they would always follow him wherever he went, fighting side by side with him no matter what enemy he was facing. Naruto sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. His consciousness slowly dripped away and into his mindscape. The blonde-haired devil opened his eyes to see the familiar surroundings around him. It was a massive forest and the ground was covered in green grass. Everything was so peaceful here and Naruto didn't have to use his sage technique to feel the nature. About a year ago, in a spar with Gabriel, she had accidentally put a spear through his stomach, and it hurt like hell before the Seraph Angel could pull it out and dispel it. The spear had affected him so much that he lost conscious soon after because of the pain. When he thought he had woken up, he was inside a place that looked like nothingness, completely white while the ground was covered in water and it looked like he was standing on the water's surface. Soon after, he saw that he was surrounded by 9 massive beasts that called themselves bijou, with tails numbering from 1 to 9, each beast resembled an animal in the human world, or even a cross-species like the 8-tailed octopus. But the most surprising beast was Kurama, a Kyubi. As far as he knew, the only 2 Kyubi alive were Yasaka, the leader of the Ukai faction in Kyoto, and her daughter Kunou, which had yet to mature fully and gain the tails like her mother. He never met them before, but he had heard about Yasaka's power, that she could rival a dragon king and nearly unstoppable in her territory. But the appearance of Kurama never ceased to amaze Naruto. He got along just fine with the other bijou, a little rough with Shikaku at first, and especially rough with Kurama, but Naruto soon found out that the giant Kyubi was just trying to keep his cool and reputation as the strongest of all. Deep down inside he was a big softie. Naruto always enjoyed laughing his ass off every time he teased the fox about it. Well, seeing that he couldn't let the bijou live in a place like that, he had decided to change the surroundings to the forest of the Citri clan, the largest forest he knew and remembered so far. Oi, Kurama, you here? Knowing the other bijou, they're probably around somewhere, spending their time alone. Those 9 were the only thing that connected him to his mysterious past. Naruto had soon found out that everything he knew about himself before he met Rias was fake, that someone had put fake memories inside of his mind. For what, Naruto never knew, and whenever he tried to ask Kurama or another beast about it, they always changed the topic or challenged each other again. As expected, he heard a large thundering sound behind him and turned before bringing his hand up to shield himself from the winds and dirt flying everywhere when the orange Kyubi landed on the ground after a massive jump. Naruto, the fox smirked, showing its massive fangs to him. Fancy seeing you here. I thought you were enjoying your time with those big-breasted devils that surround you. Shut it, fox. Naruto screamed out and pointed his hand to the fox, while Kurama was roaring in laughter. Again, Kurama, Rias-chan is my childhood friend and we had been sleeping with each other for years before I left, so she basically feels comfortable with me, that's all. Oh, you mean the crimson-hair chick that you have a massive crush on since the first time you met her a long time ago? Kurama said with a grin. You. Naruto cursed out, but huffed and turned his head away with a blush. The orange Kyubi was laughing so hard that the ground was actually shaking. Naruto always wondered why Kurama knew everything he was thinking. He actually had a deep crush for his childhood friend, but was too afraid to admit his feelings for her. He was just a pawn of her brother's peerage, and Rias was a noble lady from one of the greatest clans in the underworld. There were no way that she would like someone like him like that, despite their long-standing close friendship. He actually planned to confess to her after he became a high-class devil to suit her standard and status, but that would be a really long time in the future. And if she had feelings for another, then Naruto would gladly support her. After all, he always wanted her to be happy. Okay, stop laughing, Kurama, I'm here to ask you a favor. Naruto said seriously, making the fox stop laughing and stand on all fours while looking at him with an eyebrow raise, or at least it looked like that. What is it? Kurama asked curiously. Well, I actually wanted to know a few small details about my past. Naruto said to the Kyubi, you know, living without even knowing who I am, or who my parents are. Why do I have these powers? Why do I have 9 massive beasts inside my body? I wanted to know about it. You could leave everything else out if you want to, but at least let me know a few things about what happened before I met Rias. Are you sure, Naruto? The Kyubi asked seriously. You know, your past was something that all of us, even that psycho Shikaku, wanted you to forget. So that you could live the happy life you current do. I know, Kurama. Naruto nodded his head. It's just that I wanted to know about me, that's all, just a few memories won't hurt. Naruto grinned and held out his fist. Fine, but I will choose a happy memory for you, but it will leave you with a lot of questions later. If you really want to know everything, come to me when you're ready and give me the right reason, got it? Naruto nodded his head, making the fox grin and touch his own fist to Naruto's. Instantly, memories got transferred into Naruto's mind, his eyes widening in shock when he saw them. Grefia looked around the kitchen with a frown on her face. Somehow, Rias and Akeno had woken up sooner than she got used to over the years serving them at the castle. When Grefia finished cleaning the basement of the mansion, she came into the kitchen to prepare Naruto's breakfast, hoping that it would make him happy like always. She actually learned some more cooking techniques on a human TV show, and in the magazines she bought when she went out to buy some supplies for the kitchen when she finished all the housework and had nothing left to do. But when she stepped into the kitchen, Rias and Akeno were preparing everything on the table while throwing heated glares at each other. Ravel was working on her chocolate cake, which Naruto found to be one of the best food besides his ramen, while humming a soft tune to herself. Grefia ready to interfere and kick them out before they could finish the breakfast for 2 reasons. The first reason was it would be a hard punch to Grefia's pride as a maid of this mansion. She was supposed to be the one doing all the hard work here. Not the residents, especially the high-class ladies, such as Rias or Ravel. And the second reason, it was the reason that she held close to her chest. She was supposed to be the one that prepared everything for Naruto, making him as comfortable as possible. As his personal maid, it was her duty to make him feel relaxed and keep his house as perfect as possible while preparing everything for him with perfection. Those 3 were preventing her from doing her job, and it actually pissed her off. But, with perfect control of her emotions, she had kept herself as calm as possible. But when she had been given an order by Rias, she couldn't do anything but obey, and left the kitchen staying outside until everyone finished their preparations. So, with garden tools in hand, the silver-hair maid decided to take care of the mansion's garden. Naruto had trusted her to take care of his mansion, and the garden was no exception. Doing some gardening was one of the things that she always enjoyed anyway. Grefia stepped out of the house and the feeling of Naruto's magical signature instantly hit her. A small but beautiful smile appeared on her face when Grefia realized she was going to spend some alone time with Naruto, away from all the girls that were working non-stop in the kitchen. Grefia looked at her clothes and tried to find anything that would make her imperfect in Naruto's eyes, even fixed the headband on top of her head nearly 10 times before taking a deep breath and walking into the garden. She quickly located Naruto inside the massive garden of the Uzumaki mansion. He was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, and his hands folded on his lap, looking like he was thinking about something. The silver-haired maid couldn't help but get lost in Naruto's peaceful state. Yet, as much as she wanted to sit down and stare at Naruto like this, she also wanted to talk with him, and have some alone time with the youngest member of Sir Zex Lucifer's peerage. Grefia slowly brought out her hand, but before she could touch him, her eyes widened when she saw a tear rolling down Naruto's cheek and fall to the ground. She didn't know what happened to him. She had never seen Naruto cry before. He was someone who always acted so strong and full of happiness, always wearing a smile on his face. Naruto-sama. Grefia hesitated a little, but she lightly touched Naruto's shoulder. The blonde slowly opened his electric blue eyes and looked at his personal maid in surprise. Grefia-ne, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, his head still hurt a little from the absorbing the memories of his past life with the help of Kurama. Questions after questions appeared inside his mind. Kurama had been right about the memories, leaving him confused. I was going to do some gardening here. She answered calmly. And what about you, Naruto-sama? What are you doing here so early in the morning? I thought you were at the training basement. It was the truth. Of all the rooms in the basement, Grefia didn't clean up the training room because she thought Naruto was there training like he had been yesterday. Well, just sitting here thinking, I guess. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a grin, but his face slowly drooped and Naruto let out a heavy sigh. His face looking so sad made Grefia feel her throat going dry. Naruto-sama, you know that you can tell me anything, maybe I could help you. Grefia said. A small smile appeared on her face. This time, she would be the one to be strong for him, no matter what problems he was facing. I'm your personal maid after all. Naruto looked at Grefia in surprise. He knew that Grefia claimed herself as his personal maid, but he couldn't help but find another meaning in the reason she wanted to help him in the first place. Naruto always knew that she was a caring woman despite her strict personality, but sometimes, Naruto felt that Grefia had gone too far in her duty as his personal maid. When Grefia still served as Sir Zex's maid, she was never this forward. Yes, maybe she hit him in the face or punched him in his stomach each time Sir Zex acted childish, but she never rushed into something like this, or drowned herself into work like this. She even denied his clone's offer to help. It's looked like she was trying to prove something, or impress him. Naruto quickly pushed that thought away, maybe it just because there were no other maid besides herself at his mansion. He just wished he could find some way to help her, and made her accept the fact that she was a resident at the Uzumaki mansion, not his personal maid. Well, Grefia, it's about my past. Naruto said, Grefia's eyes suddenly wide in shock. There's something I found out during the 2 years I lived in heaven. That my memories of the past I was living before I met Rias-chan were all fake, all of them. He stood up from the ground, which Grefia quickly followed, even though she was still trying to get out of her shocked state. As far as she knew, she had personally wiped the fake memories out of his mind with McGregor before bringing the brain-damaged boy to the most advanced hospital of the Citri clan to check on him. But if what Naruto told them was true, then Naruto's past was mysterious and the matter had become more complicated than before. She couldn't believe that there were still a lot of fake memories inside of Naruto's mind. She would have to report this to Surzex later. You know Grefia, Naruto said with a smile while looking up at the sky. When Michael-san asked me what training I had to go through to archive these powers, Naruto summoned his tri-pronged kunai and gripped it tightly in his hand. I said, it was the power that I born with, the power that I achieved even before I could remember. But later, when I thought about it, I had found out that I was born human, not the devil that I thought I was. He turned around and looked at Grefia, giving her the kunai in his hand which Grefia gently took. This, Grefia, wasn't a sacred gear. I had thought if I was human, this would be my sacred gear. But I was wrong. I don't know what happened to me Grefia, but I'm sure that my past was something neither of us want to experience. Naruto-sama. All these powers, he created a Rasengan in his other palm, there is a reason that I have these powers. I don't know why, but with this kind of power inside me, I really don't want to think about what happened to make me have to learn these things. He said seriously before let the Rasengan in his palm disappeared. Naruto-sama, no matter what the reasons are, I'm sure that these powers of yours exist for good reason, just like you. She smiled gently, her beautiful silver eyes shone with gentleness and caring. Thank you, Grefia. He looked at her for a moment before smiling brightly to the silver-haired maid, making her cheeks redden a little. I thought that you were a really strict one-sama who would scold me or hit me on the head for thinking something like that, but I guess I was wrong. He teased her, but quickly rejected it when Grefia appeared right next to him and pinched his cheek, hard. I won't stand the joke Naruto-sama. Grefia said sternly before releasing him. She brought the kunai out and returned it to Naruto. This is yours, Naruto-sama. What are you saying Grefia? Naruto asked with a frown on his face. It's yours now. But, well, I was planning on giving the girls something that have the same marking like this kunai too, so that I could teleport myself to wherever they are. He smiled, but you Grefia, I hardly believe that something out there could endanger you, so you won't need the alarm mark, just keep it and I can come to you whenever I want. Immediately Naruto took a step back with shock on his face when Grefia knelt down to the ground and lowered her head down so her forehead was actually touching the ground. Thank you Naruto-sama. Grefia said, her voice was full of passion, so different from her normal calm and collected tone. Thank you, she nearly shouted. She just received the same thing as what he gave Rias years ago, even though it wasn't special like Rias's bracelet, nor did it have the ability to call for him whenever she wanted to, but Grefia couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Hey, what are you doing Grefia? Please stand up. Naruto putting his arms around her shoulders and helped Grefia stand up while dusting the silver-haired maid, even the dirt-covered forehead. Geez, never though you would be so happy about it. Thank you, Naruto-sama. She nodded her head before putting the kunai in her pocket. Grefia decided that she should study how the mark worked, so she could move it to something more easy to carry around. She didn't want to trouble Naruto, so Grefia decided to do it herself. Naruto nodded his head and returned to the mansion, expecting some good meals from the girls, maybe some extra bowls of ramen. The conversation with Grefia had helped him clear out his mind a bit, but he still needed to do some research about his memories later. Rias, hugging Naruto's right arm, along with everyone in her club, were working alongside each other to Issei's and Asia's house just like she had planned yesterday. The crimson-haired heiress couldn't help but glare at Akeno, who was hugging Naruto's left arm and chatting with him too excitedly for her liking. There was something wrong with Grefia this morning. Sure, her attitude was just like always, strict, calm to the point of being nearly cold, and always speaking with a firm and stern tone. But Rias clearly saw through her mask. She didn't know why, maybe it was woman's instinct. Anyway, Grefia was extremely happy this morning. She also heard a small tune coming from behind her whenever everyone turned around, and it was really familiar. It's just Rias never heard Grefia humming like that before. The crimson-haired girl was definitely sure that the source of her happiness had Naruto's name written all over it. Rias hoped that it didn't involve any sensual activities. They arrived at the Hayadu residence, much to Issei's parents and Asia's delight, and Issei quickly covered his head in embarrassment. The visit at Hayadu residence was uneventful, until Kiba picked the photo album up with a frown on his face. Naruto was drinking tea with Issei's dad parents Rias when he heard Kiba say, "This is a holy sword. I got this." Naruto yelled to Rias and ran as fast as possible. He jumped up and caught the baseball in his gloved hand. It was no big deal really, but the fact that he had jumped over 20 feet into the air made Issei's and Asia's mouths drop in shock. Naruto landed lightly on the ground and threw the ball back to Rias. She was the one that hit the ball with so much force behind it. Knowing his power, she definitely wouldn't hold back and made him work nonstop in retaliation for what happened that morning. Sure, Rias was acting like her usual self, but his power to sense emotion let him know that she was really pissed. Akeno's emotions were pretty normal, or as normal as they could be. Kaneko was pretty blank. Asia's emotion weren't a surprise, she was almost invariably happy. And Issei, well, like usual, especially when the attractive and beautiful one Isama were wearing gym clothes in front of him, doing the activities that made their assets bounce in a very sensual way. But Rias wasn't the only one that had disturbing emotions. Kiba Yudo, Rias Knight, since he saw that holy sword from the picture Issei took with his childhood friend, his emotions had been churning. Kiba was always calm, happy and collected. Naruto felt worried for Kiba, most of his mind was filled with hatred now. Naruto looked at him and made a mental note to ask Rias what happened with Kiba and those holy swords. The knight even didn't notice when Rias hit the ball over to him, letting the ball hit the top of his head without even acknowledging it at all. Naruto sat down next to Rias, who was reading while letting everyone have a break before continuing their training. He picked up a bottle of water and drank it, but the crimson-haired girl still didn't acknowledge her childhood friend. Talk about an angry Rias, he was the one knew exactly what it felt like when she directed her anger at someone. "Well?" Rias suddenly asked without taking her eyes off the book. "Well?" he repeated, a confused look on his face. "What happened between you and Grefia?" Rias asked. She turned her head to face Naruto, her face was blank with half-lifted eyes. "She was extra happy this morning and you two had been in the garden together. What happened?" "Nothing, really." Naruto grinned while scratching the back of his head. He decided not to tell Rias about what happened, about his memories. She was the last person he wanted to worry just because some strange things happened in his past. "Oh, I gave her one of my kunai by the way." "What?" She stood up with her hands on her hips, her upper body bent down so her face was right in front of his. "Are you telling me that you gave her the same thing you gave me?" Rias pointed to the crimson bracelet on her wrist. She had thought that the bracelet was a special connection between them, but this morning Grefia just received the same thing as her. "What the hell?" "Hey, no need to shout like that." Naruto smiled nervously. "It's just the normal triprongs kunai, nothing special about it, you know. It wasn't a bracelet like this." He grinned and channeled some of his magical energy into his own bracelet, unaware about the effect it had on the crimson-haired girl. Rias's face immediately reddened and her breathing became really harsh. Rias stood up and rubbed her legs together, earning a confused look from Naruto. "Hey Rias-chan, what happened to you?" He also stood up and put his forehead against hers, feeling her temperature. "You're sick or something, your temperature's a bit high." Rias's face immediately matched her hair, the heiress forcefully shoving Naruto away from her, too afraid that his sensitive nose would smell her arousal, but luck wasn't on her side this time, and Naruto felt onto her bag, knocking everything she had inside to the ground. Sorry. Naruto shook his head and smiled when Rias lowered her head and quickly picked up her belongings with Naruto's help. "No need to worry, Rias-chan. You should care about your health more." He picked up a book and looked at it, a surprised expression appearing on his face when he read the title, How to Make Him Fall in Love in Simple Ways. "Wow, I didn't know that you're into these kind of books, Rias-chan." Naruto grinned when he put the love manual back into Rias' bag. The color of Rias's face had matched her hair already. Suddenly, Rias screamed out when Naruto handed her the bag. "I don't like anyone, it's just my hobby to read these kinds of things at school. That's all. Please don't misunderstand." Rias screamed out without stopping, thinking Naruto thought she had feelings for someone else. And that was the last thing she wanted Naruto to think about her. "Geez, don't worry, Rias-chan." Naruto held out his hand to defend himself while looking at her with a nervous smile. "I'm not thinking about it really, I'm just surprised, that's all." There was something really wrong with Rias these days. Maybe it was because the ball tournament was coming up, so her stress was building up lately. He knew that she was really serious, no matter what competition she was in. Maybe he should reward, win or not her after the tournament ends. Bang! Bang! The sound of the start of the ball tournament echoed in the sky. Naruto looked up and could see a few dark clouds were approaching. From the weather broadcast, it was going to rain in the evening. He just hoped that it wouldn't rain until the tournament was finished, or else Rias would scream about losing the chance to beat Sona and her peerage. Tsukumoto-kun of the Manga Research Club, Hashioka-sensei is calling you. Please come to the staff room immediately. The PA speakers, which are placed throughout the school grounds, were making announcements endlessly. All of the club members got changed into the PE uniform and gathered at one place. They were resting up till the start of the matches. But the club matches were at the end. First of all, there were the class matches. Naruto's class was going to compete in football, but Naruto decided to not participate. His strength was far beyond that of a normal human and could knock the goalkeeper out cold with just a single kick. Issei and Asia had to participate in their class match, which was baseball. The practice they did after school wasn't in vain. After that there was a match amongst genders. Then after lunch the club matches started. Issei did some light exercises as a warm-up. Asia was stretching with the help of Akeno. Kaneko was sitting on the plastic mattress on the ground reading the rulebook for ball games. Kiba was still thinking about something. The boy had been spacing out for entire days, staring at the sky. Rias went to check the category sports for the club matches. Naruto was chatting with a few fangirls that wanted to talk with and have a good look at him. After 10 minutes, Rias came back with while smiling fearlessly. We have won this match already, she said. Bucho, so what is the sports we are playing then? Akeno asked. Dodgeball. Issei suddenly shuddered. Naruto chuckled seeing the pervert boy whimpering like that. This game was going to be really good. But first, he needed to help Rias defeated Sona and Saji in tennis. Naruto quickly changed into something more comfortable while wearing the Occult Research Club headband on his forehead. The feeling of something on his forehead really brought back memories. Just a few days ago Kurama had given him the same memories about headband. You ready, Rias-chan? Naruto asked with a smile while fingering the racket in his palm. Rias was wearing a mini-skirt for this game and was also wearing the same headband like him. Her hair had been pulled into a high ponytail. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Rias nodded her head and both of them went out to the tennis court. The students watching cheered. This was the match they was waiting for all day. Naruto grinned when the game began with Rias serving the ball, of course, straight at Sona, which the heiress of Citri clan hit back with a confident smirk on her face. Naruto only got to know Sona through their short meeting, but he could tell that she was nothing like her sister Serafall, quite the opposite in fact. The students, especially the boys, were cheering for Rias and Sona so loud that he barely heard Akeno cheering for him or Kaneko muttering encouragements while waving a flag with their club name and a QB behind it. Asia was also cheering, but for both sides. Issei was drooling at the sight of Rias's and Sona's panties flashing under their skirt whenever they moved too much. Naruto saw the ball was headed straight at him and smiled. Maybe he should get the first point for them. Grinning a little when he saw the ball was pretty easy, he swung the racket in his hand to the ball, sending it with such speed that both Sona and Saiji couldn't see anything before they heard the sound of the ball smacking the court before it made another bounce outside of the field. 15-0, the announcer announced loudly, making the students shout in excitement. Especially the female students, cheering out loudly while shouting Naruto's name. The game continued with the two rivals keeping the ball between them moving at a rapid pace, even using a little magic behind their attacks, which made Naruto sweat drop. Naruto actually felt kind of challenged dodging the ball with magic like this, but Sona knew she couldn't hit the normal ball at Naruto without the help of magic. His strength was far too great for both her and Saji. A single hit could make her hand hurt like hell and couldn't hold the racket anymore. She had increased the strength, the speed, and even changed the wind, everything to make Naruto not hit the ball, and she had succeeded a few times. Rias also sent a few magic balls at her, so it was the fair game. Relatively. After a while Rias and Sona had been at it so long, that both of their rackets broke and they both got first place. Well, of course, a normal racket would break if they do an intense rally like that. Everyone had decided it was a tie, but Rias wanted to win at all costs, so the participants turned to the spectators to ask who the winner was. Sona and Saji had a lot of votes, but Occult Research Club still won in the end because Naruto had more votes than the others combined. Bloomers. Issei was shocked after seeing what Asia was wearing. It was not the school's PE uniform shorts but bloomers. Before the start of the club matches, Asia suddenly disappeared, and when he thought about it, she came back wearing them. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Naruto turned his head to Asia, then back to the pervert boy standing next to him. Senpai, can you see it? Issei turned to Naruto with tear-filled eyes. Oh, her white legs, her thighs. Man. She has nice legs like always. Oh, okay, the blonde sweated dropped, this boy was a true pervert. Naruto sometimes wondered what the special things that the former nun saw in him that made her fall so badly for him like this. Members of the Occult Research Club and the Baseball Club. Please gather at the gym. It's time, let's go everyone. Rias said, and all of them quickly followed their leaders. Well, everything actually turned out horribly for Issei. The members of the baseball club all aimed the balls at him and tried to eliminate him in the most painful ways possible. And everyone knew exactly why. Rias Gremory, one of the two great One-sama, the most popular school idol, couldn't aim for her, especially when Naruto Uzumaki was standing near. Akeno, one of the two great One-sama, the second most popular school idol, can't aim for her. Asia, the angel and the #1 beautiful girl of the second year, and also a blondie, can't aim for her. Kaneko, a lowly girl who was their school mascot. You'd feel bad if you hit her. Kiba, enemy of every male student in the school, but the girls will hate you if you hit him. Can't aim for him. Naruto, the most dangerous enemy of the male students, but absolutely do not aim at him, because with his skills he could easily catch the ball and send you to the ground with his strength. Not only that, Rias-sama and Akeno-sama and all the female students would hate you if you attack him and accidentally get a lucky shot that would eliminate him. And lastly, Issei Hayadu, the pervert, everyone thought, I don't understand why that guy belongs to the Occult Research Club. It's not a problem if you hit him. No, you have to hit him instead. Damn it. Die. Aim every ball at him. Headshot. Die you wild beast. Well, that's how it went. Kill Ice. Asia Kawayan. Bloomers are the best. I see, die. Please. Take Hayadu down. For Rias Onisama's sake. For Akeno Onisama's sake. And especially for Naruto-sama's sake. You have to bring Asia-san back to the good side. Die. Right. No, throw head on. You wouldn't have gotten killed if you didn't come out. Naruto actually felt bad for the boy, so he usually caught the ball in his hand and sent it back to the baseball club, but sometimes he let Issei have a taste of what it felt like to be a pervert boy that was hated by everyone. Shit. I don't care whether I get hated. You damn handsome piece of shit. A guy had so much hatred towards handsome guys that he aimed for Kiba instead of Issei. Naruto's eyes went wide when he saw Kiba was still spacing out, and immediately ran as fast as he could to help him, but Issei, being the one who was closer to Kiba than him, had jumped into action first and used his body to block the ball. What are you doing standing around? Smack. Naruto winced and felt bad for Issei. He got a direct hit between his legs, right where his family jewels were located. Rias caught the ball in her hand and sent Kaneko to drag the brunette out of the battlefield so Asia could heal him somewhere. In the end, it was a slaughter for the baseball club. Naruto, Rias and Akeno quickly took out every single one of them without breaking a sweat. Kaneko had returned shortly after that and helped them defeated the rest. At the end of the day, Occult Research Club was in the lead in every sport they participate in. Slap. There was a bitter sound which echoed along with the sound of the rain. Rias just slapped someone. It was Kiba. Naruto was standing near them, his back leaned to the wall of a building with a serious look on his face. His shining blue eyes were looking directly at the king and her knight. How is it? Did that wake you up? Rias was quite angry. For the ball tournament, the Occult Research Club got the first place. Even Issei and Asia had returned to help with the rest. But there was one person who didn't cooperate, and it was Kiba. He did contribute a couple of times, but he was doing nothing most of the time. Rias got angry at him a couple of times during the match, but he didn't seem to care at all. Even if he got slapped, Kiba still didn't make any expression, nor did he talk. Are you done now? The ball tournament has finished as well. We won't be practicing anymore, so can I take a rest until it's night time? I'm a bit tired, so I will take a break from the usual club activities. I'm sorry for my behavior today. Seems like I don't feel well today. Kiba said quietly and walked away in the rain. Issei quickly followed the knight, and Rias would have to, if not for Naruto appearing behind her and putting a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Don't, Rias-chan, let Issei take care of this matter. He said slowly, they are both your servants and comrades when in battle. And they are both men, I think letting Issei do this would be best. Rias looked at Naruto and nodded her head. The two of them quickly gathered their belonging and returned to their house. Rias-chan, what happened between Kiba and the holy swords? Rias looked at Naruto surprised, but then her eyes returned to normal but held the sadness behind it. Sooner or later, she knew he would ask her about this. Rias had seen how Naruto looked at Kiba with the worried looks lately. Naruto-kun, the truth is. Naruto kicked the door of the basement open and stepped into it, putting up a spell to prevent anyone that wanted to eavesdrop on him. The blonde-haired boy was really angry right now, the story Rias just told him. Naruto couldn't believe that had been done by a human being. No wonder why Kiba held so much hatred for it. Channeling his energy into the bracelet, but not to Rias, to another one he trusted. The crimson bracelet slowly changed its shape, crimson turned white and it elongated. Naruto-sama? A small and gentle voice came from in front of him together with a small light orb. The orb began to spin widely before expanding, spreading out everywhere inside the basement and slowly taking the shape of a beautiful blonde with 10 white wings flaring out of her back. Gabriel looked around with surprise on her face before looking at the white bracelet on her wrist. Her eyes widened, she remembered what Naruto had told her when he gave her this bracelet before returning to the underworld. Gabriel-chan, long time no see. Naruto smiled. No matter how much time he spent with Gabriel in heaven, her beauty always amazed him. Even though this was just her hologram, a special magic he had put inside the white bracelet for whenever he wanted to talk with her, the anger inside him quickly disappeared just by her appearance. Naruto-sama. Gabriel bowed her head to Naruto, making the blonde boy chuckle. She was too respectful for his liking, her status was higher than his after all. I hope you're doing well. Of course Gabriel-chan. His expression immediately changed, making the most beautiful angel's eyes turned wide in surprise. We'll play 20 questions later. Right now, I want to ask you something. Anything you want, Naruto-sama. Gabriel nodded her head. Something was really wrong with Naruto and she knew it. The blonde angel just hoped it was nothing involved the angels. Because of help from Naruto, the angels had begun to warm up to devils and rarely attack them nowadays. The Excalibur project, what do you know about it? Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begin. Chapter 10. Naruto was walking towards the Occult Research Club's clubroom while he was deep in thought. His mind was still reeling about his conversation with Gabriel. He was sure that something big is going to happen soon within this town, he could just feel it. Naruto thought about the Holy Sword project, and still couldn't believe what had happened to Kiba and his friends, his comrades. Gabriel had told him that it was just a self-acted from a priest and his small group, in hopes of finding the wielders of the legendary sword. Heaven knew nothing about this until the church reported them about the incident years ago. They had sent a group of priest and angel to the designated location where they found nothing but dead bodies of Kiba's friends. The one that supervised the project had promptly disappeared and still wasn't found. After he spoke with Gabriel and said his goodbyes to her, he returned to the kitchen only to find that Rias had disappeared to Hyudu residence because Issei had contacted her about 2 exorcists from the church that came to their house, and apparently one of them was Issei's childhood friend. Rias didn't came back until they had finished dinner and told him everything she knew about that too from the description that Issei told her. Asia also stated that they were carrying something really long with them and both were being wrapped inside of white cloths, and it brought an unpleasant feeling to her. Issei didn't see that sword so he couldn't feel anything from them so he just dismissed it as their personal things. But Naruto knew better, it wasn't just any ordinary holy items, it was a holy sword. Not only that, it was definitely one of the top 3 holy swords. Because he knew that only those 3 swords can bring such an unpleasant feelings towards devils, but Excalibur had been destroyed in the Great War, so the sword they carried must be Durandal the Aim no Murakumo no Tsuguri. Something's wrong was going around here. Despite the fact that he couldn't feel Gabriel's emotions, Naruto knew that she was worried about something, the way she spoke and the nervousness in her voice and her eyes. Naruto knew that she was hiding something. It made Naruto wondered what could happen that made Gabriel that worried, and considering her being the most carefree angel it was a bit alarming. This morning, Rias had received a request from the 2 exorcists from last night. They wanted to meet with the devil who owns this territory, so Rias would be the one to meet them, along with everyone on the Occult Research Club, her peerage also including Naruto. The meeting is going to start any minute from now. Naruto, who was currently standing in front of the clubroom, suddenly heard 2 familiar voices inside. He was sure that it definitely belonged to the 2 exorcists. Naruto concentrated and felt their magical signatures and sighed. He was very familiar with those 2 after all. What was those 2 doing here anyway? Naruto wondered to himself. He knew that both of them were strong in their own right, especially that emotionless girl, but wasn't it a bit too soon to send them on the mission like whatever the church had assigned them to? He had met them once before when Dulio led the 2 of them to heaven for a visit so that he could see the candidates with the most potential to join Michael's brave saint, the ace. Their loyalty towards God was very strong to the point that you could mistake it as obsession, especially the girl with chestnut-colored hair. She would call for him every 5 minutes, which brought him massive after massive headaches. Naruto guessed it was just a payback made by Dulio for making him training non-stop. But still, if those two were here then trouble will be too, since he knew that wherever those two goes, they always attracts troubles. Sighing, Naruto knocked on the door a few times before opening it. Just like he thought, Rias's peerage was standing behind her. She was currently sitting on a couch while Akeno was making teas and cookies for the guests. Opposite from them was the two exorcists. The last time he met them, they were still a tad bit younger and less developed, but it looked like they had come a long way since then, in more ways than one. The first one was a young woman with chin-length blue hair with a green fringe on the right side, and she had brown eyes. She was wearing a church battle suit, which consists of a black, skin-tight, short-sleeved unitard with pauldrons, matching fingerless gloves that extend to her biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which are adorned with straps. This is the attire was usually worn under a white hooded cloak with gold and blue accents. She also wears a crucifix around her neck. The second guest was also a young woman with long, light brown hair with violet eyes. Her hair was tied into twin-side ponytails, each held with a blue scrunchie. She also wore the standard church battle attire, same as the blue hair girl but with some difference here and there. They were none other than Zenovia and Irina Shido. Both of them had grown up so much over 2 years that he almost didn't recognize them. If it weren't for their signatures, he couldn't help but admire them both, seeing that they had grown more beautiful than the last time he seen them. The devils inside the room took notice of him before turning back to the guests, while Rias gave him a slight nod. While both of the girls turned their head around to see the one who just entered the room, and their eyes turned wide and mouth dropped to the ground in shock. Vuvuvuha. Irina pointed her shaking finger at Naruto. She was in so much shock that she almost jumped out of the couch. Why hello there, Zenovia-chan, Irina-chan, missed me already, he chuckled, making the members of the Occult Research Club's eyes turned wide in surprise. They didn't know that Naruto knew these exorcists. But before anyone could react, Zenovia had pulled her Excalibur out of her clothes while Irina brought out some kind of cloth and changed it to a long katana and attacked Naruto. He sighed lazily. After all, the last time they met, he left them both lying flat on the ground when he revealed to them that he was a devil. Both girls tried to attack him, but he retaliates, seeing that those dangerous holy artifacts can hurt him pretty bad. While Duilo was only laughing at him, he bastard even busted a guy when Naruto screamed to the lazy angel for help. He didn't want to hurt these girls much, and he knows that only Dooley was the only one that could calm them down, and all he did was laugh at him, which annoyed him to no end. Naruto looked at the sword they was holding and realized it wasn't Durandal nor Aim no Tsuguri no Murakumo, but it still hold the purifying attributes of a holy sword. So far he only knew one sword that could release this much light power, and it was Excalibur. The archangels must created these swords by using the fragments of Excalibur. That must be why Gabriel was so nervous when he asked her about the Excalibur. With their current skill and power, he could block them easily, but would get a nasty wound if he used his hand. Summoning his triprongs kunai in both hands, Naruto used it to block the incoming blade of Excalibur. Nothing really happened the moment Irina's sword met the blade of his kunai. Naruto held his left hand firmly like the force of the attack was nothing to him, but when Zenovia's sword met his kunai, his eyes widened because his kunai began to crack. It seems that her strike had so much force that the kunai was going to shattered easily like this, and he was sure that as strong as he might be, there is still a fact that the holy sword could seriously hurt him, so with no other choice left, he channeled his magical energy into the blade, creating a thin blue light that covered the prongs, which immediately strengthened the metal, stopping the power behind the blue-haired girl's sword. However, Naruto didn't expect his magical power to be purified by that Excalibur. He couldn't help but continued to release his magical energy more. Rias would definitely kill him if he let that blade touch his skin. Seeing the two suddenly attack Naruto, Rias and her peerage instantly went into their respective battle stance. They were ready to attach, and by the looks of it Kiba wished nothing but to destroy them, but Naruto's clone appeared in front of them and held out his hand to prevent them from doing anything rash. "What are you doing here?" Zenovia gritted her teeth while still trying to push the blade further into Naruto's kunai. She had seen it cracked a little under the power of Excalibur destruction, but that blue light had somehow made the kunai's metal strengthen. Zenovia could feel her sword was destroying his power, but that energy was still coming out nonstop. The last time she and Irina saw this blonde, he had let them whimpering on the ground. While he didn't break anything aside their prides, it took them a day to completely recover. The first thing they wanted to do when they received these Excalibur was find the blonde and make him suffer the same fate like what he did to them 2 years ago. It could be worse if possible. But mission was mission. They would have to do this for the church first and need to be still alive to find him later. This won't be like last time, Naruto-senpai. We will defeat you. Irina swung her sword again, but Naruto crouched down to avoid the swing and caught her hand. And it's nice to see you too, he grinned and disappeared in a flash of yellow, only to reappear behind them. Naruto threw the kunai to the ground and caught their neck in his hand, pushed them hard into the wall. The impact knocked the wind out of them, thus they dropped their respective swords to the ground while their body created a spiderweb crater on the wall. Will you two calm down now? Release us now. Zenovia tried to struggle, but he was too strong. Not if you say please, he stated teasingly. Zenovia was a strong swordswoman, but she was nothing like Kiba in battle. Zenovia was a bit arrogant, stubborn, and rarely using her head and attempting to overwhelm her opponents with pure power and strength instead of subtlety or skill. Her master, after all, was Griselda Corda, Gabriel's queen, who the later had happily introduced the kind woman to Naruto. Griselda was the only one that could make Zenovia scared just by her appearance after all. Okay, please Naruto-senpai. Despite her comrade action, Irina had a bit more sense to know that even if the both of them combined their strength they still wouldn't be able to do anything to the blonde that was holding their neck, so if they wanted to get out of this situation, the only option was doing like what he said. The moment those words left her mouth, Naruto instantly released the both of them, making the two girls from the church fell to the ground, but quickly gathered their courage and picked up their swords, but did not try to attack Naruto again. They would let him be at least for now. Wow, you two look a bit older than I remembered. Naruto chuckled while Zenovia's eyebrows twitched violently. And it's look like you have cut your hair, Zenovia-chan, it suit you well. Enough talk, we out of here, Irina. Zenovia scolded and tried to leave, but found herself stuck and she could not open the door at all. Nah, you won't leave until you two tell us what happened. By the look of it, I think the meeting will start now, he said, smiling at them both. Or you two wants to fight to find the way out of this room? Naruto cracked his knuckles, making both of them took a step back fearfully. Zenovia looked like she wanted to argue. She knew that she had to finish this meeting quickly so she could continue her mission. Before we start, care to explain why you two know each other? Rias asked. She felt a very unpleasant feeling bubbling inside her chest. The crimson-haired heiress just found out that Naruto knew these girls that came from the church, and that didn't please her at all. Even though they tried to kill him the first time they saw him, this was the evident for the fact that he had met a lot of girls over 2 years of his stay in heaven. And what if he had met Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in heaven, the one that Serafall Leviathan considered a rival? What if she becomes attracted to him? She already have Grefia as a rival, she doesn't want an angel to add to that. Little did she know that how right and wrong she was. Well, they used to come to heaven once before. He looked at the two girls who was sitting opposite of him. They were currently sipping the teas Akeno made for them and attacked me when they found out that I was a devil with those crazy holy artifact. Naruto chuckled at the memories. I couldn't blame them at all. Rias said, smiling and a little relieved that Naruto didn't regard them in any special way. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto glared at his childhood friend, who just smiled while shaking her head. He looked at her for a moment before turning back towards the duo. So, can you tell us why you are here? Get straight to the point, I like that. Zenovia said calmly before nodding her head at her friend. Recently the holy swords Excaliburs that were kept by the Catholic Church headquarter, Vatican, Protestant Church, and Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen. Excalibur itself doesn't exist. Rias said firmly. Naruto looked at the sword that was being wrapped in white cloth again and the cloth that Irina was holding. I'm sorry. One of my servants recently became a devil, so can we continue this conversation while explaining about Excalibur? Irina nodded at Rias's request and looked at Issei, the most confused person that was standing inside the clubroom at the moment. Ikuin. The sword Excalibur was the legendary holy sword, but it was destroyed during the war a long time ago. Though sword, it had a part of the original Excalibur, isn't it? Naruto suddenly asked, making Rias's peerage's eyes turned wide. Yes, now it looks like this. Zenovia brought the sword out again, but this time with no intention of attacking Naruto. This is Excalibur. Everyone suddenly shivered, especially the newborn devil like Issei and Asia. They still couldn't forget the feeling they gotten a few minutes ago when they attacked Naruto with those sword. The sword Excalibur was shattered into pieces during the war a long time ago. The fragments were collected and turned into a new form by alchemy. It was made into 7 swords. This is one of them. The Excalibur I hold is Excalibur Destruction. It's one of the 7 holy swords that were created. The Catholic Church is in control of it. So that's why that sword managed to shatter the blade of my kunai easily. Naruto nodded his head. Not only they had separated Excalibur, they also made each of the 7 Excalibur held a power of the original. Mine is Excalibur Mimic. I can change its shape into anything I want, so it's easy to carry around. Just like this, each Excalibur has its unique ability. This one is in the possession of the Protestant Church. The cloth that Irina was holding began to move as if it was alive, and the shape of the katana that the chestnut-haired girl used to attack Naruto transformed. The blonde chuckled when she said it with so much pride in her voice. This sword definitely held the power that could take any shape the welder wanted. Irina. There's no reason to tell these devils the ability of Excalibur, is there? Zenovia looked at her friend. Zenovia. Even if they are devils, we still have to form a trustworthy relationship with them in this situation. Also, even if my sword's ability is revealed, I won't fall behind all the devils here. Well, except for Naruto-senpai. She chuckled nervously. It was the truth. Even if she mastered all the power of Excalibur, she really doubt that she hold a candle against him. Griselda had told them that Naruto's power was above Dulio at his fullest, the current strongest exorcist. Naruto shook his head and glanced at Kiba. He was glaring at the Excaliburs that the two women held. In fact, he was looking in it with so much hatred that surprised Naruto greatly. Yet he knew that he couldn't blame the knight at all. Naruto would be exactly like him if he was in the same shoe as Kiba, who holds a grudge against Excalibur. Kiba probably never thought that he would encounter the Excaliburs here, and now it was right here in front of him. The boy must have been going crazy. He would need to control this situation before a battle could break out. So what does the stolen Excaliburs have to do with this country located in the east of the world? Rias continued to talk with the same attitude. She knew she needed to be strong and wasn't backing down even if the person in front of her was an Excalibur user. It was different than the last time. Naruto was right beside her, and she wanted him to know that she had grown up and became stronger than before. She wants him to see that she could held her ground in a situation like this. The Catholic Church was in possession of 2 Excaliburs, including mine. The Protestant Church also had 2. Also in the Eastern Orthodox Church there were 2 as well. The last one went missing in the previous war between God, devils, and fallen angels. 1 Excalibur was stolen from each church. The ones that stole them escaped to Japan, and brought them to this town. Talking about Japan, Naruto always wondered of all the places in the world why is it had to be Japan who always gets in trouble that include supernaturals. It was as if it had a magnet that attracts trouble here. It looks like my territory is full of incidents. So who stole the Excaliburs? Rias asked with a frown. The ones that stole them were the Grigori. Naruto's and everyone's eyes widened in surprise at the answer. Looks like Naruto needed to talk with Azazel about this when he got home. If the Grigori was responsible for this, then it could be self-acted like Rainier and her crew. But Naruto had made sure that the carefree boss of Grigori controlled his fallen angels better this time, and Azazel himself couldn't be the one that stole the sword. Barakiel or Shimazai wouldn't either. So there only one person he could think of behind this accident. The holy swords were taken by the fallen angel organization? It's not a matter of mistake. But certainly it would be the fallen angels when it comes to stealing them. For the devils working at the top, holy swords does not give them much interest. We know the main culprit who stole the Excaliburs, one of the leaders of Grigori, Kokabiel. Bingo, Naruto thought to himself, that crazy fallen angel was definitely behind all this. It looked like a huge battle was coming if someone like him was here. Naruto just hoped that there wouldn't be deep meaning behind all this. The blonde looked at Akeno. The daughter of Barakiel was gripping the tray in her hands tightly. When it came to fallen angels, she was always like this. Naruto better find some way to clear the grudge between her and her father, or else her hatred toward fallen angels could clouded her better judgment, which might tempt her to do something drastic which could hurt herself afterwards. Kokabiel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels that survived the previous wars since ancient times. I never expected to hear the name of the one that appears in the Bible. Rias also smirked at the name. We sent priests and exorcists to this town secretly, but they kept getting killed. Zenovia said with a sad face, but instantly returned to her normal calm and emotionless one. Our request. No. Our order is to not to have any devils intrude in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excalibur. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with this incident. Rias's eyes changed after hearing the way Zenovia talked. Such manner behind that speech of you, Zenovia-san. Is it restraint? Are you thinking that we might collaborate with those fallen angels? Perhaps that we might team up with them to do something about Excalibur? The headquarters think that it might not be impossible. Rias was quite angry. An enemy comes all the way to her territory, then told her not to be involved and not to butt in. They also said whatever they wanted to by saying that they would not forgive them if they formed an alliance with the fallen angels. Rias's pride as a high-class devil wouldn't allow her to keep quiet about it. The higher-ups don't trust devils and fallen angels. We were ordered as, if the holy swords are taken away from God's side, then the devils would also be happy, right? The fallen angels would also profit from it. For those reasons alone, it won't be weird for them to form an alliance. That's why we are giving you a warning. If you form an alliance with the fallen angel Kokabiel, then we will eliminate you all. Even if you're the little sister of Mao, by our boss. Zenovia then looked at Naruto. They also said that we might meet a special case when we got here, and I am very surprised to say it was you Naruto Uzumaki, but I will tell you this, do not interfere or else we will go all out against you. Zenovia said it seriously without caring about Rias's, Akeno, and Kaniko's glare. But Naruto just sat still while looking at both of them with his unusual emotionless face. If you know that I am the sister of a Mao, then it means that you have lots of connections with the higher-ups in the church. Then I will say it. We will not form an alliance with the fallen angels. Never, in the name of the Gremory House. I will not do something that would tarnish the name of our Mao. It had become a contentious situation for both sides. But Zenovia just laughed at her. Phew. Hearing that is good enough. I had to warn you just in case that Kokabiel is hiding himself in this town along with the 3 Excaliburs. If something were to happen, I would be the one to be hated by the bunch in the church headquarters. Well, we won't ask for cooperation. If you were to form an alliance with God's side temporarily, then it would affect the balance of the 3 factions. Especially if it's the little sister of a Mao. And please don't forget that I had stayed on heaven for 2 years, Zenovia-chan, and made friend with a lot of them. Naruto suddenly said with a serious tone, this might be not my problem to begin with, but my friend's problem was my problem. If the Seraph wanted to, I could take all those Excaliburs back to them, but no promise about Kokabiel. Zenovia and Irina stood silent with their eyes turned wide in shock. Naruto was strong, really strong, and if he could defeat the strongest exorcist without going all out against him, then that mean he could defeat Kokabiel for them. But an order was an order, they couldn't let any devil interfere in this matter. They had heard from Griselda that of all the being that is living, Naruto Uzumaki was the one that hold the connection between the leaders of 3 faction. He was a member of Serzex Lucifer's peerage, and good friend with the leader of the Archangel Michael and his sister Gabriel. He also had gone fishing with the Governor-General of Grigori some time before. Such important person like him shouldn't exist to begin with. Naruto could be the key to the peace between 3 faction and could bring a new era to the world, so the one that wanted another great war probably wanted his head. Seeing the high tension in the room, Rias decided to be the one that broke the silence between both sides. She looked at Zenovia and asked carefully. Where is the person the Orthodox Church dispatched? They have that person put on hold for this case. They are planning to protect the last Excalibur if Irina and I fail. Zenovia answered Rias's question. So it's just the 2 of you? You are going to retrieve the Excaliburs from the leader of the fallen angel with just the 2 of you? How reckless. You will still go even if you knew that you could die during this mission? Naruto asked slowly. By the look on their faces and their emotions, he knew the answer for his question. Yes. Irina said it with a straight face. I have the same view as Irina, but if it's possible I don't want to die. Zenovia nodded her head. You came here to Japan prepared to die? The belief in your teaching is extreme like always. Rias chuckled at the 2 girls. She didn't know what they had been taught, but it always brought amazement to her each time she met an exorcist from the church. Don't talk ill of our beliefs, Rias Gremory. Right, Zenovia? Right. Also the church decided that it would be better to eliminate all of the Excaliburs rather than letting them get used by the fallen angels. Our minimum objective is to get the Excaliburs away from the fallen angels. To accomplish that, it's okay for us to die. The only way to fight against the Excalibur are Excalibur. Is it possible with only the 2 of you? Well, we won't die in vain. Naruto sighed longingly at the fearlessness in their voice. It was good to be courageous like that, but it was stupidity if they are willing to throw away their lives that easy. You seem confident. Do you have a secret weapon? Rias asked. These girls were ticking her off more and more with each speech. Maybe. I will leave it to your imagination. After that, the 2 of them just stared at each other and the conversation stopped. Irina and Zenovia looked at each other and stood up. Then we will take our leave now. Let's go, Irina. So you won't drink your tea? I can prepare a snack for you. Rias smiled at them. I don't need it. Zenovia declined. I'm sorry. See you. Irina also apologized with her hand. They didn't accept Rias' offer, as when the 2 of them tried to leave they both suddenly stopped and looked in the same direction as Asia. When I saw you in Hayadu Issei's house I thought that maybe it was you. Are you the witch Asia Argento? I never expected to meet you in a place like this. Naruto's eyes suddenly turned cold at the tone they were using to talk with Asia and the way she had called the former nun a witch. Naruto just got to know Asia recently and really liked the innocent girl. Asia's body shook after she was called witch. Irina seemed like she noticed as well and stared at Asia. Are you the rumored witch? The former holy maiden? You are said to have the power that can also heal devils and fallen angels, right? I heard that you were sent somewhere in Japan after getting exiled, but I never thought you became a devil. Asia didn't know how to react to Irina and Zenovia. It's okay. I won't tell the higher-ups what I saw here, so rest assured. People who were around the Holy Maiden Asia will also get shocked as well. Asia made a perplexed expression at Irina's words. But to become a devil. The one who was called a Holy Maiden. You fell to the lowest place you could. Do you still believe in our God? Zenovia. There's no way that she, who became a devil, still believes in God. Shidu Irina said it with an amazed face. No, I can smell the belief from her. It might be an abstract way of saying it. But I'm sensitive to these things. There are people who betray the teachings and still have guilt within them because they couldn't forget the teachings. I can feel something similar coming from her. Zenovia said it with sharp eyes and Irina stared at Asia even more with interest than before. Is that true? Asia-san, you still believe in God even if you have turned into a devil? I just can't put it aside. I believed in it for my whole life. Asia replied to that question with a sad expression. Naruto nodded his head. Asia was more than he gave credit for. Hearing that, Zenovia took her sword out from the cloth and pointed it at Asia. Is that so? Then you should be cut down by us this instant. If it's now, I can cut you in the name of God. Even if you have sin, our God will forgive you. Zenovia approached Asia. Issei stood in front of Asia to protect her, but before he could do anything, Naruto appeared in front of them and gripped the tip of Excalibur Destruction in his hand tightly. His palm began to smoke and blood dripped down to the ground, much to everyone's shock and Zenovia's amazement. She could believe in anyone if she wanted to. Naruto said coldly, his eyes flicked between blue to crimson blood with slitted pupils. If you dare to touch her, I will break every single bones in your body and send you back to the church you're working for before you two could fulfill your suicide mission, got it? Naruto said it clearly to Zenovia with so much killing intent that made the blue-haired girls nearly fell to the ground and faint right there. Irina paled controllably and pulled her friend back. Naruto released his grip on her Excalibur, where his palm instantly healed back to normal even though it still really hurt with nearly a half of his energy being sucked out of the wound, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Let's go Zenovia. Irina said quickly, we done here. She and Zenovia tried to leave. Wait. Kiba muttered quietly and created numerous demonic swords to block their path. I won't let you leave here like that, Kiba said with a murderous glare, but not at Irina or Zenovia, it was directly at those Excalibur they were holding. Who are you? Zenovia asked with a slight glare, even though she was still being affected by Naruto's killing intent, but facing a devil like this, it wasn't too much a problem for her. I'm your senpai. Kiba created a demonic sword in his hand, though I apparently was a failure. Naruto was standing inside the shower while letting the water flow freely down his face to his body. The blonde had hoped that he could enjoy the high school life freely without worrying about anything, but he guessed he was dead wrong and troubles always found some way to make his life difficult. Kiba had challenged Zenovia and Irina, and they had accepted it. Issei had joined after the night because he couldn't let the one that badmouthed Asia get away like that. So the two servants of Rias Gremory had fought the two Excalibur welder of the church. At first, Kiba held his ground against Zenovia pretty much and fought her without troubles, but the hatred toward Excalibur made the blonde knight clouded his movement and had been easily defeated by Zenovia after that. Issei, the first time in his life Naruto had seen that pervert boy in real action, and it looks like's perverted and lecherous thought make him stronger. As he tried to use dress break to remove Irina's clothes, he had tried, but Irina also tried to run away and the pervert had ran after her. Irina had jumped away at the last second and Issei would have removed Kaniko's and Asia's clothes if not for Naruto replaced them with the wooden logs, saving both of them from the same fate the girls of his peerage have to suffer during Rias's raiding game against Riser. The white-haired rook had punished him by punching him to the sky before Naruto could do anything to the pervert boy for using dirty trick. Dress break might be really useful against females, but Naruto couldn't stand there watching Issei use something like that on the girls. Well, better talk to him about his training. He couldn't use that kind of power each time he faced against the girls. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the door of the bathroom opened and a naked figure stepped inside the bathroom and touched his shoulder lightly. Naruto jumped in surprise at the sudden contact and turned around with his kunai in his hand, but before it could reach its destination, a thin ice covered the Triprong's kunai and broke it into pieces. The piece fell to the ground and let the water wash it away. Naruto's eyes turned wide in shock at the person standing right in front of him. He was so shocked that he dropped the handle to the ground and took a few steps back until his back had touched the cold wall of the room. Grefia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld, was standing there in front of him, as naked as the day she was born. Her hair had been pulled into a small bun on top of her head, but still let her bangs that framed her beautiful face and the longer bangs at each side of her head fell out freely. Gone was the emotionless expression in her eyes, it was replaced by the warmth and gentleness he had never seen before. Part of him wanted the others to save him now, but a part of him knew, from experience, that it would be a mess and chaos would break out inside of his mansion if the other girls found out. Rias, because of her overprotective nature towards Naruto, Akeno would join them for her fun and tease them a lot. Ravel would act like an Ujusama and will berate him about his modesty and asked how could he do that when they have been engaged to each other. The three of them will probably attack Grefia after that, which the strongest queen wouldn't hold back and could definitely beat them easily. Every other option, the most possible one, was letting her stay in this bathroom and hope that he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of her. The worst could happen, which include losing control of his body and urge and make her freeze him into an iceberg for the rest of his life. Grefia, he asked the only question he got at the moment, what are you doing here? Let's me wash your back for you, Naruto-sama, she smiled, looking deep into his azure eyes. She didn't want to make him uncomfortable, it wasn't always she had this kind of opportunities to have some alone time with him. Naruto looked at Grefia and didn't have anything against that idea, plus he knew that she wouldn't change her mind if he said no, or doing something unlike the way he is, and that was giving her an order that would make her left this room immediately. So, for the next few minutes Naruto just turned his body around and let Grefia wash his back for him. He actually enjoyed the way her soft and gentle hands caress his back. Meanwhile, Grefia was enjoying every bit of it, how her hands roamed around his toned back. She was glad that she was making him felt good just by washing his back. She knew that she was the first one to see Naruto naked like this and actually touched him, not like the methods the other girls had used to gain his attention. Grefia couldn't help but drink in the sight of Naruto's body, the hardness of his muscle. She was quite surprised when she found no scar on his body despite the hard training he spent with her fellow members in Surzex's peerage, and who knew how much training and fight he gotten himself into during his stay in heaven. She guessed his healing power had helped him a lot about wounds and injuries. He have a healing factor as strong as the Phoenix clan after all. But her eyes turned wide when she saw it, a fist-sized scar at the middle of his back, just slightly above his heart. She nearly gasped out in shock and stopped her hands for a second before continuing her job. She wondered what could happen that make him have a scar like this, and by the look of it, something as the size of a fist have pierced through his chest and gone all the way through his back, just above his heart. She filed that info for later. Grefia decided to break the silence between them. I have heard about the meeting and everything, do you want me to report this to Surzex-sama? She knew that she was a servant of Surzex Lucifer, but he had personally assigned her to be Naruto's personal maid, which means she have to follow Naruto's orders and asked first before she decide to do any important matters such as this. No, Grefia, as far as the situation have gone, Kokabiel and who know how many friends he have, he didn't do anything to our devils yet, nothing is serious, for now at least. Naruto said, so I guessed we should take care of this matter by ourselves before anything bad happened to the church side and fallen angel side. A sudden act could be the start of another war, and I am sure Surzex wouldn't want that. He knew that Grefia clearly understood this, so he just needed to tell shortly like that, just like what he had said to Rias before they got home. Very well, Naruto-sama. Grefia nodded her head. She took the shower in her hand and washed the soap and cleansed his back. There, everything done now, Naruto-sama. Thank you, Grefia. Naruto smiled. He couldn't help but wondered how many men Grefia had given this wonderful feeling to, but decided to wash that question out of his head. She is a woman that probably 10 times older than him, she could do whatever she wanted to. Nei-san, could you turn around? I don't want to. Don't worry, Naruto-sama, Grefia smiled, using a hand to hide her giggle. Actually, I'm hoping that you could return the favor, Naruto-sama. The way she used his name made Naruto nearly snapped. Well, I don't think. So, you don't want touching them? She teased, folding her arms under her breast and made it look even bigger. Naruto gulped nervously. Why did he have to live in a mansion full of girls like this? He expected Akeno to do something like this, but not her, since Grefia's personality was much more matured than the other. She wouldn't get into this kind of thing, but he guessed he was dead wrong. Making up his mind, Naruto's eyes darkened a burr. Alright, woman, turned around and let's get this over with. Naruto pointed his hand to his self-proclaimed personal maid. Grefia laughed and turned around, showing Naruto her smooth back. He had never done this before, so Naruto guessed he could just do exactly what Grefia did for him. Naruto gently traced his hands on Grefia's shoulder blade and made it way to her hip. A light moan escaped Grefia's lips, before the door of the bathroom suddenly opened again, but this time a little forcefully. The strongest queen cursed out in her head when she forgot to put some sealing magic into the door, so the three of them couldn't enter without her knowing. Being the one who was facing the door, Grefia stood firm and folded her arms under her breast. The usual stoic expression returned to her face and her eyes. Even though it didn't show any emotion, it could only described at the eyes of a predator. There, standing outside the bathroom was Rias, Akeno and Ravel, who was looking at the two older she-devils with a nervous expression on her face. Rias was looking at Grefia with an annoyed look. Her crimson aura covered her body while Akeno was still smiling, but the look in her eyes, the only thing that could outmatch her right now was Grefia's glare. "What do you three think you're doing?" Grefia turned around and saw Naruto wasn't there anymore. She smiled slightly when she felt his magical signature just below her, right at the indoor bath of the first basement. He must use that technique of him and teleport there to prevent any misunderstanding between these three jealous girls, especially Rias, from going crazy and fight her just like how they fought each other, which the result probably settled. "I mean, I'm taking a bath, want to join?" Tomorrow was her day off, and tomorrow she would make the first real move on Naruto. No one would prevent her from doing that, not even Rias, or one of the leaders of Fallen Angel who was running around this town. Rias's eye widened in surprise when she saw only Grefia was standing inside of the bathroom. She had seen Grefia walked into the bathroom when Naruto was still in there. But the moment she opened the door, she had though her childhood friend hid himself behind his personal maid, by after a few seconds to get away from her wrath, but to her surprise she only seen Grefia there and no Naruto. "Oh, I'm sorry Grefia, it's just a misunderstanding, that all," she laughed nervously when she saw the water was freezing in front of her and a creepy silver aura was slowly covering Grefia's attractive body. The crimson-haired heiress of the Gremory clan quickly pulled Akeno and Ravel and herself away from the strongest queen as far as possible before Grefia could make them bath in their own blood. "Ah, Rias-chan, everyone," Naruto smiled when he saw Rias, who was holding Akeno's and Ravel's wrist, ran past him and stopped instantly when she heard his voice. "What happened that make you three run like that?" Naruto asked confusedly, but still kept the smile on his face. When the door opened, Naruto had teleported himself into the indoor bath at the first basement, where he had put a few clothes there if he wanted a bath after training. All around this mansion, Naruto had left the marks so that he could teleport in whichever room he wanted to, and couldn't help but admitted how clever he was. His favorite and signature technique had saved him this time. Nothing. Rias laughed nervously and turned to the other, "Right guys? Era, it's nothing you should worry about Naruto-sama." Akeno nodded her head. "That's right, let's go to the kitchen Naruto-sama, we have prepared your favorite meals for you," Ravel said and pulled Naruto to the kitchen. Rias and Akeno quickly followed behind them. What the group didn't saw was Grefia was standing behind them with her back leaning against the wall while folding her arms across her chest, a satisfied smirk on her face. Tomorrow, and if nothing happened, she would show the other what a full matured woman could do, and Naruto would be hers and hers alone. "Well, if something happened, call me immediately, okay?" Naruto said to Rias. It was weekend and he had to go to the underworld and keep his promise to his peerage after all. Breaking a promise would be the last thing he ever want to do. "Okay, be careful with them, would you?" Rias nodded her head. She was tad bit sad that Naruto would have to go to the underworld and visit his peerage, especially when they had begun to develop feelings for him. He won't return until midnight, so she wouldn't be able to spend much time with him till tomorrow morning. "Good luck to your trip, Naruto-sama." Akeno bowed her head low and smiled to him. "You too, Ravel-sama." Since Ravel is a part of his peerage and his manager, she would have to come along with him too. Naruto didn't mind someone who is a natural-born assistant like Ravel following him. "Thank you, Akeno-san." Ravel smiled to Rias Queen. "Huh? Have anyone seen Grefia? I didn't see her this morning?" Naruto looked around his mansion while trying to locate Grefia's signature and found out she was hiding her magical energy or have gone to another realm, which probably underworld. Today was her day off, so he guessed she just returned to the underworld and currently enjoying her day there. Surzek said Grefia was a member of a dating site on the underworld internet and she usually dated a lot of guy when she had free time or not in her duty, but all of them always wet themselves just by looking at her, or too scared to find out that his date was the famous strongest queen of underworld. It was actually shocking that someone like Grefia Lucifuge would be a member of that website, and actually a super popular one despite the fact she never used her real name and pictures. I guess she returned to her house, I think. Rias said unsurely. Grefia had disappeared this morning and no one could find her. "Oh well, let's go, Ravel." Naruto shook his head and brought out his hand for Ravel. He was going to teleport straight to Gremory Castle using Hiroshin, that's what Kurama told him. The only daughter of Phoenix clan gratefully took his hand and both of them disappeared in a flash of yellow. Naruto reappeared in the middle of the massive living room of Gremory clan and was quickly tackled to the ground by the energetic green hair twins. The others quickly rushed to him, seeing their master finally came to them, just like what he promised. Naruto-sama. You came. Lee and Nell shouted out happily while pressing their petite body to him, their small arms squeezing his neck tightly. Lee-chan, Nell-chan, please release me. Naruto smiled nervously and stood up. The two chainsaw girls quickly released him and let the others greet him. The bomb queen stepped up in front of him with a smile on her face. Naruto-sama, Ravel-sama, it's good to see you again. Yubaluna bowed her head low at Naruto and Ravel, the other quickly followed. Hey there Yubaluna-chan, everyone. Naruto grinned brightly at them, I hoped all of you was doing well. Of course Naruto-sama, Carmine said, we do the normal devil job just like everyone while training our best just like how you told us. But I gotta say, Yubaluna smiled seductively and scooped closer to Naruto, which made a tick mark to appear on Ravel's forehead. It's pretty lonely without our master around us, are you to-sama? Naruto gulped. In term of seduction, Yubaluna was just like Akeno, but he was sure that Yubaluna was actually trying to seduce him, not some teasing like Akeno. And to his delight, his rescue came when the door of the living room being suddenly opened. Naruto grinned brightly and turned his head to the person that was stepping inside, thinking that it would be Lord Gremory or Venelana. He was hoping that he could talk to them about his mansion. But the sound of unfamiliar high heels made his eyes turn wide. His jaw dropped when he saw the one that was walking towards him with a confident expression on her face. His peerage's eyes widened in shock and their mouth dropped wide open, some of them even blushed furiously seeing the living legend in front of them, the main female character of the most popular love story in the history of Devil, even if it didn't turn out well in the end. Naruto looked at the woman and almost didn't recognize her. The woman had bright silver hair that flowed down her back like a waterfall. She didn't wear any makeup, but her face was breathtakingly beautiful. The usual French-maid outfit was gone and had been replaced by the clothes that looked like they made from an extremely fine silk. She was wearing a black shirt with yellow trims at each side. The shirt hugged her body perfectly while parting aside at the lower part, exposing her midriff, making her extremely sexy yet elegant at the same time. Around her neck and shoulder was a long, light green scarf made from light material, which reached all the way down to her hip. The way her jeans hugged her hip, showing her sexy and mile-long legs nearly make Naruto drool. He certainly would if he didn't have any self-control at all, that is. Grefia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld, former Surzex Lucifer's personal maid, currently Uzumaki Mansion, and Naruto Uzumaki's personal maid was walking straight at him, her appearance looking exactly like every bits of her title, a queen. GG Grefia. Naruto shuddered. The second time in just 2 days, he found it hard to speak her name when she was near. The maid he had known since 6 years ago was gone and were replaced by the real Grefia Lucifuge, a fully grown woman that could only be described as one of the most beautiful women he ever seen. It's Grefia-sama, he heard Cirrus muttered behind him. I never saw her like this before. She is so beautiful, Marion mumbled quietly. Naruto Uzumaki-kun. Grefia stopped in front of him and said, there was the lack of sama in his name, and Naruto found it oddly empty after a week of being called like that, but this was Grefia's day off, and she was out of duty as a maid for the moment. She could call him whatever she wanted to. Yagis. Naruto smiled nervously. Please have a date with me. How did everything turn out like this? Naruto asked himself while waiting beside Grefia at the gate of the Gremory castle with a nervous expression on his face. He could felt a lot of magical signatures behind them, and knew that his peerage was stalking them. He had to admit, they hid theirself pretty good. It's just that he could sense magical energy better than most devils, so it wasn't that hard to know they were stalking him. The bottle that contained Ravel's tears that is in his pocket, which he always carried with him, was releasing an extreme heat. It was like Ravel herself was really angry right now. He had to put it away into his pocket dimension before it could burn a hole through his clothes. Everyone on the street was looking at him and Grefia with wide eyes. They had heard about Naruto Uzumaki, the pawn of Surzex Lucifer who crashed the engagement party between two high-class clans to save his childhood friend, who is the famous Crimson Hair Princess of Gremory clan, Rias Gremory. His action had created another romantic story that became quite popular lately, a relationship between servant and princess, and Naruto had become well known among the devil society, especially to the young female devils. And Grefia, she was just that popular and her beauty alone was outstanding. Let's just leave it at that. It's here. Grefia smiled and pulled Naruto's hand with her to the high-class limo that just arrived at the gate of the Gremory castle. Naruto's mind was working non-stop on how would he make this day perfect for her. This was the first date in his life, and Naruto was completely oblivious of how should he take a girl on a date. He could improvise if he was dating a young, teenager girl like Rias or Akeno. However, Grefia was a full-grown and matured woman. He couldn't take her to an ice cream shop or shopping together just like a normal teenager couple did. The elegant limo in front of him proved that this date wouldn't be a normal date at all. They stepped inside the limo and the driver immediately drove away. She had been prepared for this, Naruto thought inside his head when he saw the look on Grefia's face. Not only that, she had experience, something he didn't have at all. Suddenly, the door to the passenger seat and the driver's seat closed. When Naruto began to wonder what happened, Grefia suddenly climbed onto his lap and sat there, her arms linked with each other behind his neck. Naruto-kun. She breathed slowly and closed the distance between their face. Naruto's eyes opened wide in shock when he felt Grefia's lips press onto him. Wait, Grefia-ne. Naruto yelled out inside his head, but his mouth didn't obey him anymore. It's just stay there enjoying the incredible feeling of Grefia's lips. The bijou was roaring in laughter, and Naruto quickly closed the link between his mind and them. He needs some alone time now, isn't it a bit too fast? The kiss was supposed to be at the end of the date, isn't it? Grefia suddenly deepened the kiss between them. She let her tongue made its way into Naruto's mouth, exploring every bit of the place she would enjoy every day in the future. Grefia smirked when she felt he was kissing her back and their tongue battle each other for the domination. But Grefia was the one who was losing the game, and this time, Naruto was the one who exposed her, and she loved every moment of it. After finishing with Surzex, all the man she had dated always wet themselves the moment they found out who she was, but all in all, she was very thankful that she had been dating before. It gave her the experience she needed for Naruto. There's no doubt about it, she had fallen for him too deeply now and there is no turning back. Grefia's eyes suddenly opened when she felt Naruto grab her hips and pulled her closer to him, but she closed her eyes when she found herself enjoyed the feeling of Naruto's hand against her bare skin. Using the open part of her shirt, Naruto's hands were roaming around her lower back while Grefia ran her fingers through Naruto's messy golden hair, loving the feeling of softness through her fingers. The couple stayed like that for 10 minutes, neither of them wanted to part away from each other. But in the end, the need of oxygen made them separate, their lips parted away from each other, a thin trail of saliva connected their lips together. Grefia-en. Shoo, call me Grefia, I'm not your big sister or maid anymore. Naruto-kun. She put her finger onto Naruto's lips and smiled seductively at him. Are you still going to call me Ne-san after we shared that kiss? Naruto looked at Grefia, his trademark grin appearing on his face. Hell no Grefia, Naruto said confidently. Say, can we do it again? I really like it. Immediately Grefia's lips crashed into him, this time, neither of them held back. High on the heaven of another dimension, a certain pervert white-haired Sannin couldn't help but smirk and think about his greatest student and how proud he is at him right now. DxD. The limo stopped at the most expensive restaurant of the underworld, which is located in the capital of underworld, Lilith. The driver stepped out of the car and walked to the door of the passenger seat. He ignored the gulping sound that came from inside it and patiently waited for the couple to stop and open the door. Naruto and Grefia stepped outside of the limo while trying to adjust their clothes. No, they didn't do it, just kissing each other and ruined their clothes in the process of sucking the life out of each other. Let's go Naruto-kun. Grefia linked her arm with Naruto, giving him the best smile she got, her face still red from lacking air and the feeling inside her chest was too much to handle. Sure thing, my lady. The blonde grinned and led Grefia into the restaurant. Even though both of them traveled to the most expensive, high-class places and by the same status and riding a limo, Naruto quickly found out that Grefia was acting just like any normal teenager girls when they were on the date with their boyfriend, just like the movie he had watched with Rias during their childhood. She enjoyed feeding him during their lunch at the restaurant, even going as far as feeding him using her mouth. But Naruto found it amusing when she led him to the movie theater and bought 2 tickets for a horror movie. The place was filled with couples and each time the characters was killed, the girls screamed out and hugged their boyfriends tightly, except for Grefia just sat there with her head on Naruto's shoulder. That's is. He was feeling bad for 2 reasons. The first reason was that he wasn't the one that led her, but if there was still next time, then he promised to himself that he would be the one in charge of everything. The second one was his peerage. He was supposed to spend the day with them, but it's looked like they would have to suck it up for him this time. The date lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening, so Naruto would still have 1 or 2 hours for his peerage. Naruto was sitting with Grefia inside the white limo, while they were on their way back to the Gremory Castle. Thank you Naruto-kun, for the wonderful date. He smiled when Grefia turned her head to him and gave him a warm smile. Me too, Grefia, Naruto nodded his head. So, tomorrow I would like to return to my duty. Grefia said. She pulled the white maid headband out of her pocket. I can't let Uzumaki Mansion without me. You know Grefia, you should act like this more often. Naruto grinned. You could forget about that job for a while, and enjoy your normal days just like everyone you know. The silver-haired maid blushed and nodded her head with a smile on her face. Next time Grefia, if you are still interested in a date, I would be happy to accompany you again. Grefia looked at Naruto for a moment and then a faint blush appeared on her face. If he really wanted to go on a date with her again, she would need ask his permission for more than a day off per month. Grefia realized that Naruto was looking at her, then a light seductive smirk appeared on her face. Fu, you want to enjoy me again? Grefia smiled slyly and put a finger on her lips and climbed on all four onto the seat, giving Naruto the most seductive pose he had ever seen. Even Akeno couldn't pose like this. I'm all your, Naruto-sama. Naruto gulped nervously. Grefia was making her way at him on all fours. Her face was inching away from him. Suddenly, when their lips were about to touch, the bracelet on his wrist shone brightly. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. Something had happened. Based on the brightness the bracelet was releasing, Rias was calling him with everything she got, meaning she was in danger. Grefia also recognized the light too, and her eyes turned wide when she remembered how the bracelet worked. Naruto-sama. I have to go now. Call Serafall. Asked him what happened? Naruto said quickly, earning a serious nod from the silver-haired queen. After that Naruto had disappeared in a familiar flash of yellow, Grefia ordered the driver to stop so she could prepare a transportation magic circle. Based on everything that happened lately, it could only mean that Kokabiel had done something to Rias and her peerage. She just hoped that Naruto and the others would be okay. Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begin. Chapter 11. Boom. Rias covered her eyes when her queen and knight fell to the ground along with Zenovia. She couldn't believe her eyes anymore. She had thought with the help of Kiba's balance breaker and Zenovia's legendary sword, they finally had a chance to win this battle and save the town, defeat Kokabiel. But she was wrong, dead wrong, and she cursed herself for her naivety. Just a few hours ago, she and Akeno were talking with each other about the mysterious disappearance of Grefia. Issei had called her about Fried, who had came to their house and said his boss wanted to meet the devils of this area. As quickly as she could, Rias and Akeno went to Issei's house along with Kaneko, feeling extremely nervous that this boss Fried was talking about could be Kokabiel. Her intuition was spot on. Earlier that same day, Kaneko and Issei with the help of Saji helped Kiba in cooperation with the two holy sword users in hopes of finding the one who was holding the Excalibur fragment and destroy it. Needless to say, it didn't turn out well in the end and Rias would have to punish her cute servants for their blunder. Anyway, when she was faced off against Kokabiel, the first thing she received from one of the fallen angel was an unconscious Irina. Her body was covered in cut and bruised. The bellicose, nasty fallen angel wanted to kill her right then and there too as a catalyst to start another great war between the factions, but somehow had retained himself and orchestrated an all-out battle pitting himself against Rias' peerage for entertainment. Kuo would be the battleground between the two sides. Rias had Sona and her peerage erect a barrier around the academy in an attempt to suppress the damage to areas outside the school, but it would barely help because if someone like Kokabiel released his power then it would be disastrous for the town. She wanted to call Naruto by using the bracelet when Sona told her about it but stopped herself. She didn't want to bother him. She would handle this matter alone. Even if she managed to survive the battle, she would most likely being hated by Naruto for her recklessness in confronting Kokabiel alone with her peerage. However, this was a great opportunity to prove herself, and she won't let it slip away from her that easily. Plus, by the look of it Kokabiel didn't know Naruto was one of the devils that were living in this territory or else he wouldn't be arrogant like that. Rias had called her brother and Sona had called her older sister but they couldn't come right away. She had told Serafall to not let Naruto know about this. She wanted to take care of this herself. The battle started and at first they were the winning with the help of Issei's gift power. Kiba and Zenovia had arrived to help them. Her knight had finally archived the balance breaker form of his sacred gear, Sword of Betrayer, a sword that had both holy and demonic energy inside it. Zenovia had pulled out her real sword, the legendary holy sword that chose her to be its welder, Durandal. With the combination of two powerful sword, Kiba and Zenovia had finally broke the fused Excalibur, renewing the group's faltering hope. But when Kokabiel stopped her power of destruction, which had its power increased by Issei with just his bare hands, everything went downhill too. Then before turning his attention back to them, Kokabiel killed off Balba much to everyone's shock, and revealed the shocking news to all of them. God is dead. The information was too much to some of them to handle, mainly the pure Asia and the devout follower, Zenovia. Rias herself couldn't believe it either. A world without the god? It was really new to her and her peerage. One by one, each members of her peerage were taken out of commission by the powerful fallen angel. He didn't kill any of them. He wanted Rias' peerage to look at him when he finished with her and initiated a new war. Kiba and Zenovia had tried to attack him, but nothing worked against Kokabiel. Even with all her power, Akeno couldn't put a scratch on his body. Asia had tried her best to heal everyone, but the former nun had her own limit after all. Kokabiel slowly made his way to Rias after taking Issei out with the trash. The brunette had tried his best to protect Asia against the fallen angel with his power, even went as far as to sacrifice his left arm to the dragon inside him to gain balance breaker in a few seconds in hope his power was enough to take out their enemy, but all Issei could do was stun Kokabiel for a few seconds before falling to the ground with his head bleeding. Rias desperately shot orb after orb filled with her power of destruction at Kokabiel, wiped all her attacks out of the way dismissively like it was nothing while smirking. Finally, the blood that would start the Great War. Kokabiel roared in laughter and created a massive light spear. It was even bigger than the previous one and radiated so much light that her skin began to burn. Rias fell to her knee while looking at the light spear Kokabiel had created above them. Once again, the heiress of Gremory clan felt so weak, so useless. Rias screamed out while releasing all her magical power into her bracelet. There was only one hope for her peerage, for everyone who was living in this town. Naruto Kun. Die Rias Gremory. Kokabiel brought the light spear down. Rias closed her eyes and held her head down using her hands, waiting for the light spear to impale her. But it never came. You? She heard Kokabiel mutter in shock, what are you doing here? Rias opened her eyes and they quickly widened in shock. Naruto is standing in front of her holding his tri-pronged kunai while his bracelet is shining brightly. Rias looked around herself and saw purple flames that were forming into an upper part body of massive skeleton with a demonic-looking head. Its right hand was gripping the light spear above their head, prevent it from harming any of them. Rias saw that Kokabiel had taken a few steps back at the giant demonic warrior in front of him. This was the technique she saw that day, the technique that pushed her brother to his limit. The Crimson Satan Surzex Lucifer had nearly used his true form to fight this technique of Naruto. But looking at it now, Rias could see that the purple flame-cladded warrior was bigger than the last time and it looked more human-like than before. Naruto slowly turned around. His bright blue eyes were gone and had been replaced by the red and black eyes, the same eyes she had seen that day. Looking at Naruto now, the memories of the day he nearly killed her returned to her mind. But she quickly wiped it out of her head. Tears began to roll down her face when she saw Naruto smiling at her. He slowly lowered his body down to her level and gently stroked her cheek, wiping the tears out of her beautiful face. Next time something happens, call me, okay? Naruto said gently, his eyes filled with warmth. I know you want to prove yourself to me. Her eyes widened in surprise, but sometime, there are some things you can't handle alone and I promise that I will always be there for you. Don't be hesitant to rely on me. Next time call me, okay, Rias-chan. Naruto-kun. She cried out and hugged him tightly. She heard Naruto chuckle while patting her shoulder gently. Naruto brushed his hand through Rias's velvety, crimson tresses. He knew that she wanted to prove herself to him. Her emotion is just like the girls in his peerage when they had challenged him to a rematch. They wanted proof that they were stronger than they looked to be, and he simply caught them off guard when he fought against them at the engagement party. But still she had endangered herself and her peerage because of her selfish impulse, so her punishment would be severe. Naruto grinned evilly and maniacally inside his head when he thought about the possible ways to punish her. Don't ignore me. Naruto-kun, watch out. Rias screamed out when Kokabiel brought out his wings and flew to them with two light swords in his hands. But before she could feel Naruto react, the hand of the skeleton brought its hand forward and punched Kokabiel right into his body. Kokabiel's body was sent flying like a rag doll. The fallen angel crashed into the nearest building and destroyed it in the process. A ton of bricks fell on top Kokabiel's body. Voo. She couldn't find the words. She knew Naruto was strong, but to wipe one of the fallen angel's leaders who single-handed took out her peerage like it was nothing flew with just one punch like that. This is Susanoo. Naruto released her, stood up and pointed to his red eyes. This power came from these eyes. Cool, huh? Naruto grinned. A few shadow clones appeared beside him and quickly made their way to everyone. He turned his back to her and said, now if you please, I have to kick a certain fallen angel's ass. Without turning his head back, he could feel Rias nodded her head at him while giving him the best smile she had. Oh, she won't smile when they got home, Naruto thought evilly in his head. Maybe he had been around Akeno too much and maybe her personality had awakened his sadistic side. Naruto slowly walked to Kokabiel's direction. His eyes hardened, steel like when he noted Kaniko's bruised body, Zenovia's body which was covering with cuts and blood. The blue-haired exorcist was holding a blue broadsword in her hand, which Naruto recognized it as the legendary sword Durandal. Kiba is helping his fellow sword user back to her feet. His power had changed slightly even though it was pretty low. Naruto turned his head to Issei, who was being healed by Asia. The blonde-hair nun did a pretty good job in healing her comrades even though her magical energy was very low at the moment. With the help of his clones she would have her power back to normal. But the one he was worried the most was Akeno. She was sitting on the ground looking at her hand. He would have to ask the other about this later. The massive block of bricks suddenly exploded and Kokabiel is standing there with his eyes filled with rage and hatred aimed directly towards Naruto. The ground is shaking uncontrollably as he slowly leaked out his power. The blonde slowly deactivated Susanoo to everyone's shock. He really wanted to finish Kokabiel quickly. But seeing what he did to his friends, Naruto wanted nothing more than make the back-haired fallen angel suffered horrible pain more than 10 times what he inflicted to Rias and the others. Susanoo would be too quick to Naruto's liking right now. Gripping the Triprong's kunai in his hand, Naruto gathered the natural energy before the battle could start. He felt his clones had helped relocated everyone away from the upcoming titanic clash as far as possible. Kokabiel smirked when he remembered the level of Naruto's magical energy. It didn't look like a threat to him at all. That punch was just a lucky shot with the help of Rias Gremroy, and he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Summoning the light swords in his hand, Kokabiel charged at Naruto at blinding speed. His smirk widened when he saw Naruto hadn't moved at all and thought his opponent was stunned because of his great speed. Kokabiel swung his sword at Naruto's head, hoping to see the blood flying out of the cut and splatter everywhere. It would make a good scene for his friends. But his eyes widened when Naruto's hand shot up and blocked the swords with his kunai, and as quick as lightning, Kokabiel felt a hard punch slug him in the nose. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face when he heard the cracking sound. He had broken Kokabiel's nose and it would take a long time to heal. The fallen angel roared out in pain and swung his swords in wide arcs. Naruto calmly sidestepped to avoid all the attack. With his eyes he could see through every movement of Kokabiel. These eyes, the Sharingan, imparted onto Naruto clairvoyance. He easily predicted his opponent's attacks, avoided it and planned for a counterattack. Kokabiel was actually pretty slow compared to some of the Seraph Angels he had fought and even some of the top-class exorcists turned angle like Dulio. Decided that it is enough of Kokabiel's show, Naruto threw the kunai to the wall behind Kokabiel and earned a confused look from the fallen angel. Naruto quickly pulled Kokabiel's wandering thoughts back to him when he brought his hand behind the fallen head and jumped up while pulling Kokabiel's head down to him, slamming his knee straight into Kokabiel's already bloody, broken nose. The force was far too great for him to handle. Naruto landed on the ground lightly while Kokabiel took a few shaky steps back holding his face in pain. His vision is currently blurry. Naruto aimed a kick right into the side of Kokabiel's body, but the fallen had reacted hastily this time and created a shield to block it. Kokabiel didn't expect for the shield to completely shatter under Naruto's powerful kick. Kokabiel cursed out and is met with another kick from the other side. This time he didn't have time to block it, so the only option he had is to gather the power of light around his head to protect him. It is lucky that Naruto didn't break anything except for his nose, but the force behind that kick made him stagger back a little. Kokabiel quickly created a light spear and threw it at the blonde. Naruto sidestep and kick onto the spear, making it spinning a few times on the air before fell down to Naruto's hand. The blonde caught it. Naruto's hand didn't seem to be affected by the light from the spear. The blonde threw it at one of Kokabiel's leg and true to his aim the spear impaled the target and actually pinned Kokabiel to the ground. The fallen angel screamed out in agony and quickly dispelled the spear. Unobstructed blood flowed freely like a river down of his right leg. Naruto suddenly shot forward and focused his energy in his fist. His hand shot forward to Kokabiel's stomach and released the energy when his fist connected with Kokabiel. The combination of his increased strength using senjutsu and the power of his energy being released when he punched Kokabiel is far too great for any living being to handle. Kokabiel somehow is still conscious, his lifeless body is flying as fast as a bullet to the wall behind him, but Naruto suddenly appeared behind him in a flash of yellow while holding his fist back. Kokabiel then felt a strong force into his back. His body is being sent to the sky with a speed that he couldn't imagine he would be able to move without moving an inch of his limbs. Never in his life had he felt a beating like this. Rias and her peerage together with Zenovia is seeing the fastest fight in their life. It was just 10 seconds and Kokabiel had been sent to the sky and smashed against the barrier Sona and her peerage had set up with a bloody form. Naruto's attacks held so much force that each time his fist came into contact with Kokabiel, it created powerful shock waves that shook the entirety of the academy and sent the earth and dirt flying everywhere. "Take my hand," the clone beside Rias suddenly said. "Boss is calling you." he pointed to her bracelet and Rias' eyes widened when she saw it was shining. She had been too focused on Naruto to see it. Okay. Rias nodded her head and took the clone's hand. Both of them disappeared in a flash of yellow and reappeared beside the real Naruto. Naruto-kun, can I help you in something? Rias asked hopefully. Kokabiel's body fell to the ground behind her and he is trying to stand up. His body was covered in his own blood and luckily for him that Naruto only attacked his face and stomach. The blonde didn't break anything except for a few ribs, but Kokabiel's could feel his organs had been crushed and the only thing that drove him to stand up is his hatred and anger. You want to help me, right, Rias-chan? Naruto smiled gently to her. You want to fight with me, right? Yes, Naruto-kun. Rias nodded her head rapidly. The clone stood beside her, chuckled at her action. Then put your hands near mine and release your power destruction into my hand. He smiled and brought out his hand. The clone pulled out his kunai and stood protectively between them and Kokabiel, ready to fight if the fallen decided to attack with his light spear. Rias looked at Naruto confused, but nodded her head and put her hand near Naruto. This is what she was waiting for, to fight alongside with him, to make herself useful to him, and she was having her dear wish fulfilled. Gathering her power into her hands, Rias released it into Naruto's open palm. Naruto looked at Rias and smiled. If she wanted to help him then he would open an opportunity for her. And he really wanted to test this method out after all. Slowly, Naruto did what he always done to create the Rasengan in his palm and smiled when he saw what he is waiting for. Rias' eyes widened in shock and nearly cried out to what she saw slowly appear and enlarging by the second in Naruto's hand. Synchronously their bracelets shined brightly at the timed appearance of the technique that held their power. It isn't the normal blue Rasengan Naruto always created when he was training and had used to defeat Riser at the engagement party. It is a crimson Rasengan with the black and red power of destruction aura around the orb. The power of the Rasengan only increased when both she and Naruto steadily put more energy into it. The orb easily covered both Naruto's and Rias' figures. The crimson hair girl could feel the others gasp behind her and she too couldn't control her surprise at all. She never thought her power, the power she inherited from her mother, could be used in a way like this. I hope this won't kill him, just enough to put him out, or else I would have to hear Azazel's annoyed ranting. Naruto though and decided the normal size Rasengan would be enough for the already weakened fallen angels. And Naruto-kun. Rias muttered quietly, this. Rasengan Zetsumetsu, Rasengan of Extinction. Naruto thought about the name for this technique and said it out loud to Rias while smirking. How about that? It's a good name, Naruto-kun. Rias nodding her head in agreement. You will need some improvement while you're strong. Your power couldn't erase Kokabiel right now, so I guess this is enough to take him down. Naruto smiled and walked up to Kokabiel. It is the truth after all, Rias's power of destruction was nowhere near her brother or even her mother's level. He would have to help her training after this. Picked up his pace, Naruto began to run as fast as he could to Kokabiel, his body turned to a blur by the extremely speed. Kokabiel looked at Naruto and growled. The orbs in the blonde's hand, while holding the power of destruction, wasn't a threat, but it was made from pure energy that was spinning at extremely speed and could tore through his flesh easily. Gather all the magical energy he had left, Kokabiel created a light shield that covered his body, hoping that it could help him reduce the power of that orb. Naruto stopped right in front of Kokabiel and thrust his hand forward, sending the crimson Rasengan into Kokabiel's chest, where he felt the fallen angel's shield was the strongest. A powerful shock wave had been created from the impacted, so much that it completely destroyed Sona's magical barrier above them. Kokabiel screamed out in pain even though his light shield had blocked. A lot of power came from it, the crimson Rasengan still strong enough to put damage into his body and organs. He felt all of his ribs had completely broken. Go to hell. Naruto muttered and shot his hand forward. The resulting display involved Kokabiel being sent flying and spinning like a top with the crimson tornado covered his body. The power of destruction from Rias and Naruto's Rasengan power had completely destroyed the ground where the living tornado came through. Kokabiel's body crashed into the old school building and exploded, completely destroyed the building, Rias' headquarters. Oops. Naruto said and received a smack on the back of his head from an annoyed Rias. What? He massaged the back of his head and turned his head to Rias. She was standing next to him with her arms folded across her chest. You destroyed our clubroom, she said shortly. But a smile appeared on her face when she remembered the crimson Rasengan. But I will forgive you this time. Naruto wanted to say something to Rias, but Akeno had run to him and hugged the side of his head tightly. It didn't help that the front part of her haori had been nearly destroyed, so the smooth skin of her large breasts was pressing firmly against his head. A small blush appeared on his face after the date with Grefia. His view about the girls that were close to him had changed slightly. Maybe it wasn't because that is their personality or wanted that they to tease him in Akeno's case. A tick mark appeared on Rias' forehead as she saw Akeno was hugging Naruto and all he did was laughing. Wow senpai, you destroyed the school's old building. Issei walked up to the trio, his head had stopped bleeding but he still felt a little dazed. Issei-kun, you sacrificed your left arm? Naruto asked, surprised seeing Issei's dragon arm. It pretty dangerous to gain power like that, you know. Yeah, I guess. He turned his head to Asia, who is finishing up healing Kiba and Zenovia, but I wanted to protect her, I don't want Asia to get hurt. Good, Naruto nodded his head, but we need to find some way to take care of that arm of yours. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. Don't worry Naruto-kun, Rias said, I will teach Asia the way, and to some pervert like you Issei it would be like your dream had come true. Rias giggled while using a hand to cover her mouth. Naruto looked at the brunette's face and couldn't help but laugh a little. He had remembered the method now and it would be paradise to that boy if Asia learns it right. Naruto and Kaneko walked up to him and hugged his stomach tightly. Are you okay, Nico-chan? Naruto smiled while petting her head, making the girl purr happily. He knew Kaneko wasn't going to answer that question, but he knew that she was okay now. But then, Naruto felt a weak magical signature appeared behind him and turned his head to that direction to see Kokabiel was slowly got back on his feet. Naruto scolded that the fallen angel never knew when to give up. His body had been completely shattered from the crimson Rasengan, blood even is flowing out of his ears. He is ready to send this guy back to Azazel, but it looked like he needed to send Kokabiel back with every bone broken. You, filthy devils. Kokabiel muttered, a sadistic grin made its way to his face. Kiba and Zenovia had been completely healed and stood beside the group with their swords ready. I will kill both of you. A light spear appeared on his hand. Naruto shook his head, even his light spear was weaker than some of the normal fallen angel right now. Boom! The sound of something broke through the sound barrier, making everyone's eyes turned wide in surprise and looked up, only to see a bright white light was heading straight to Kuo Academy with blinding speed. Activating his Sharingan, Naruto could clearly see that this is an angel, but is moving so fast that even his eyes had trouble keeping up. All he saw is long pink hair and white attire, and the only ones who saw the angel besides him are used to extreme speeds like Kiba and Zenovia. Rias and the other just look at the light flying down to the academy like a shooting star. Angel? Zenovia said, her voice filled with happiness. I wish Irina was here with us, she would happy to meet one. Her eyes turned wide when she saw the angel was coming nearer and nearer to them. No wait. Kiba said with his voice filled with shock, his eyes are trying to keep with the angel's speed. But he saw something that made him lost for word. SS-senpai. Kiba slowly turned his eyes to Naruto. It's an angel, but she is not an angel. Naruto muttered, he too, was really shocked right now. That angel wings looked like it was making from light blue energy instead of normal white feathers, and the halo above her head was the biggest halo he had ever seen in his life. The angel flew to the ground and suddenly changed direction, heading straight at Kokabiel with blinding speed. Before Kokabiel knew it, his wings had been ripped out of his back and fell to the ground. She flew out of the way before Kokabiel could slash her with his spear, but appeared in front of him and slammed his head to the wall, knocking the fallen angel out cold. The angel released his head, letting his body fell to the ground lifelessly. She slowly turned her head to them, making everyone immediately on guard except for Naruto. He had seen her appearance before, but it was on some papers design Ajuka brought with him. She has long rosy pink hair which is tightly secured with dark pink ribbons with two strange equipments at each side of her head where her ears should be. She also has an ahogue, which is the long strand of hair that protrudes out of her hair just like Rias's. She has ruby, red eyes color. Her hair is very frizzy and messy with the pink halo above her head. Her attire consisted of a short with mini dress that barely covered anything from her neck down, white stocking and matching color mechanical boots and shoulder capes. The most noticeable of her features was the black collar she wore around her neck, which had a thin chain at the front. Her face, even though it is breathtaking beautiful, it is completely emotionless and it worried everyone. They had never seen any angel attacked cruelly like that and still kept her face blank without falling. The female's angel slowly walked up to them. Her power didn't rise anymore, so everyone thought she didn't wanted to fight them. But they didn't lower their weapon down in case she decided to sudden attack. Suddenly, she walked in front of Naruto and kneeled down in front of him, making everyone's eyes turn wide in shock. Imprinting, she said a confusing word in a strange, mechanical monotone. This is the first angel Naruto seen acting like this. He even wondered whatever she is an angel or not. But the next thing is the most shocking thing Rias and her peerage had seen in their lives. The chain that is connected to her collar slowly materialized onto thin air and extended longer and longer until it wrapped around Naruto's right hand. The halo above her head slowly disappeared and her energy wings changed to a pair of large, light pink wings with a different design than the normal angel. Naruto looked at the chain in his hand in his own state of shock. He didn't know what to say at the moment. The chain around his hand is the chain that connected to that girl collar. She looked up to him with her big and innocent ruby eyes. Her eyes had changed from emotionless to sadness just like Michael, but she still kept that blank face of her, not even a smile or angry. What kind of mad scientist had created a collar like this, and he definitely was the one who taught her that submissive look. I'm your entertainment purpose angeloid, created to please and comply with any commands of Naruto Uzumaki, she said. Her previous monotonous tone disappeared and in lieu a girly voice was heard. The others around him were gasping and screaming out in shock, but Naruto didn't hear anything because he was still trying to absorb the words she had proclaimed. Type Alpha, Ikaros, what is your command, my master? A handsome young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes landed lightly on the ground and turned his head to look around the nearly destroyed academy. He had just witnessed Naruto Uzumaki's power, and it is very impressive to say the least. While Kokabiel wasn't a big challenge, the fallen angel was still really strong, and to be tossed around like a rag doll, that the blonde must have held a great amount of power inside of him. Enjoyed the show, Vali? Of course, Naruto-san, the silver hair man, now Vali, said calmly without turning around, but I can't say the same about my rival, Sekurudai. Well, you shouldn't say that when your power is rising? Naruto smiled to the silver-haired man. He had met Vali once before when he stomped into Grigori to inquire about Rainaire's and her crew's action in this town. And Naruto's not that surprised when he found out Vali is the one holding dividing gear, the sacred gear that held one of the two heavenly dragons, the vanishing dragon Albion. Want to fight or something? I can't be careless, Naruto-san. Vali shook his head. However, as much as I want to fight someone like you, I prefer the real you, not a clone. Naruto slowly walked up to Vali. The time when you and Isekuen clash with each other will come someday, Naruto said. Be patient and someday you will have good challenge. I'm not interested in fighting someone like you, Vali. We could be friends, you know. He smiled and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Vali sighed, brought out his wings and shot into the sky. Deep in thought, Naruto Uzumaki was an enigma and he really wanted to find out. With someone holding that much power inside his body, he couldn't wait to challenge Naruto in an all-out battle. Looking at his watch, he better return now or Azazel wouldn't stop talking. And that horny black Nakomata would very love to hear about her blonde sage. Uzumaki Mansion. Naruto is sitting with Ikaros at his side. They had decided to return back to Uzumaki Mansion while Issei and Asia returned to their house with the help of Sona's peerage. They had used a large magical transportation circle to return them to Naruto's house and even Ikaros. To say the heiress of Citri and her peerage was shocked when they saw Ikaros is an understatement, especially the chain around Naruto's hand and the angeloid's collar. Ikaros had decided to follow Naruto wherever he went, much to Rias and the girls, Akeno and Kaneko, annoyance. They are being upstaged by this girl. This angel just came out of nowhere and decided to make Naruto her master, and answer to his wish no matter what it is. When they return to the mansion, the first one to greet them is Grefia and Ravel, but the later ran to hide behind the silver-haired maid after seeing the angel that hovering above them. Grefia looked at the angel, then to Naruto, then looked at the chain in his wrist and shook her head while massaging her forehead. Ravel, even though she had been confused when she saw Ikaros, is the first one to befriend the angeloid. With her noble attitude, she is the first one that made Ikaros talk other than Naruto. The pink-haired angel is surprisingly friendly to everyone and everyone seems to like her, except for Grefia. She felt a little threatened by Ikaros' sudden appearance and her submissive toward Naruto, and her desire to follow Naruto's orders. Rias is sitting at the other side of Naruto. She had finished reporting everything to her brother. Naruto's clone had helped them bring the near-dead Kokabiel back to Grigori. Akeno is helping Grefia prepare the tea in the kitchen while Ravel is sitting on the left side of his lap. Kaneko had came to visit them after returning to her house to change her clothes and sat on the right side of his lap while glaring at the Phoenix's daughter, much to Ravel's annoyance. Kiba and Zenovia are chatting amiably with each other in the corner of the room. Both of them was eager to a rematch. A magic circle appeared in front of everyone and the image of Ajuka Beelzebub, the genius Mao who created a lot of magical artifacts for the Devil's World, appeared along with his crowning achievement, the peerage system. Ajuka looked at Naruto and the girls and smiled. He was very glad that they are all right, but then turned his head to the pink-haired angel sitting at Naruto's side with her wings spread wide across the room. Oh dear. Ajuka chuckled and scratched his chin. They finally finished and released you, Ikaros? Care to explain, Ajuka and I? Naruto pointed to the chain in his hand. Well, I and some of the angel up there were the ones who created her after all. Ajuka said, but I'm a little surprised that they released her this soon. Ajuka-sama. Grefia and Akeno stepped into the room and bowed deeply to him while holding the trays in their hands. Greeting Akeno Himejima, Grefia. Ajuka waved, I hope Naruto treats you well. Of course Ajuka-sama. Grefia nodded her head with her usual blank face. Anyway, Ajuka-sama, Rias opened her voice, what do you mean Ikaros had been created? She turned her head to Ikaros while Kaneko was pinching her cheek, the skin spread perfectly normal but the pink hair angel didn't look like she is in pain in the slightest, she looks perfectly normal to us. Rias looked at Ikaros's bust, it is nearly as big as her and her body was much toner and sexier than Rias' own body. And what is with that girl anyway, she didn't smile or even portray any sign of emotional. We created her to be normal. Ajuka nodded his head, the numbers of angel is reducing at a fast pace so they need an angel race that would save them from extinction. Ikaros here is the first angel of this race, an angel that can never turn into a fallen angel. Everyone's eyes widen in shock and turn their head to look at the pink hair angel, and all she did in response to their looks is flap her wings lightly, while a part of her is machine and mechanical. Ikaros is perfectly capable of doing every normal activities like eating, even sex and giving birth to her children. Ajuka chuckled at everyone's red face with the exception of Grefia and Ikaros, even Kaneko's face is a little pink. Akeno just giggled slyly at the thought. But Ajuka and why is she can't smile or showing her emotion? Even when I gave her the order, Naruto looked at Ikaros, hey Ikaros, can you smile? Ikaros turned her head to look at Naruto, but she just looked at him with her blank face, see, not even a forced smile. You see, she is the first angeloid ever so we couldn't do much about her emotion. Ajuka shook his head, she could laugh, cry, feel sad, happy or even fall in love. But she can't show it outside of her heart or her main function. Only when Ikaros is extremely emotional, she will show sight of it. It's so sad. Ravel said in a sad tone, the mood dropped immediately. To think that someone couldn't showing their emotions with the exception of extremely emotional states, it is just so sad to think about it. You would have to live with it from now on. Ajuka smiled gently to them. But Ajuka and why me? Naruto asked, gripping the chain tightly, why did she chose me to be her master? Ikaros, instead of answering Naruto's question, Ajuka turned his eyes to the pink-haired angel, what was your first order? Become Naruto Uzumaki's angeloid, follow his command and protect him from any harm. She answered. Who give you that order? Naruto asked confused, he had a few ideas of the one who gave her this order. Sorry master, but I can't answer you this question. Ikaros shook her head, it was seal inside my head, but that angel said, we will meet soon in the future. Ikaros repeated the message, the one her creator had given her. Well, I made a lot of friend up there so I don't even know who anymore. Naruto scratched the back of his head, deep in thought. Ajuka-sama, may I ask you a question? Go on. Ajuka nodded his head at Rias. I could clearly see that Ikaros is really strong, but how can she protect Naruto-kun if she only has a single pair of wings? Rias asked confusedly. Everyone in the room leaned on, they really wanted to hear the answer to this question. I mean, Naruto is probably on par with an ultimate class devil, so isn't Ikaros was weaker than him. Not only that, she said she was created for entertainment purpose, meaning that she wasn't a fighting warrior? About that matter, we only gave her those wings for flying. She is different from the normal angel so her power wasn't showed by how many wings she have, Ajuka explained, his tone suddenly turned sharp, she might believe she is an entertainment angeloid and I really didn't know who had programmed her to think like that. I created Ikaros to be the strategic battle class angeloid. Her power is as strong as an ultimate class devil if not more. But Ajuka-sama? Isn't it a bit too much when you created an angeloid like her for our former enemy? Grefia asked sternly, no one liked that idea. To think that the angels are holding a powerful angel being that couldn't fall and become fallen angel, you said they will create more angeloids of this type. Don't worry about that, you will know my reason in the future. I had created Ikaros to be and always will be one of a kind, no angel can create another angel who will have the same power as Ikaros. Ajuka nodded his head with a smile, that's why Ikaros has that collar around her neck and is programmed to become submissive to the one she had been bonded to, in that case it was you Naruto-kun, I understand why they chose you, Ajuka laughed. A powerful angel on par with any archangel in the hand of a young devil, Ikaros is like the seal of their goodwill. Toward us devils. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. The angels and devils had stopped fighting lately and none of them heard about any attacks between angels and devils. It is like both sides had become friend with each other, and that was one of the good news they had since the Great War about the relationship of three factions. The pink-hair angeloid Ikaros is the proof they need to know that the angels wanted peace with them. So take care of her, will you, Naruto-kun? Ajuka smiled slyly, making the blonde sigh in annoyance while a tick mark appeared on the girl's forehead. If you need anything, just call me. I always have free time, unlike someone. Oh, and by the way, please keep her origin a secret for now. He chuckled and his image disappeared. Naruto massaged the bridge of his nose and stood up, gently let the girls out of his lap. Naruto stood up and stretched his body. Ikaros immediately stood up and waited at Naruto's side. Ikaros, can you do something about this chain? You know walking around like this isn't good for my image. Naruto smiled nervously at the mass-killing intent directed at him from behind. I could let it become invisible if you want to, master, Ikaros said, and the chain disappeared into thin air. Naruto also didn't feel the chain around his hand anymore. Your next order, master? It's okay for now. He turned his head around and his eyes locked onto the person that he could trust Ikaros to the most. Grefia, Rias and the other girls' eyes snapped wide open at the lack of "ne" suffix in Grefia's name. Something had happened between them, and they just knew it. Can I trust Ikaros to you? Of course, Naruto-sama. Grefia nodded her head. A small smile appeared on her face when she turned to the pink-hair angeloid. Ikaros-san, please follow me. I will find you comfortable clothes. Follow her, Ikaros, and trust her, okay? Ikaros nodded her head and quickly followed the white-haired maid, a little hard due to the size of her wings. Wow, I really need a bath right now. Rias stood up and stretched her body, but before she could go out of the room, a magic circle appeared under her feet and Rias' front body immediately slammed into the floor hard. The familiar feeling of light-based magic making Rias' body felt numb and weak. Well, do you think you're going, Rias? Naruto smirked and lowered himself down in front of her. You endangered your peerage with your stupid choice of not calling me, and thought that you could handle one of the leaders of Grigori at your current strength. And you think that I would let you take a bath without punishment? He asked. Rias felt a sweat trickling down to her face at each word went out of Naruto's lip. I. Rias tried to speak, but the heavy pressure that was pressing onto her body was too much for her to handle. Naruto didn't hold back his power this time. Now, what kind of punishment I will use on you? Naruto was sitting at the dining table with Ikaros sitting in the chair next to him. Grefia had found Ikaros some extra and more comfortable clothes for her, and surprisingly she could make her wings smaller so wouldn't constrict her as much when she roamed the mansion. Grefia said she would have to teach Ikaros how to live in the human world without being caught by the humans. Zenovia had decided to stay at Uzumaki Mansion for the moment and would stay in one of the extra rooms at the second floor. The girl wanted to stay and thought about becoming a member of Rias' peerage after so many things happened, especially the information about the death of God. Kaneko also decided to stay for the night and was keeping her cool while Ravel is screaming at her for eating the cake she made for Naruto. The other girls are busy with their jobs at preparing a late dinner for everyone. Crush. Rias, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry, Akeno. Rias said while breathing heavily. She turned her head to Naruto with pleading look, but all she got from Naruto are a pair of stern eyes. She stood up with her legs shaking and picked up the broken glass as carefully as she could. Rias' pleading eyes made Naruto feel like an asshole right now, but he knew that to prevent her from any stupid decision and action next time, punishment had to be served. He is currently using the two-ways connection of his bracelet to make her body weaken due to the light-based magic he was using on the bracelet. Not only that, he also placed a gravity seal onto her body. Right now, her strength is just like any normal high school while carrying nearly 50 pounds on her shoulder. That was enough to drain her out of her stamina for only 10 minutes. A little cruel, don't you think? Akeno put the food onto the table. I will release Rias-chan when dinner is over, he said to the black-hair queen, loud enough for Rias to hear. She had been wearing the seal for 2 hours now, and for someone didn't train much in her stamina and strength it was the harsh punishment. She would fall to the ground any second. The only thing that kept her standing is because she knew she truly deserved this punishment from Naruto. The dinner finished quickly because everyone was that hungry, with the exception of the one that didn't fight in the battle. Rias was the one having trouble eating the most. It was really hard to hold the chopsticks while nearly 50 pounds of weight is on her shoulder. After putting the chopstick to the table, Naruto deactivated the gravity spell and light magic. Rias let out a huge sigh of relief and blackness slowly overtook over her vision. The Crimson Heiress lost conscious, but Naruto had appeared beside her and caught her body before she could fall to the ground. He disappeared in a flash of yellow and reappeared in his room. With the powers of a pure-blood devil back to its fullest, Rias would recover quickly and would wake up any minute. Knowing the girl, she would probably sneak into his room when she woke up, so Naruto just need put her on his bed and pull the blanket over her body to keep her warm. He shouldn't make her suffer like this, she already had a hard day after all. Like what he planned to a few days ago, he would reward her after the tournament had ended. And maybe tomorrow would be a good day. Naruto appeared back inside the dining room and saw that everyone had decided to take a good 20-hour nap. The fight with Kokabiel had nearly drained them all of their strength. The only one remained inside the room was Grefia, Ravel and Ikaros, who was sitting on the chair and petting the watermelon on her lap. Naruto sat down and asked to Ravel about his peerage, and is really surprised when he knew none of them was angry with him. In fact, Luna and Ravel had to stop the girls from coming to the human world to help him and his friends in the battle. After choosing a room for Ikaros to stay at the night, Grefia returned to the kitchen after checking on the others to make sure that they were comfortable in their sleep. Akeno and Rias of course are staying inside Naruto's room particularly naked. The crimson hair girls had woke up and stripped out of her clothes and is sleeping soundly with Akeno. Both of them seem really tired. When Grefia returned to the kitchen she saw Naruto still sitting there while fingering the triprongs kunai in his hand. She sat down at the chair in front of him and waited patiently to Naruto to break the pregnant silence between them. I don't know why Grefia, but I felt nefarious people like Kokabiel who want to destroy the balance between the three factions are still out there. Naruto sighed and let the kunai fall to the ground, or worse destroy all of us. Grefia didn't say anything. She just sat there and nodded her head at her blonde master. We will discuss this matter later. Naruto smiled and put his feet on the table and support his head with his hand. Naruto leaned his back to chair with a satisfied smile. Nothing better than finished date than a badass battle. I hope your decision still stands, Naruto-kun. She pulled the headband out of her head, stood up, walked up to Naruto and sat onto his lap. She ran her hands through Naruto's golden hair and smiled slyly. Last time I checked, Naruto-kun, my day off still hasn't ended yet. Well, you still have 30 minutes, Grefia, but I hope you will return to your duty as my personal maid tomorrow, Naruto responded with a fake, serious tone. Their lips crashed into each other and both the maid and her master are kissing each other hungrily. Grefia smiled into their kiss and parted her lips wide open so Naruto could invade her mouth with his tongue. Maybe he is still young, but damn, he is a good kisser, Grefia thought. Her mind was clouded with lust right now. Naruto stood up while still holding Grefia close to him. Her chest is pressed firmly against his chest. The feeling of her breasts is making his hormones run wild even more than before. He forcefully pushed the maid into the wall behind them, to which the sliver-haired queen didn't mind at all. Neither of them wanted to stop right now. His handmaid pulled her long dress up and put his hand at the underside of her knee. Naruto pulled her closer to him even more, her right leg pressed tightly against his side. His other arm wrapped around her waist, making sure her body is as close as he could. Master. Both of them snapped out of their perspective world when they heard her voice. Both Naruto and Grefia turned their head to the door and saw that Ikaros is standing there. She is wearing a silver pajama which Naruto recognized it was Grefia's. She is hugging the watermelon closely to her stomach. Ikaros, what are you doing here? Couldn't sleep. He let go of Grefia, making her groan in disappointed but quickly fixed her clothes back to normal. Naruto was thankful the one who caught them is Ikaros. She didn't look like the type who would go around screaming about what she saw. I wasn't programmed to sleep, master. Can I help you with anything? She said. Please command me. Naruto turned his head to Grefia. Not only couldn't this angeloid show her emotion, she also couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. Well, that would be troublesome. Naruto scratched the back of his head. He didn't feel sleepy at all, but he couldn't let Ikaros stood there waiting for his command like this. The girl is so eager to hear his command. Truth be told, Naruto didn't know what to do with this angeloid. Sure, she would be a fine bodyguard, not only that she had been created to be extremely sexy, but she also had major problems about her emotion control. I would like her help with the laundry, Grefia said to Naruto. You could go to sleep, Naruto-sama, I will take care of her. You sure? Naruto asked with a frown. I mean, it's nearly 12 o'clock and you need to sleep too, you know. Naruto turned his head to Ikaros. And you need to rest too, if you really need to, you know. Don't worry about us, Naruto-sama, call me if you need anything, Grefia said gratefully and led Ikaros to the elevator so they could go to the basement. Naruto sighed when he thought about how much his relationship with Grefia had changed lately. After their first kiss, he saw Grefia as more of a woman now instead of an older sister like he used to. And as much as he wanted to, he couldn't deny the growing affection toward her that is slowly building up inside his heart. Not only is Grefia a powerful devil, she also one of the most beautiful and attractive women he had ever seen in his life. He would be gay if he continued to deny her affection toward him like he used to. Well, better go to sleep now, Naruto thought inside his head. Tomorrow would be a day off because he knew that they would have to fix Kuo first, so Naruto guessed he could get a free day with everyone. Maybe he should invited Issei and Asia to this mansion too. Naruto pressed his ear into the door and heard a cute snorts coming from inside. Naruto chuckled slightly and opened the door. He saw that both Rias and Akeno are sleeping on his bed, as naked as the day they were born. He took off his jacket and jeans. Naruto climbed onto the bed with just his shirt and boxers on. He made his way to between the girls and lay down. And with that, Naruto slowly drifted his mind to sleep, unaware of the small white light coming from his crimson bracelet. The strongest pawn? Keep your damn voice down. Naruto hit the back of Issei's head, making the brunette boy groan in pain. Senpai, you're the strongest pawn now? Issei asked, this time a little lower than before. Yeah, pretty much. Naruto nodded his head and threw the newspaper to the perverted boy who caught it. It is a newspaper from the underworld. The first page and biggest article was about Naruto. At the middle of the newspaper is his picture, which had been took without him noticing. The battle between us and Kokabiel was a top secret thing, so pretty much everyone knows, he said while looking at Ikaros, who is playing with Asia and Zenovia at the living room. Somehow, Ikaros' information didn't appear here, so everything about her is still a secret to the underworld. But, I had sent Kokabiel's beaten body back to Azazel, so the guy basically ranted about a young man with blonde hair had done me great favor. He sighed in annoyance. Issei's eyes turned wide when he read the exact same words from the leader of Grigori. While those higher-ups weren't happy about it, Surzexnii and the others Mao had decided to make me the strongest pawn, and I am basically the strongest youth now. What a mess, he said, everything in the newspaper. Surzex had sent this to him this morning with a thank you letter for protecting his sister. To say he was shocked was an understatement. You shouldn't say that, Naruto-sama, Grefia said while putting tea down to Issei. You deserve that title and should gratefully accept it. Well, as long as I liked the idea. I really don't like the sound of that, he muttered while sipping the tea Grefia handed him. Serorg-san deserves it more than me. Senpai, not only you're the king of harem, Issei cried into his arm, making Naruto spit all the tea out, creating a faint thin mist in front of him. You're now the strongest pawn and the strongest youth. With you ahead of me, I can't become the ultimate pawn and achieve my own dream anymore. What's wrong with you, perv? Naruto stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Grefia just stood there using the tray to hide her own giggle and blush. Okay, I give up. I will never understand how your mind works, and keep that dream to yourself. But senpai, please take me as your discipline. Issei jumped to the ground on his hand and knees and bowed deeply to Naruto. I know I can't become harem king anymore. So please make me harem prince, he shouted with tears in his eyes. Damn it, Naruto shook his head and walked out of the kitchen while Grefia punished Issei for saying his pervert dream in her master's mansion. The boy is screaming in pain at the hands of Grefia, and she looked like she really enjoyed it. After all, when she left Surzex to Sarah's care, she didn't have to punch or pinch Naruto because he never stepped out of line before. Naruto stepped out of the room and saw Rias just got back from her daily shopping. He never accompanied her in these kinds of girly things before, but Rias had great fashion sense and always came back with some good clothes. But this morning, she didn't tell him where she went, which is kinda odd to say the least. What did you buy, Rias-chan? He smirked and sneaked a glance into her bag, but Rias had taken it out of his eyesight with a blushing face. It's none of your business, Rias said, nearly screaming her sentence. This masterful piece of clothing had taken her nearly 1 hour to choose, and she won't let Naruto see it and ruin the surprise she is preparing for him. Oh, okay. He nodded his head, understanding. Well, I better. He wanted to go to the basement for a little training, and drag Issei with him so he could kick his ass around just for a little entertainment. But a magic circle appeared, stopping his track, and a paper fell out of it. Naruto caught the request paper in his hand. Normally, Ravel would be the one who sorted all the requests for him and only chose the best. If Surzex sent this paper to him direct to him, then this would be very important. He read the mission and nodded his head. What is it, Naruto-kun? Sarah-chan wanted my assistant. I wondered what it is. Naruto answered. You shouldn't let her waiting, Naruto-kun. It is oblivious that Rias didn't know anything about why the Mao Leviathan wanted Naruto for her own. Tell everyone I will return soon, he said, and disappeared in a flash of yellow. Rias turned around and walked into the kitchen. She saw Grefia cleaning a few dishes and sat down. Rias-sama, the silver-haired maid, turned around and bowed deeply to Rias. Welcome back, I hope your shopping went well. It's okay, Grefia, she nodded her head, and by the way, Grefia, Naruto had a request mission and had gone to do it. Oh, I wonder what it was. Grefia returned to the dishes and picked up another one. Serafall-sama need. Before Rias could finish that sentence, she heard a cracking sound and turned her head to Grefia only to see that the silver-haired maid was holding a broken dish in her hand. A thin but powerful silver aura covered her body. That bitch, Grefia muttered dangerously with so much anger in her voice. GG Grefia, what's wrong? Rias asked fearfully. Instead of answering her question, Grefia pulled the maid headband out of her head and took off the apron. Ikaros walked into the room while holding a watermelon in her hand. She turned her head around looking for her master, but her radar couldn't detect him anywhere. Rias-san, have you seen master anywhere? Ikaros asked. Ikaros-san, can you wash the dishes for me? Grefia put a hand on Ikaros' shoulder, earning a nod from the angeloid. Thank you Ikaros-san, I need to go now. She turned to Rias and said the last part, which Rias nodded her head in confusion. What happened? Rias asked the angeloid with a frown. I don't know Rias-san. Ikaros shook her head and came to wash the dishes. She put the watermelon on the table and picked up the first dish and washed it carefully as she could. Her mind is preoccupied with nothing but her master. After all, one of her creators, the one that woke her up and gave her the first and only order she would never abandon, was the one that gave her the same feeling they have toward her master. I really wonder what's wrong with her. Rias muttered and pulled out a book from one of her bags. It was the newest volume of her favorite series manga and she couldn't wait to read it. I wonder what she wants. Naruto muttered while looking at the massive building in front of him. This place, he had seen it before. This is the place that Serafall made her TV show, Magical Leviathan. That movie is extremely childish, only in Serafall's case, yet at the same time even the adults watched this TV show and Serafall even had more adult fan base than a young one. He guessed it is normal, considering that she always showing her panties without a care in the world. And what is with that sexy pose anyway? This thing had to be for the adults, Naruto said inside of his head while looking at the massive poster in front of him. He walked inside the building and walked around. There are a lot people here and definitely from the film crew. And it looked like they were going to film another episode. Ah, Uzumaki-sama, there you are. A middle-aged man called out to him. He is holding a notebook in his hand and a speaker on the other. He looked like a director to Naruto. You finally came, and here I thought Lucifer-sama hadn't delivered Serafall-sama's mission to you in time. Don't worry, I got it in time. Naruto smiled. Can you tell me what's this mission is about? He asked, holding the paper in his hand. The paper didn't say anything other than come here as soon as possible. Ah yes Uzumaki-sama, Serafall-sama wanted to be the one to tell you that. He smiled. She is in her locker room. Just go straight ahead and you will recognize her room immediately. He pointed his hand to the last corridor behind him. Naruto said thank you to the director and walked to the room while looking around to find Serafall's room. Naruto stopped in front of a blue door and sweat dropped. When the director said he would recognize this room immediately, he never thought it would that easy to recognize. There is a big and colorful Sarah-chan at the front door and under her name is a chibi Serafall doing that famous pose of her. If someone said this isn't her room, then Naruto is sure they need to check their brain. Naruto knocked on the door 3 times and waited for Serafall. Come in. Naruto opened the door and the minutes he looked up, Serafall had lunged herself at Naruto and hugged his head tightly and she even wrapped her legs around her waist. Naru-chan, you came. The childlike Mao screamed out with excitement in her voice. Her grip was super strong and Naruto had to use all of his current strength to shake her out of his body and blushed furiously at the sight in front of him. It looked like Serafall was in the middle of changing her clothes and preparing for the film. Sure, she is wearing her miniskirt with high stocking, but she is wearing absolutely nothing on her upper part body, showing her bare asset to his naked eyes. Her breasts are really big and that childlike body of hers made them look even bigger. Naruto turned his head away but Serafall's small hand pulled his head back to her. This time he is looking directly into her eyes and she is pressing her body to him. At least he didn't have to look at her breast from this angle, but she is making his mind run amok. Yufu, don't be so shy Naru-chan. She tiptoed and licked his neck lightly, making Naruto shiver. I promise I will take good care of you, unlike Grefia. With her personality, I know all she can do is calling you Naruto-sama, this Naruto-sama, that. She kissed his collarbone and sucked on his skin. You have no idea Sarah-chan, Naruto thought, but then a little self-control returned back to him. He managed to say, Stop Sarah-chan, someone might see us. Serafall brought out her hand and clicked her finger. The door immediately locked itself. No need to worry then, she smiled seductively, the childishness making that smile 100 times successful than a normal woman could do. Serafall smiled and nipped Naruto's earlobe and licked it in a seductive manner. Bingo, Serafall thought inside of her head. Unlike all the guys she had been dated, Naruto would be her biggest catch of all the time. He's handsome, popularity, powerful and incredible attractive. She would love to have Naruto as her boyfriends for a while. So much work and foreign affair always drained her and Serafall is sure Naruto could help her release all the stress. Serafall smirked while kissing all the way up his collarbone. His lips would be hers in no time. Her naked body and the way she is making out with Naruto, this was a perfect combo and no male alive could resist her if she really wanted to have them. That was one of the reasons Grefia hated her, even thought the maid didn't show it in the slightest. But before she could go any further, Naruto put his hands on her shoulder and gently pushed her out of his body. Serafall's eyes turned wide in shock. This is the first time someone had pushed her away from them. Naruto quickly took off his jacket and handed it to Serafall to cover her body while looking away with a blush on his face. He knew with her personality, she would most likely be dressed like that and talk with him without a care about modesty. "Please take it, Sara-chan, and cover your body for the moment," Naruto said. He wouldn't like her going around this room and find her clothes like that. Serafall looked at Naruto, then turned her head to his jacket and gently took it. "Why do you have to be so different?" she muttered and put the jacket on her body, but didn't do anything to cover the front side of her body. Even though it didn't have much impact like her naked state, it is still incredible sexy and Naruto actually didn't have a hard time to look at her. "Yeah right," he heard Kurama mutter mockingly inside his head, "sleeping with two naked chicks and snorting the life out of your personal maid and wanted nothing more than ravage her body. Not only that, you have a hot angeloid ready to do everything you want to and still have trouble looking at the half-naked chick in front of you. Oh please," he finished with a roar of laughter. Naruto cursed and shut the link between them, and here he thought they could be a little supportive to him in this kind of situation. "What?" Serafall saw Naruto staring at her. Maybe he had a lot of self-control, maybe he had a huge amount of respect toward her, but after all, he is still a teenager boy. "You want me to take this off?" Serafall smirked and slowly pulled her jacket out of her shoulder seductively. Wait, man, you look so different when you don't act childish." He shook his head while holding her hand. "So Sara-chan, can I help you with something?" He pulled the request paper out of his pocket and handed it to Serafall. She took it and the power frozen before completely shattered into piece and fell to the ground. "This thing is no longer needed, Naru-chan," she said, and it looked like her childish personality had returned. "Naru-chan, I want you to become a character in my TV show." Naruto blinked one, then twice. "A what?" Naruto asked confusedly. "Well, please sit down Naru-chan and I will explain everything to you." She smiled and sat down on the chair behind her, crossing her legs, showing her white panty to Naruto's eyes. Naruto sat down and kept his eyes locked into her beautiful violet eyes. "When I thought about my wonderful TV show Naru-chan," she said while smiling dreamingly, "when I kicked the bad guys into jail, or when I protected the innocent people against a powerful demon and its army, I feel so good." She put her hand on her cheek and shook her head rapidly. Naruto could only sweat drop at her childish action. "But then, last night I read a manga I borrowed from Rias a long time ago." She put a finger under her chin. "Now Rias won't be happy if she found out a part of her collection was missing. I found out that my TV show lacked two important things." She held out two fingers and said seriously, well, as serious as her childish face could. Okay." Naruto nodded her head. "Go on Sara-chan." "The first thing I found out is a superhero could never protect the world alone, they always need help." Serafall explained and brought out a paper and pencil. She began to draw extremely fast. "Some evil forces might outdo my magical power and I really need help if the situation arise." It looked like she is completely into her TV show's plot, so much that Naruto could swear she made everything she said real to him. She turned the paper a little to draw better. "So, I was thinking about a new character in my TV show, someone who would fight to protect the world with the great magical girl Leviathan." "Oh I see, then." He was getting bad feeling about this. "A female partner could be good, you know. Someone like Rias-chan would love to be a part of your TV show. Or you could ask Sona-san." "I wanted Sotan in my TV show too, but she refused a long time ago, saying my TV show is too childish." She shook her head with a sad expression, but the happy mood quickly returned to her, and there the second reason came from. Serafall finished the picture and handed it to Naruto. And a horrified look appeared on his face. In the painting, Serafall is standing in the middle of the picture doing her usual magical girl pose, and standing behind her, dressed like Ryu in the video game Ninja Gaiden without the mask. He had played the game with Issei when they came to visit his house a few days ago. No doubt about it, it is Naruto. Voo. "That's you Naru-chan, I did some research to your clothes." She pulled the drawer and brought out a poster. Naruto sweated dropped. It was the poster of Ninja Gaiden 3, she definitely going to turn him into someone like Ryu, and the second reason is romantic relationship, Hyan, she squealed excitedly, and Naruto nearly choked by his own spit. She is kidding right, she is going to make him the love interest of Leviathan. Sarah-chan, I don't think it was a good idea, Naruto said nervously. I didn't have any experience or special talent to be a part of your movie. Mao, don't worry about it. You just need to act like yourself, that's all. Serafall tilted her head to the side. It's going to be a great hit. A lot of people asked me about Leviathan's love interest on my website, and I couldn't wait to be in this next episode with you. She nodded her head. The idea of Naruto acting like her lover on her own TV show would be great, and if Grefia or any others girls saw it, it would be a smack across their face. And Serafall would enjoy the way they are going to scream at her. Definitely it would be a good time. Before Naruto could answer, a silver magic circle appeared next to Naruto. Serafall saw that magic circle and scowled, but she quickly regained her smile before Naruto could notice. Serafall-sama. Grefia appeared with a thin ice dust around her. She is wearing her normal attire instead of her maid outfit. She had located Naruto's signatures after coming to the underworld and came to this place. She had waited patiently outside of Serafall's locker room, but she couldn't control herself anymore when Serafall said Naruto was going to be her love interest and a character of her TV show. She had tried to break the door, but apparently Serafall had locked it with her magical power. And if she going to use anything other than her strength, she would destroy a half of this building and Naruto wouldn't like that. So she created the magic circle for transportation and came into this room. To say her blood was boiling when she saw Serafall in such state of dress or rather undress is an understatement. Grefia? Grefia-chan, what are you doing here? Please sit down. Serafall jumped excitedly, but deep down she was really annoyed at the silver-haired woman suddenly interrupted her moment with Naruto. It's okay Serafall-sama, I will stand behind Naruto-sama, Grefia said sternly. After all, I'm his personal maid. She said the word personal a little louder than the rest, making Serafall's eyes twitch in annoyance. But wait, Grefia? What are you doing here? As your personal maid Naruto-sama, I will go to wherever you go to and always stay at your side, Grefia said with a small smile, which earned a nod from her master. Alright, Serafall grinned and turned her head to Naruto, pretending Grefia wasn't there. About your character, I was thinking about using your... Wait a minute Serafall-sama, Grefia cut off the black-haired girl's speech. Naruto-sama won't participate in your movie, she said sternly. I have asked Surzek-sama about your request to him, she lied. If Serafall or Naruto knew that she was eavesdropping their conversation, especially Serafall, then it wouldn't be good for her image at all. He already busy with school and devil work, Naruto-sama wouldn't have enough time for something like movie or TV show. I guess you're right, Naruto said. He already super busy with school and devil's job, he wouldn't have enough time for Serafall and her TV show. About that matter, you wouldn't have to worry. Ravel-chan, your manager will make sure that you have time for everything. Serafall smiled mysteriously, making Naruto's eyes turned wide. If this matter went to Ravel's hand, she would arrange the times everything for him. The Leviathan Mao saw the look on Naruto's face and smiled. She stood up from her chair and walked up to Grefia, standing face to face with her and looking directly at the silver hair maid with her big innocent violet eyes. Naru-chan, if you please go outside for a few minutes, I have some private words with Grefia-chan here. Oh, okay. Naruto nodded his head when he felt the tension between the two women skyrocket. He quickly excused himself and went out of the door. Serafall snapped her fingers to put some magic to prevent Naruto from hearing anything coming from them. Okay bitch, what do you want? Serafall asked with a different tone than her normal self. Her eyes are cold and promised unimaginable pain to the woman in front of her. You are wearing your normal clothes, then that personal maid you were talking about is void. But sadly, Grefia didn't show a slightest nervousness and returned with her own glare. She is taller than Serafall, so she is looking down on the black-haired Mao, and it actually ironic right now. I don't know what game you are playing, Serafall, Grefia said sternly, but I won't, and never let Naruto-kun fall into your hands. Naruto-kun? Serafall laughed. Oh please, where did the Sama go? You're talking like you're his girlfriend or something. A smirk appeared on Grefia's face, making Serafall's eyes widened. Oh, you want to know about that detail, do you? She licked her lips seductively while tracing her finger down the valley between Serafall's big breast. You know, I'm pretty sure that Naruto is inexperienced and hasn't dated anyone except for Rias shopping, which is hardly considered dating, she said. Her smirk widened. But damn, he's the best kisser I have ever kissed in my life. The way his tongue dominated mine, the way his hands pushed me into the couch and wrapped around my waist inside of a limo and roughly ravished my mouth, or even the way he made me whimper against the wall and the only muscle I could move was my tongue. She laughed a little when she smelled a familiar scent and realized that Serafall is aroused by her words. The Mao Leviathan's face is flushed red not only by Grefia words, also by the way the taller woman's finger ran across the front side of her body and between her breasts. You, Serafall quickly snapped out of her dirty thought and regained a little control. She pointed her finger at Grefia's face and said, "Don't get so cocky, all you did was kiss him. I swear I could make him feel 100 times better than you." Gaining her confidence back, Serafall said with a sadistic grin. "Oh, good luck to you, Serafall. I see that you are getting excited at the idea." Grefia smiled and noticed a trail of liquid was slowly running down her thighs. "But remember this, I'm already ahead of you. Even Rias or Ravel can't go this far like me. Like I said before." She lowered her head down and whispered softly into Serafall's ear, "I will take good care of him." Grefia kissed Serafall's lips lightly. The Mao Leviathan cursed in her mind. Talk about dangerous seduction and dirty mind, Grefia could outmatch her sometime. The table had been flipped upside down for Serafall. The Mao Leviathan knew if she didn't act quickly now and made her move, Naruto would probably be snatched away by the other girls and she would have lost a chance. Maybe she should stop messing around and get serious for once in her life. "I will let you have him for your movie, considering that we have been friends with each other since the end of Great War." Grefia stopped the kiss and moved her head back a little, but it was only millimeters from Serafall's. "I don't mind sharing, but don't use it as an excuse to say that you already have Naruto-kun. Or else another battle will break out between us and I promise I won't let you get away like last time." Grefia put her finger under Serafall's chin and forced her lips slightly open and used the other hand to wipe the liquid that was still running down Serafall's right thigh. But before Serafall could enjoy herself, Grefia had pulled her head back and stood straight. "Now, you have any more idea against me, Serafall?" Grefia asked while licking her hand. Her face is totally different than her normal sternly expression. Her face right now would make Akeno's sadistic face look like puppy in the rain. "I will get back at you someday." "What was that?" "Nothing." Serafall shook her head. Damn that sadist. Serafall had found out the Grefia's true self a long time ago by a hard way. She could outmatch her in an all-out one-on-one battle, but she was a little afraid of her sadistic natural, which scared the crap out of her the first time she saw it. Nothing at all. "Good, and by the way." She put her hand on Serafall's shoulder and pulled Naruto's jacket out of her body. "I think this belonged to Naruto-sama, I will return it to him." She turned around and walked to the door, without a single care about Serafall's state. "Damn bitch, and who is the succubus here?" Serafall gritted her teeth and put on her shirt and the hat. Ready for the movie was about to start. "Just so you wait, Grefia, two could play the game, and don't forget that who is the superior here. Soon, I will return to my adult form and he will be mine." Serafall thought inside her head and picked up her magic wand and walked out of the door, getting ready for the show. "What are you three doing?" Naruto is sitting on the couch with Grefia standing behind him and Akeno at his side, hugging his arm closely to her chest. Ravel, Rias and Ikaros were messing around with the remote control and looked like they were trying to find an important channel. "We're looking for the magical Leviathan show," Rias said excitedly, and Naruto nearly choked, which earned a surprised look on Akeno's face and a scold from Grefia. What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" "Nothing, Rias-chan, nothing." Naruto shook his head and saw that Ravel is giving him the look. The connection once again helped him understood that she wanted an explanation later. Serafall definitely contacted her about his new job before. "Ikaros, I don't know that you like that TV show too." "It's a good show, master," Ikaros said with her ever-present monotone. "Oh, okay," he nodded his head. After Rias had found the channel, she came to the couch and sat at the other side of Naruto and hugged his arm tightly to her chest. Ravel, as usual, came to sit in his lap. She seemed really satisfied because Kaneko isn't here to steal a half of her favorite spot. Ikaros is on the floor while leaning against Naruto's legs. Grefia, she stood behind him and looking as calm as possible when she watched Magical Leviathan. Rias asked, confused as she read the huge article in front of her. Magical Leviathan, Rise of the Black Flash, what's that mean? Era, you fufu, this episode look very promising, don't you think? Akeno giggled. Naruto-sama always disappeared and reappeared in a flash of yellow, maybe it will have a little connection with him. He began to sweat uncontrollably. Half of the movie was pretty much normal. Serafall, as magical girl Leviathan, was battling a new rising evil force to protect the world. But this time, the evil force was a lot stronger than her and the leader is an evil magician which is using the opposite power of Leviathan. She began to lose momentum in the battle. Rias and even the other began to be drawn into the film. This is the first time they saw Leviathan had a hard time with the evil force. It is pretty new to them considering that she always battle an entry army with a smile on her face and even admitting the power of her enemy. Oh no! Rias shouted out when Leviathan was knocked down to the ground by the evil magician. Her body is covered in bruises and burns. After all the year of fighting for justice, Leviathan had finally fallen before my hands, the evil magician said loudly to his minions. Leviathan tried to reach for her wand, but the magician stepped onto her hand hard, making her scream out in pain. Yes, scream Leviathan. Scream and let the underworld hear the scream of its protector. Scream and I will take my time punishing you for killing all of my generals. He pointed his staff to her and shot a dark magic into her stomach, making her scream out. I won't lose to you, Magician-san. Leviathan wiped the blood on her lip. For the underworld, for justice. I will defeat you. Fool, the magician pointed his staff and created a dark orb filled with his dark magic. I'm tired of your useless talk, now die. He shot the dark magical orb to Leviathan. She closed her eyes and waited for her death. But it never came. Leviathan felt her body suddenly touch the ground gently and slowly opened her eyes. She gasped when she saw the person standing in front of her. It was a man, standing at 5 feet 11 inches. He was wearing a black battlesuit with a scarf around his neck. His body is well built but not overly muscular. He is holding a long black katana in his hand, while the other is holding a shining kunai. His face is covered by the black mask with silver forehead protector, revealing only his blue eyes. Who are you? The magician screamed out and pointed his hand to the warrior. But he suddenly disappeared in a flash of black flash and reappeared behind the magician with his blade covered in blood. The evil magician fell to the ground, dead before he saw the blade. The magician's minions looked at each other uncertainly, but decided to get revenge for their master. The warrior performed a strange hand sign in front of him. Water from the lake nearby suddenly shot up and wiped out nearly a half of the army with a long whip make of water. The warrior ran forward with blinding speed, attacked the evil magicians with his katana and kunais, leaving all the magician to fall to the ground dead in their track. The warrior threw his kunai to the throat of the last magician and stood there with his back to Leviathan. He calmly pulled the kunai out of the magician's throat and turned his head behind to look at the magical girl. Are you all right? He asked with his cold but gentle voice. I am fine, thank you. She nodded her head with a smile and stood up from the ground with the wand in her hand. That's good to hear, so see you later then, he said and tried to leave, but Leviathan screamed out, making him stop dead in his track. Wait, who are you? Can I know your name? I don't have a name, the warrior said without turning his head to her, but you could call me Black Flash, and disappeared in a black flash before Leviathan could reach him. Oh my! Akeno said surprised when the movie ended. Rias was having her mouth on the ground. Naruto Kun. That day, the reputation of the TV show Magical Leviathan had skyrocketed. Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begin. Chapter 12. Naruto was having a good day, definitely a very good day. He was in the garden and on top of his personal maid Grefia. Their lips were locking with each other while Naruto was dominating Grefia's tongue with his own. His hand groping Grefia's left butt cheek under her dress, making her moan lustfully. A week had passed since the fight with Kokabiel and everything had returned to normal again. Summer was coming and there were a lot of jobs for the occult research club and he had a lot of things to do too, mainly his devil's job and now acting as the Black Flash with Serafall in her TV show Magical Leviathan. Ravel had been working non-stop an entire week to arrange the right schedule for him. She would make sure he had the right amount of time working, acting and studying while still having time for eating, sleeping and spending time with everyone. To tell the truth, Naruto felt kind of glad that Ravel was here to help him. If not for her he wouldn't have time for anything except for his job and other jobs. Magical Leviathan's popularity had gone to the whole new level after the debut of the Black Flash. Thousands of fans and journalists had rushed to Serafall's press conference and asked everything about this new warrior, his true identity, his power and his position in Leviathan's road to protect the world. Of course, someone even asked about the real name of the actor had taken the role of Black Flash, but Serafall wanted to keep it a secret for now. Black Flash and Leviathan had become incredibly popular, especially the mysterious warrior who always appeared at Leviathan's side when she needed him the most. It's not like he didn't get anything out of this. He had seen Ravel sitting on the table with a pencil and paper in front of her while holding a calculator to count the money he currently had coming into his accounts. With just the wages from 2 episodes, his money had grown tenfold. His relationship with Gabriel was progressing really well. Now with the help of the pink-haired angeloid Ikaros, Grefia had finished her housework faster than before and had more free time than usual. That meant Naruto and Grefia had spent a lot of time with each other lately without anyone noticing. He didn't know if the connection between him and Ravel, which was becoming stronger with each passing day by letting the daughter of Phoenix know about his newfound feelings for Grefia or not. But still, neither of them had gone further than kissing and or groping each other. Naruto thought their relationship must develop more before they could think about sex. Even though Grefia totally agreed with him, the way she said it made Naruto feel she was disappointed in something. But it was still a peaceful week. Even then, right now there wasn't time to think about that. Both of them released each other when the need for air became too important to ignore. Naruto pulled his head back a little to make some room between them. A trail of saliva connected their lips together, which Grefia licked and touched with her lips while pushing her head forward. "You sure have become a pervert lately, Grefia." Naruto smiled while Grefia was licking his lip with passion. One of her arms was around his neck supporting her body while the other hand was caressing his cheek softly. "It's the job of your personal maid to make her master feel good," she whispered softly into his ear and moaned out when he squeezed her breast roughly through the thin white cloth, the tip of her hardening nipple pressing firmly against his palm. "Well, I think the maid had become quite naughty lately. Should I put you in your place?" Naruto smiled while pulling her body closer to him by her ass. Grefia smirked seductively. Maybe he wasn't ready for sex right now, but she was slowly but firmly pulling him closer to her. Soon Naruto would give in to his lust and Grefia was sure she would have the time of her life. "Please, Naruto-sama," she purred, "please put me in my place. I'm a naughty maid. I need to be punished. Use me in any way you see fit. I'm yours." "That's good to know." Naruto finished and crashed his lips into her, forcing her head to hit the ground roughly, but neither of them stopped their making out session. Unknown to them, a certain crimson-haired girl was standing at the window of her room looking out and watching them with her hair shadowing her eyes. Tears were running down her cheeks. Her hands gripped a broken bottle's glass tightly, blood was flowing out of her cut hands and dripped down to the ground freely. "Wow, I'm sure the TV said it would be sunny all day," Ravel said while looking out of the window. It was raining pretty hard outside of the mansion. It sure is." Naruto nodded. He was hoping that it would be a sunny day. He had some plans for the day ahead of him, which included going to the beach and enjoying the cool water at the beginning of summer. But it looked like he couldn't do much about it. "Naruto-sama, here's your tea." Akeno put the tray full of cookies and cups of tea down on the table in front of him. "Oh, thank you, Akeno-chan." Naruto smiled brightly to her and took a cookie, nothing better than enjoying Akeno's cookies and tea, especially on a raining day with not much to do. The cookie tasted as good as usual. "Can I have one, Naruto-kun?" Rias asked. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt Rias' smile was a forceful one. "Oh, okay, go ahead, Rias-chan." Naruto nodded his head and took the dish, brining it to her. She smiled brightly and took the cookies from Naruto. Suddenly Naruto noticed her bandaged hand, which she was trying to hide under her thigh. "Rias-chan, what's wrong with your hand?" Naruto asked his childhood friend while looking at her hand. Rias' face suddenly reddened and she tried to hide her bandaged hand further beneath her thigh. "It's nothing, nothing you should worry about, Naruto-kun." The crimson heiress shook her head with a nervous smile. But she winced painfully when she tried to sit on it to prevent Naruto from seeing her hand. She had used first aid on her hand carefully and bandaged it up for the moment. She didn't know much about healing spells, so she couldn't heal her hand properly. Rias just wished she had Asia around her so the former nun could heal it instantly. "Nothing? Let me see your hand. It looks painful," Naruto said sternly and grabbed her wrist, as gently as he could. He didn't want to hurt her or anything. Naruto brought her hands to his eyes level and unwrapped the bandages around her hand gently. Rias was having trouble keeping her hand still. She wanted nothing more than to slap him right there and run away, but something inside her heart stopped her before she could do it. Naruto let the final piece of cloth fall to the couch and his eyes widened. The wound looked well taken care of, but there was still a deep wound at the middle of her palm and very deep cuts at her fingers. "What's happened?" Naruto asked worriedly, looking at her hand. "I accidentally cut myself when I picked up some broken glass," she lied. "Don't try to fool me, Rias-chan." Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head. "I can clearly see that you were gripping something really sharp in her hand so much that you nearly cut your fingers off," Naruto said while using advanced healing magic to heal her hand, a technique that he learned from Kurama years ago. Naruto gently wrapped his bigger hand around her, making Rias wince a little at the pain. But when Naruto's hands were emitting a strange blue light, she began to feel a lot better and the wound slowly closed up. Everybody gasped at the resemblance of Naruto's power and Asia's sacred gear. "Now tell me what happened?" Naruto asked, this time a little more forcefully than before. Seeing that her hand had finally healed, Rias snapped Naruto's hand off of her wrist a little too forcefully and stood up. She turned around with her hair shadowing her eyes, hiding the sad look in her eyes. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. but I feel really tired so I think I will go to bed soon, she muttered, her voice was a little shaky. Naruto looked at Rias' form with a frown, something had happened to the girl and he knew it. Naruto stepped out of the bathtub after dipping himself in the water for nearly 10 minutes. The cool water really helped him clear his mind. Something was telling him that Rias' strange behavior and the wound in her palm were related to him. He should ask her about it when he got to his room. She was probably in his bed with the blanket over her head by now. But just after Naruto opened the shower to wash himself, a small crimson magic circle appeared behind him drawing his attention and he quickly recognized it as a teleportation circle. But then, Naruto took a step back, his eyes turning wide and mouth dropping to the ground in shock. Rias was standing before him, as naked as the day she was born and did nothing to hide her body from his eyes. "Are Rias-chan?" Naruto said, nearly screamed out, but Rias took a few steps forward and hugged his body tightly to hers. Naruto was beginning to feel really excited now, after seeing so many naked female bodies and even groping them. Rias' body was always the body he never get to familiar with, even with so many years and months sleeping with her naked next to him. It really strange considered that Rias' body wasn't as toned as Akeno's or attractive like Grefia's. "Shoo, everyone will hear us if you speak too loud," Rias muttered softly, resting her head against his chest. Naruto's face reddened when he felt her breasts and hard nipples pressed firmly against his bare body. "Lets me stay like this for a while." Listening to her request, Naruto just stood there with Rias hugging his body while the water from the shower was flowing down their body. Unconsciously, Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist. Rias' eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly closed them and enjoyed the feeling of Naruto's strong arms around her small waist. "Rias, can you tell me what happened to your hand?" Naruto asked softly. He could feel the girl between his arms flinched a little at question. "Naruto-kun." Instead of answering his question, Rias looked up to Naruto with her big blue-green eyes which filled with sadness. "Am I good enough for you?" "What kind of question is that?" Naruto wanted to say that question out loud, but the words suddenly died in his throat as Naruto looked at Rias' eyes. The eyes that said she wanted Naruto to answer that question just like what she wanted to, yet somehow she was still afraid to hear the answer from him. Sighing longingly, Naruto looked at Rias with a small smile and said, "Of course, Rias-chan, you're always a very special person to me." He decided to not answer her question directly. Rias looked at her more than childhood friend's deep blue eyes and saw the uncertainness. She bit the inside of her lower lip while gathering all the courage she had. "Then push me down right here," she muttered, making sure to hold him as tightly as she could. "Push me down to the floor and make me feel like I'm as special as you said." Rias-chan." Naruto shuddered. The way she said those words was truly mind-blowing. From the moment she stepped into this room, he wanted nothing more than to push her down and make her regret stepping inside this room with her sexy body naked. However, his self-control stopped him from doing that to her. Naruto didn't want to hurt her, no way in hell that he would do that against her will. But Rias had sealed her fate when she said those words. Naruto's self-control was no longer there with him. Rias let out a yelp in surprise as she had been pushed to the ground a little harshly by the blonde. Her head should have contacted to the floor if not for Naruto's hand protecting the back of her head, but the force was enough to make her see stars. Rias closed her eyes tightly to clear her vision, and when she opened them again, she saw a pair of red eyes looking directly at her with nothing but lust. His breathing was hard and the whiskers on his cheeks darkened and became more noticeable. His hair, which had stayed down because of the water, had become wilder than before. His teeth, especially his fangs, became sharper. Rias wanted to cup his face in her hands, but found her arms were being held tightly to the ground by Naruto's stronger ones. Rias shivered slightly at the way he was looking up and down her naked body. "Naruto-kun," she breathed his name slowly. Rias' speech had been cut off when Naruto's lips smacked onto her own and lustfully kissed her. The crimson-haired girl closed her eyes and enjoyed the way Naruto was kissing her. Rias felt Naruto's tongue was licking her teeth and quickly opened her mouth. Immediately his tongue attacked her own, sending wave after wave of pleasure through her body, making Rias unable to move a muscle of her body except for her tongue. She tried to fight back. She wanted to give Naruto the same feeling he was making her feel, but was unable to do anything because he was completely dominating her. One of his hands suddenly let go off her hand and shot up to grab her breast and squeezed it hard, his sharp fingernails making her feel a little pain, yet brought another wave of pleasure through her spine when he squeezed her tit. Naruto suddenly let go off Rias, looking at her with his now crimson eyes. A trail of saliva connected their lips but was quickly washed away by the water that flowed down their bodies. "Now, care to tell me what happened to your hand?" he asked. His voice had become deeper. Rias shivered as he spoke. She wanted to fight back because she didn't want to tell him about her injuries, but failed badly. This new side of him making Rias feel weak, and she became completely submissive to him. I saw you and Grefia kissing in the garden, she moaned when Naruto's grip on her breast got tighter. I wanted to bring the water to you when I saw you go to the garden to take care of it, but I saw you and Grefia. I was angry, really angry, so I broke the bottle glass with my grip. So, you were spying on us? He asked with a light smirk, yet deep down he was truly terrified right now. It was just because of Kurama's influence that he became a different person and wasn't afraid in the slightest if Rias had found out or not. He knew the fox was the one behind all this and was going to get back at him for this. Yet, he was thankful that Kurama had helped him have enough confidence to do this. She was interrupted again when their lips connected again. This time, the kiss lasted only for 5 seconds. Naruto let go of her and spoke with a smirk on his lips. Jealous? He asked while trailing the tips of his nail down the valley from her breast to her navel. You don't know how hard I tried to control myself in front of you, and this. The hand on her breast suddenly squeezed even tighter, making Rias moan. And then Naruto-kun, stop, you're doing it too rough, Hien. Rias moaned out. The blonde on top of her was playing with her breast while tracing a circle on her stomach. She was really glad that Naruto finally noticed her, but she was sure Naruto wasn't in his right mind now. There was no way in hell that he would be so forward like this. The way his features changed proved that he looked more feral than normal and was acting like an animal. But her mind wasn't in control of her anymore. She just wanted to lay here and enjoy her moment with Naruto. That's a cute voice you got there. Maybe I can make you make more of those voices if I do this. Naruto grinned and pinched her nipple. Rias, who had become really aroused by now, couldn't control herself anymore. Rias screamed out in pleasure when she finally reached her limit. Her voice was so high that even Ravel, who was studying in her room on the 3rd floor, gasped out in shock and immediately rushed in the scream's direction just like everyone else. Naruto, who hadn't reacted in the slightest at the sound of footsteps getting louder and louder, just smirked at the crimson-haired girl beneath him. Just how long had he waited to do this to her? Naruto thought deep inside of his mind. The door was suddenly pushed open with force. The seal Rias had placed on the door completely shattered by the power of the strongest queen. What they saw in front of them wasn't what they had expected. Lying on the floor with a flushed face and gaping for air was Rias Gremory, her hands lying helplessly beside her. The one who was on top of her was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who had one of his hand groping her breast while the other was on her stomach, just a little above her pussy. Naruto's deep red eyes were slowly returning back to their normal azure color and his whisker marks also disappeared from his cheeks. The blonde boy looked confused for a moment before looking down at his childhood friend, and gasped out in shock when the memories rushed back to his mind. "Tch." Grefia muttered, her eyes narrowed dangerously while she folded her arms under her breasts. The silver aura appeared around her and the water began to freeze quickly, even the floor was being frozen by the silver-haired maid. "Naruto-sama," Ravel said, her hair covered her eyes and her flaming wings flared out. The heat was too much and made Grefia's ice begin melting. The combination of the extremal heat and low temperatures began to affect Naruto. He was shaking right now. Era, you fufu. Akeno was the only one that didn't seem to be angry right now. "Oh my Naruto-sama," she said with a blushing face. While Naruto's body was facing down, she was having a very nice view of his delicious body, and from the way Rias was lying on the ground whimpering and the scream everyone just heard earlier, the blood Adonis had brought Rias so high to the sky with just some simple foreplay. The sadistic queen couldn't wait to let Naruto take her. Ikaros, she just stood there watching the scene in front of her with her usual expression, but her function was somehow working overload right now. Wait. Naruto took his hands off Rias' body and waved them rapidly in front of him. He tried to force out a smile to ease the tension down a little, but failed. "I can explain, so girls, please calm down." "There's nothing to explain right now," Grefia and Ravel said at the same time. Both of them brought out their hands, which were covering in their signature magic. But before Naruto could move, a pair of arms made their way around his neck and held him tightly. Naruto looked down to Rias only to find a pair of lips touched his own lightly. Naruto's mind completely shut down when he felt her warm lips over his. And that was the last straw to every other girl, aside from Ikaros and Akeno, of whom the latter was enjoying the hot scene in front of her, that is. "Please forgive me." Naruto was bowing down very low in his room, his forehead touching the ground with his hands at his sides. Rias was sitting on the bed with only her shirt on. She was folding her arms under her breasts while facing away from him. She looked angry yet her face was blushing. After the beat down, Rias had decided to return to her room with Naruto following behind her. He had asked Grefia to keep the others away from the room for the moment so he could have some private time with his childhood friend. The maid didn't seem too happy about it at first, but when she realized it was an order she couldn't help but obey him. Humph, the Crimson Heiress of the Gremory clan huffed. I'm really sorry, it's just. He couldn't risk letting her know about Kurama and the other bijus in his gut, so Naruto could only make up an excuse for this. It's just you look so beautiful and I couldn't control myself. He hoped this reason was good enough, maybe getting a few slaps on the cheeks won't hurt. Rias' eyes snapped wide open at the words Naruto had just said her and put a hand on her chest to ease down her heartbeats. Idiot, saying something like that, she muttered, her face was slowly matching the color of her hair, and how can you think I'm beautiful while you're in love with Grefia? While she didn't mind sharing Naruto with the other, she just wanted to be the alpha girl herself and she wanted to always be the first one in his heart. Grefia had taken that opportunity from her. Actually, we kind of started this relationship after our date. Naruto immediately regretted those words as Rias turned her eyes at him with fury. He gulped nervously, an angry Rias was something he never wanted to face. I mean, we, kind of went past the part master and made relationship after that, and you know. He chuckled nervously, trying to find the right words to explain this to her. He could face an entry army, attack Grigori headquarters without a hint of fear or challenge Azazel to a fishing competition, and here he was kneeling on the ground and trying to tell everything to Rias without making her angrier, but it seemed he had failed the last part after all. You, she pointed her finger at him with a furiously blushing face and full of jealousy, you ravish my body like a beast in heat, forcefully kiss me against my will. She paused a second. Actually having Naruto do that to her felt really good. Now she understood why Akeno wanted to be submissive to the blonde, and on top of that you're having a secret relationship with your personal maid? And you think I will get away after all that? Naruto once again slammed his head to the floor, waiting for his punishment. Regarding his relationship with Grefia, he could date anyone he wanted to, but the things he did to Rias in the bathroom couldn't be forgiven, and he knew it. I'm so sorry. I will do anything to redeem myself. Rias' face lifted up. She was waiting for Naruto to say those words, she had been certain that he would say them. Then, Naruto lifted his head off the ground and looked at his childhood friend, only to see she was standing in front of him, her hands on her hips and her face still blushing. Tomorrow, please go on a date with me. Rias said certainly, if Grefia could make him come to her like with just a day then she could definitely do the same. The silver-haired maid had already surpassed all of them, she had to do something to regain her position in Naruto's heart, or else she would be forgotten. Was the only thing the blonde could mutter at the moment. The next morning, Naruto opened his eyes and turned his head to his clock. It's just 5 o'clock in the morning and there was still 2 hours until his date with Rias. Somehow, the others had known about this and a battle had taken place in the training basement between Rias and Akeno. Ravel had unleashed all of her fury right between the two of them, completely burning all their clothes and nearly burning them if not for Grefia appearing to stop the fire. But the cat fights didn't stop and Akeno attacked each other again soon with their magic. The fight lasted for 3 hours and Naruto was surprised that he would wake up this soon after a whole night trying to stop the 3 girls with Ikaros. The pink-haired angeloid was really life-saver. As usual in the morning since Akeno had moved here, Naruto found himself unable to move due to the grip Rias had around his arm and Ravel, who had decided she should sleep with him from now on, sleeping with him her arm around his other arm. Luckily for Naruto the girl had some sense of modesty so she didn't sleep naked like Rias did, instead she wore a yellow pajama with the usual phoenix's tails just like all the dresses she had. On top of him, and this wasn't a surprise anymore, was Akeno, who of course slept naked like Rias, hugging his waist tightly, her breasts pressed firmly against him. Well, as usual as such a morning could be until he saw a pair of green eyes looking at him from above his head. Ikaros? Naruto said in surprise and then realized that his head was lying on Ikaros' lap while the angeloid, who had been without a doubt been staring at him all night and well into the morning. Her wings were flaring out across the room. It was truly a sight to behold, waking up in the morning with an angel as your side. Master, she said in a low voice, is there anything you want? Nah, nothing really. Naruto said with a smile which Ikaros returned while nodding her head. The girl always asked this question every time he met her in the morning, but when it came to someone like him, giving orders to the other was something he didn't enjoy at all, so he just commanded Ikaros when necessary or in important matters. Oof. He heard a familiar giggle coming from the black-haired girl sleeping on top of him and nearly groaned, here comes trouble, Ikaros-chan, such a darling in the morning, trying to make Naruto-sama command you into naughty things just like what he did to our precious Rias last night. She looked up at the angeloid, who just tilted her head to the side in confusion. Akeno-chan, not this early will you? I need a nice rest after last night. He basically nearly slammed the back of his head onto the pillows to clear his frustration, but then remember Ikaros' lap was currently his pillow so he stopped himself. Ufufu, so cold, she muttered seductively, but I like that. Say Naruto-sama, how about I help you clear your frustration? Akeno said while trailing her finger across his chest. Can I help you clear your frustration too, master? Ikaros asked innocently. She didn't know what methods Akeno would use and her programs didn't have any effective ways to make Naruto relax, but if she could help her master be as comfortable as possible then she would gladly do it. Ikaros, not you too. Naruto shook his head while Akeno just giggled with her hand covering her mouth, saying something with a straight face like that. Ikaros sure was serious about this. But then again, her face didn't show any emotion at all since the day she slammed Kokabiel head first into the wall. So, you have an angel and a devil ready to serve you. Akeno crawled up till her face was right above him, and unlike the scary lady sleeping next to us, I believe that I won't space out with just an orgasm like her. She licked her lips seductively. Fufufu. Doing naughty things like this just before your date with her is just like having an affair, don't you think, Naruto-sama? Again, he found himself unable to say anything as his were eyes glued to her face. The way her breasts were pressing against his chest, especially her nipples, was slowly driven him crazy. He just hoped Kurama and the other wouldn't give him a little boost just like they had last night. But if it wasn't bad enough already, his crazy hormones which already helped his morning wood started to go overload. Akeno's eyes suddenly turned wide at something really hard poking at her lower region and smiled. Someone was excited and she knew that leaving her master unsatisfied like this in the morning wouldn't be good for him at all. Glancing at Rias, Akeno could see that she was sleeping soundly and smiled. The fight last night had really drained the crimson-haired girl of her strength. Rias wasn't training in stamina and magical power hard like he was, so of course she would be more tired than Akeno was. Turning her eyes to Ravel, the little blonde was sleeping with a smile on her face. She had nearly used up all her power last night when she tried to break out from Grefia's ice shell. And that was exactly as she had planned, drain all the strength of these high-class devil girls and Naruto would be hers in the morning. Ikaros wouldn't be a problem for Akeno. With her personality she wouldn't try to interfere with her like the two ladies sleeping at each side of Naruto would. It looked like Naruto-sama is getting excited at my idea, isn't he? She smiled while pressing her lower body against Naruto's with more force. She even swayed her hips a little side to side to get Naruto even more excited. Rias' intuition for Naruto would make her wake up if Akeno ever tried to do anything further than teasing like this. However, with someone like the blonde underneath her, she knew that a little teasing like this could drive him wild. Akeno smirked when she felt the bulge grew harder and nearly gasped at the size. Naruto wasn't a horse, but he was definitely bigger than the guys in some porn she had watched before. The thought of something like this inside her slowly made Akeno's mind fill with lust. Akeno, stop. Naruto tried to talk, but the feeling was actually too good to be ignored. You said you want me to stop? She kissed his cheeks lightly and then moved to his neck, but your body says something different, Naruto-sama. She began to suck lightly at the crook of his neck, earning a moan from Naruto. What are you doing, Akeno? A cold voice called out, making Akeno stop dead in her tracks. She had thought the scary lady wouldn't wake up anytime soon and it was still pretty early in the morning. But when she turned her head to her left, she was met with a murderous glare from Rias while a crimson aura covered her body. Good morning, Rias. Nice dream? Akeno asked with a smile while still tracing her finger on Naruto's chest, her hip still pressing firmly into Naruto's crotch, and she wouldn't move out of this position anytime soon. She was enjoying the feeling and no one would stop her from doing so. Rias continued to glare at Akeno, but the black-haired queen's eyes opened wide when Rias broke out a satisfied smile. It would be better if you weren't here. She shrugged her shoulders and stood up from the bed without covering her body. Naruto quickly turned away from the sight of Rias' body. If Rias' naked body and Akeno's teasing was what he would face each morning, then he didn't even know what he would turn into in the future. Rias, you look happy. Akeno blinked at the strange behavior of her kind. Normally she would try to stop her intentions to make Naruto feel good or attack Akeno with her power, which happened an entire week from the time the black-hair girl moved to the Uzumaki mansion. I guess it has something to do with your date with Naruto-sama, doesn't it? Ufufu, that's right, and Naruto-kun, Rias smirked. Then she turned her eyes to Naruto, who winced slightly. Meet me at Kuowa's gate. Our date starts there. She turned around and walked to her room while swaying her hips seductively. Rias knew that Naruto's eyes were glued to her naked backside and was doing her best to show Naruto what he would get if he looked at her only. How strange. Akeno shook her head. She looked at the clock and saw that it was about time to prepare breakfast, and if Rias was going to prepare for the date, then she would be the one who prepared breakfast for Naruto along with Grefia, Ravel, and Ikaros. The less competitors the better for her anyway. Come in, Rias said when she heard Grefia's voice outside of the door. Thank you, Oju-sama. Grefia opened the door and bowed deeply to Rias. The crimson hair girl was sitting at her table, wearing a simple yet beautiful red dress to match her crimson hair. She wore a small jean jacket on top of the dress while putting some golden bracelets on her right wrist. Rias didn't put any makeup on, because she knew that she didn't need them to make her look special compared to the others girl in Naruto's eyes. Currently, she was holding a comb in her hand and slowly brushed it through her hair. Rias wanted to look simple yet beautiful at the same time. She didn't want to push anything too far. It was the first date in her life and it was with the boy she had loved for so long. She wanted it to be perfect. "Ojo-sama, you look very beautiful," Grefia said with a small smile on her face. Rias looked at the silver-haired maid from the mirror. The maid was the reason she wanted to push her relationship with Naruto faster than normal, but she couldn't make herself angry at the maid. After all, she knew that all's fair in love and war. The one who made the first and right move was the winner after all. "Thank you, Grefia." Rias nodded her head with a smile. "Can I help you with your hair, Ojo-sama?" Grefia took a few steps forward and stood behind the crimson-haired girl. "Of course, I would love that, Grefia," Rias said gratefully and handed the comb to the silver-eyed maid. The two of them just stayed silent, neither knew what to say to the other. Rias just sat there enjoying Grefia's skillful hand using the comb to brush her hair while the silver-haired maid focused solely on brushing the comb through her mistress' hair. "Grefia, you're in love with Naruto, aren't you?" Rias said. Her voice didn't hold any emotion at all, but years of experience told Grefia that the young girl was sad. Rias felt Grefia's hand stop for a second before continuing to comb her hair, and that was all the answer she needed. "Ojo-sama, I don't." Grefia, Rias shook her head. "I'm not angry at you or anything, it's just I want to be the first one, that's all," she smiled. Grefia turned her eyes from the mirror, afraid to meet Rias' eyes. She knew that Rias loved Naruto for a long time and the blonde held a very special position in her heart. Grefia had known that somehow, Rias had found out about their secret relationship from the fight last night, and knew that the sooner the better to both of them. "I'm not going to lose to you, or anyone, Grefia." Rias grinned and turned her head to the silver-hair maid, making Grefia let out a small sigh. "I will be the alpha of these relationships, harem or not, I'm definitely the only one special in his heart, you got that?" "Ho!" Grefia folded her arms under her breast and smirked at the crimson-haired girl. "Really, Ojo-sama, you think that you could be the first girl after I and Naruto have spent so much time with each other?" She chuckled a little at Rias' face. "Don't worry, Ojo-sama, if I'm the second then I won't let anyone be the first." She smiled at the crimson-haired girl's jump to attack her. Too naive. She shook her head and sidestepped, making the girl fall face first to the ground. "Now, if you're done, Ojo-sama, I need to make you a perfect girl for your date," she said sternly, making Rias gulp nervously and slowly returned back to her chair. If anyone could best her and the others out of the way, it was Grefia. Naruto stood in front of the gate of Kuo Academy while leaning his back against the wall. It's about time for his date with Rias start. The first date of his life was with Grefia and she was a mature woman, plus he was completely unprepared and inexperienced unlike Grefia. But right now he was going to have a date with a normal, high school girl his age. Naruto had everything planned inside of his mind, and if Rias wanted a date, he would definitely let her have the time of her life. He would give her the best date of her life to the point that if she ever dated another guy, he would never make her happy like Naruto had made her. Naruto stood there, waited patiently for Rias to arrive, waving his hand at some of his classmates who happened to pass by. Most of them were girls. "Sorry for making you wait, Naruto-kun." Naruto heard a soft voice behind him and recognized it was Rias' voice. He turned around and nearly gasped out at the angel in front of him. Rias smiled slightly at Naruto's gaze on her. The time she spent with Grefia to make herself even more perfect had truly paid off. She had changed her hairstyle a little so she could have a new look in Naruto's eyes with the help of Grefia. The long bangs at each side of her head had been tied into two long braids, which were tied together behind her head while she let the rest of her long crimson hair flow down her back just like normal. "Wow, Rias-chan, you look so beautiful," Naruto exclaimed. Right now there wasn't much else he could think to say about the beauty in front of him. Thank you, Naruto-kun." She turned her eyes to check out Naruto's form and smiled. "You don't look so bad yourself," she commented, making Naruto's cheeks redden a little, and he chuckled, feeling a little embarrassed at her words. Naruto actually didn't know what to wear for his date, so he just wore simple clothes, yet suited to his style. Just an orange t-shirt and black jeans with black sandals. Naruto actually tried to comb his hair a few times, but gave up when his hair decided to not lay down and stayed as wild as usual. "So, Naruto-kun, shall we go?" Rias asked with a bright smile and held out her hand to him, making Naruto's cheeks redden even more. Naruto took Rias's soft hand into his much bigger own and linked their fingers to each other. both of them slowly walked along the street while talking with each other normally. The nervousness both devils held slowly disappeared as their conversation went on. Neither of them saw the small group of beautiful girls and one lady stalking behind them while trying to act as normal as possible. Naruto-sama, Ravel muttered slowly as she kept her eyes on the couple. She felt glad that Naruto and Rias were very happy. The connection between them made her feel Naruto's emotions directly, but she couldn't help but also feel extremely jealous at the crimson-haired girl. But as his manager and his fiancés, plus her mother had told her about Naruto's special case, which could lead to a harem in the future, she wanted him to be happy like this and wanted all the good things to him. Please enjoying yourself, Ravel will encourage you from afar. Ufufu, you sure are a good manager, Ravel-sama, Akeno giggled while hiding behind a tree with her head a little above Ravel. Rias is so lucky, I hope I get be the next one. Humph. Kaneko just took a spoonful of cake into her mouth and chewed slowly. She had heard about Naruto's date with Rias and rushed here the first chance she got. Spying wasn't something she enjoyed, but this was a special case, so she would just set her normal preferences aside for the moment. Again, why do I have to follow you girls? Grefia sighed tiredly while wearing her normal clothes, but her silver hair stood out too much, so she had to put a cap on to hide her hair. Whilst she said something like that, she actually wanted to see the date. Part of her wanted to know if Rias was doing her best or not, another part of her was getting jealous from the sight of them. Master. Ikaros muttered quietly while standing beside Grefia. She was checking her system to find if anything was wrong with her. Nothing was out of the original, yet she found a strange feeling inside of her chest. Returning back to our couple, they just arrived at an amusement park. It was Sunday, so the park had a lot of people, especially couples hand in hand with each other just like Naruto and Rias. But the moment they stepped into the crowds, both of them immediately gained a lot of attention from the others. No matter where they went, people always looked at them and muttered with each other about how good they looked with each other or Naruto's handsomeness and Rias' beauty. Naruto bought a big cotton candy for Rias, which she happily ate and shared some of it with Naruto with a happy smile. They went from shop to shop, store after store, and played every game they found at the amusement park. Look, Naruto-kun! Rias excitedly yelled and pointed her hand at the big stuffed animals, one of which was a cute big orange fox the size of a big dog hooked up at the gate of a small store. You like them? He grinned and pulled his sleeves up a little. Let's me win it for you. Actually, he had seen that stuffed toy, and if not for Rias who was walking beside him, he would run to that shop first and get the toy because of its resemblance to Kurama. Let's go. He pulled her hand gently and both of them ran to the shop. The owner of the shop was a middle-aged man who was wearing a satisfied grin on his face while counting the money he just got from the last player. Naruto looked at the game and saw it was pretty easy, for him at least. From what he saw from the couple who had just lost the game, he would have to throw the ball to knock down the 3 cups that had been placed onto each other and formed a triangle shape. It was pretty lame that the shop owner who used this game to make money from costumers by gluing the cup together. Too bad for this man though. Naruto didn't plan on losing this game. He would get the fox for Rias. One shot please. Naruto's eyes twitched at the man's gaze on Rias. Of course she would stand out the most. People began to gather around the shop because they wanted to see the handsome-looking man try beat the legendary game at this amusement park. Somehow, as long as they remembered, this shop had never lost before, despite no one ever finding out which method the owner used to make the cups never fall to the ground. Wow, nice girlfriend you have there, kiddo. The man smirked and gave Naruto the balls to throw. Think you can beat this game? Of course. Naruto muttered dangerously, making the man flinch at the dangerous aura around the blonde. Go Naruto-kun! Rias cheered out excitedly. Despite knowing that Naruto would destroy those cups with just one shot, she couldn't help but getting happy at the thought Naruto would get the stuffed toy for her. Naruto smirked and held his hand back a little. With all his strength he could put a hole into the wall of this shop and destroy those cups, but seeing that all he wanted was the fox, he just used a very little part of his strength and threw the ball. Smash! Everyone's eyes widened in shock at all 3 cups falling down to the ground after the ball hit them. The mouth of the owner dropped in shock while Rias was cheering loudly. I want that fox over there. Naruto pointed his hand to the orange fox, but his face turned to confusion when the man in front of him smirked victoriously. Problem? You have to stand behind the line, kid. He pointed to the ground. Naruto's eyes widened when he noticed his feet had slipped onto the line by just a millimeter. Hey, it's just a little. Naruto scolded, but after he saw the look on the man's face, he took another ball and stepped back. He actually stood a few meters behind the line. Fine, you want to play then. Damn, that kid must have came from a baseball team to throw like that, the owner thought, and brought out the special glue for the cups. With this, even if he hits it dead on, they won't fall down. He smirked and prepared the cups in secret. I swear I saw that line move a little. Naruto muttered to the crimson-haired girl beside him. Basically cheating. Rias nodded her head. Try not to destroy his store this time, Naruto-kun. She smiled and kissed his cheek softly, making the spectators, especially the girl, squeal out in delight. For luck, she winked, making Naruto's cheeks redden. Okay, blonde, your turn. The owner smirked and pointed to the cups. Here I go. Naruto brought his arms back. This time he threw the ball with more force than before and made it nearly disappear to the naked eye. Smash! This time, he had destroyed 2 out of the 3 cups with his power. Naruto smiled nervously at the damage he caused and saw that the ball actually got stuck in the wall behind them. Rias shook her head, but after seeing everyone around her cheer out, she smiled. The fox. Naruto pointed his hand to the fox toy again. Wait the minute, kid, I didn't see the ball. You must be cheating or something like that. The owner tried to weasel out of giving the prize, making Naruto groaned. Damn it, I play fair. Naruto said and pointed his hand to the toy again. I want that toy. Okay, kid, this time if you make the cups fall down again, I will give you back the money and give you that fox, he said, and brought out 3 special cups reserved for emergency situations like this. They were made from heavy metal, so if the ball actually hit them, they still would never fall down. But if you lose, your girlfriend over there must work for me for a day. How's about that? What did you say? Naruto scolded. Cheating isn't good, kid, remember that. He laughed and went to prepare the cups, this time with some extra glue to the metal cups. There is no way the kid could beat the game when he brought out these cups, and with the help of that red-hair chick, he would make a lot of money just by making her stand in front of his shop and call for the costumers. Done. He turned around but then heard the sound of something pierce through the air and fly past his head. Smash! All the cups fell down to the ground with a heavy sound. The fox. Naruto smirked and pointed his hand to the stuffed toy. Wait, kid, I didn't see. But he quickly shut his mouth when Rias walked past Naruto with her bangs shadowing her eyes. Crack! Her hand slammed against the wooden stand, making it crack a little under her strength, and everyone, even Naruto, had to take a step back at the sight of the angry girl in front of them. The owner gulped nervously while looking at the girl in front of him. The fox, please. She looked up and smiled sweetly to him, or else I will destroy this store. Geez, you were so scary back there, Naruto chuckled with an ice cream in his hand. Rias was holding a fox toy in one hand while her other hand was holding the same type of ice cream as Naruto. Naruto-kun tried so hard and yet he called you a cheater. Rias said dramatically. Well, it's not that hard, you know. He grinned and licked his ice cream. This thing is so good. Kind of reminding me of the first ice cream you bought me. Ufufu, the same chocolate with some extra vanilla, wasn't it? She then realized a small chocolate cream on Naruto lowered lip and stood on the tips of her toes. You left a bit of ice cream here. Let me clean it for you. She licked his lower lip seductively without a care about the eyes of everyone around them. There, she smiled. Rias, we're in public. Naruto called, but she had run away while laughing. This girl is going to kill me one day. He chuckled and quickly followed the crimson-haired girl. After finishing with the amusement park, Naruto and Rias walked out with hands full of the toys Naruto got for her. She had to store them away using her magic, but still carried the orange fox in her hand. They went to a small restaurant for their lunch, which Rias had a hard time concentrating on eating when those waitresses just come to their table and flirted with Naruto. After 10 minutes without anything changing, Rias spooned some soup into her mouth and stood up, brought Naruto's face to hers and kissed him in front of everyone, pouring the soup into his mouth while their tongues played with each other. A little too forward, but no waitresses dared to disturb their meal again. After lunch, they came to an otaku shop and Rias actually squealed out in delight when she found out that this shop let people wear the cosplay clothes. She had tried on a lot of clothes and even some revealing outfits from her favorite characters. Naruto nearly had a nosebleed when she dressed in a sailor school uniform. The uniform was too tight and her breasts nearly tore through the shirt while the skirt was too short, exposing the bottom half of her backside to Naruto's eyes. They went to a lot of places after that, such as an aquarium at the nearby town, a game center, a movie theater, roller coaster, and even a lingerie shop. It was kind of embarrassing for Naruto when his date wanted his opinion about the underwear they wanted to buy. But all in all, it was a happy day for the both of them. Naruto and Rias never had so much fun in their life together like this before. But just like anything, their date had to come to an end. Rias, while feeling sad and that their date was too short, was thinking about a possible way to ask Naruto out for the next time. Both Naruto and Rias were sitting in one of the many cabins of the massive wheel, and currently their cabin was going to the top now. It was a pretty slow wheel, so Rias and Naruto could enjoy the view from the top to the fullest. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Rias said with a bright smile while hugging the fox close to her chest, for the best day of my life. It's nothing, Rias, you'll also give me a really happy day. Naruto scratched the back of his head and then leaned his back to the chair. Rias nodded her head and looked out of the windows. It's nearly 6 o'clock by now. The sun was almost setting at the horizon. Rias put the fox to her chair and stood up. She quickly climbed onto Naruto's lap and sat there with her arms around his neck before he could realize it. Naruto-kun. Thank you. Rias smiled and brought her lips to his, kissing him softly. Naruto's eyes widened a bit but then slowly closed up. He had his arms around her waist and pulled her closer to him and began to kiss back. Finishing a date with a soft kiss. There was nothing better than that. Naruto-kun, say ah. Rias smiled while holding a snack in front of Naruto. They were sitting at the couch of the living room and watching TV together. Ah? Naruto opened his mouth childishly and let Rias put the snack inside his mouth. Era, the two lovebirds have it bad. Akeno giggled beside them. Naruto just laughed and laid his head back on the couch. 3 days had passed since his date with Rias. He no longer looked at the crimson-haired girl as just his childhood friend anymore. They had grown closer and closer with each day that passed by. Sure, it wasn't like how things were going with Grefia, but Naruto enjoyed building up a relationship like this with Rias. Naruto-sama, here is the schedule for this week. Please memorize it before midnight, Ravel said with a hint of pride in her voice and handed Naruto a slip of paper. Thank you, Ravel-chan. Naruto nodded his head and turned to the angeloid who was sitting on the ground with her back leaning against his legs. Ikaros, how is everything going with your chicken coop and the watermelon garden? Everything is going well, master, Ikaros said with her usual tone. Is there anything you need with the garden? Ah, it's nothing really, he nodded his head. Ding. Dong. I wonder who it is. Seeing that Grefia was cleaning the kitchen with the help of his clone, Naruto stood up from the couch and ran to the door before any of the girls decided to help him. Naruto Uzumaki here, he said brightly when he opened the door, but a yellow blur suddenly tackled him around waist and nearly made Naruto fall to the ground in surprise. Otoyu-sama, a child screamed out excitedly, making Naruto's eyes turn wide in shock. He looked at the small child who was hugging his waist and saw that she was wearing the traditional Miko outfit and tall geta with white tabi. The sleeves of her haori featured a giant red star-shaped pentagram on the sleeves, surrounded by 5 smaller pentagrams in between the points. She also has golden hair and 2 cute animal ears sticking out at the top of her head. But what shocked Naruto the most were 9 golden tails behind her. What? He heard the others rush to the door after hearing the scream from this child. Naruto-kun, who is this child? Rias asked with surprise in her voice, and she quickly saw the 9 golden tails behind her. A Kyubi? I don't know. Naruto shook his head, but then he heard a soft laugh at the door and turned to look. His eyes widened at the beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and golden blonde hair with matching eyes. She is also dressed in shrine maiden attire just like the small girl, and it wasn't hard to see the resemblance between them. Kunou, you embarrassed me in front of your Oda-san, she smiled playfully and waved her hand to the girl to come near her. WW what? Naruto shuddered. Hello there, Naruto-san, it's been a long time, hasn't it? The blonde woman smiled to him and bowed down. Oda-san, I have wanted to meet you for a long time. The girl, Kunou, jumped up and down with excitement in her eyes. What? Otoyu-san? Nearly all the residents of Uzumaki Mansion screamed out in shock. While Naruto just gulped nervously, he couldn't help but feel that trouble had found him, again. Naruto DxD, Purpose of Living. Volume 1, The High School Life Begin. Chapter 13. Please forgive me. Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction, bowed deeply with her forehead touching the ground. Naruto was desperately trying to defuse the situation, but sadly things only got worse and worse with each passing minute. To say Rias and the others were angry was an understatement, the understatement of the year as a matter of fact. Naruto tried to explain that he, in fact, had no relations to Yasaka and that Kunou was in no way his child. His only salvation was Ikaros, the only one who believed him. Grefia had gone to contact Serafall. It wasn't every day that the leader of a power faction nonchalantly walks into a mansion full of devils. Rias had tried to blast him with her power of destruction and nearly destroyed the living room in the process of trying to kill him or to make him suffer. After he placated his childhood friend, he ordered Ikaros to play with the child. The girl had never seen an angel and was happy to play with Ikaros, but of course, she preferred her father more than anything. She clung to Naruto until her mother told her to go play with Ikaros so her parents could have some alone time. When Grefia returned, she handed Naruto a mission request from Serafall, and it turned out that the mission entitled that he would have to pose as Kunou's father. This job might be pretty easy in a way, but Naruto must fulfill it for the sake of devil and Yukai relationship, because after all, the woman before him, Yasaka, was the leader of the Yukai faction. Learning of Naruto's mission, the girls knew he was telling the truth and calmed down before apologizing for attacking him, especially Rias, who tried to evaporate him. Yasaka-san, please stand up. Naruto smiled nervously to the older woman before him. There's no need to bow like that. But I have troubled you with this misunderstanding. Naruto-san, please forgive me. Looking up, she peered into Naruto's eyes expectantly. Don't worry about that. Now, please sit up and tell us everything, okay? He smiled and helped Yasaka to her feet. They returned to the VIP room located on the 6th floor. Naruto never knew he would use this room so soon. Here's your tea, Yasaka-sama. Naruto-sama. Grefia put the tray down on the table and poured the tea into 2 cups. Rias and the others were sitting in the chairs behind Naruto. The Crimson Heiress had decided to call all the members of her peerage here so they could observe the proceedings, so they could help Naruto on his mission to the best of their ability. Thank you, Grefia-san. Yasaka smiled gratefully and took a cup from Grefia, which the silver-haired maid nodded her head with a smile before going to stand next to Naruto, eagerly awaiting his next order. I'm really surprised that you're here, Grefia-san. I thought you were going to stay as the head maid of Lucifer-sama. I'm Naruto-sama's personal maid now, Yasaka-sama. A small smile graced Grefia's beautiful face. I see. The blonde Kyubi nodded her head in understanding and turned her head to Naruto. So Naruto-san, I guess you already know you're part of your mission? Yes, Yasaka-san. Naruto nodded his head and sipped the tea. But why me, Yasaka-san? I mean, you could choose someone who has experience as a father, like an older Yukai or devil. But I'm just a young devil and am still inexperienced. I'm not even a high-class devil, you know. I know that, Naruto-san. Yasaka put the cup on the table. However, as some of you already know, Kunou and I are the only Kyubis of the Yukai race. I know that some of you wonder why. It's because it is very rare that a Kitsune Yukai could achieve 9 tails like me and my daughter, who inherited my power. Everyone nodded their head. Kiba was explaining a few things about the Yukai faction to Issei and the church duo. Kunou's father was a normal human and he had abandoned us a long time ago when he found out I was a Yukai, and I have never met him since then. But Yasaka's voice held a deep sadness when she began to tell the story. Kunou always wished to know her father and always wanted him to appear for her birthday. That was always her wish since the day she could remember her birthday. I had desperately tried to find someone who could act as her father. But after everything I tried, my daughter still saw through the act and knew it wasn't her father or the person I found just want power and money out of this. Yasaka slowly took the cup and drank the tea as silence permeated the room. Maybe Yasaka was the leader of the Yukai faction, but she was still a mother who wanted the best for her daughter. I just wanted her to be happy on her birthday, but I always made her cry after the party has finished. I'm really a failure as a mother to her child. Yasaka wiped a tear from the corner of her golden eye before continuing. Long ago, I had hoped that I wouldn't have to tell Kunou that her father abandoned us until a few weeks ago I decided to tell her the truth about him. And then, before I could go to my daughter's room, I saw Naruto-sama in his Kyubi form? Ravel gasped and everyone's eyes widened. She and everyone still remembered what happened at the engagement party, how Naruto's energy materialized into a Kyubi form with black lines marring the body. Yes, I saw Naruto-san's form and thought that you might be one of the members of our Kitsune clan that had gained 9 tails like me. Yasaka nodded her head. However, when I did some research about it, I couldn't find anything related to Naruto Uzumaki, and your fox form was very unique. It is very different than mine. She paused a little, but that was when an idea popped into my head. Who could better be a father to Kunou than someone who has a Kyubi form like us? I was hesitant as first because I didn't want to use anyone, especially someone like you, for my own selfishness. But when Kunou saw you, she had asked me. She trailed off. If I'm her father or not? Naruto sighed. He felt bad for the woman in front of him who cared deeply for her daughter's happiness, even going as far as abandoning her duty as leader to come all the way from Kyoto to here. And just to find someone who could act as Kunou's father so that the child could have a happy birthday. But, what is your plan for after her birthday? I had told her that her father is very busy and has to go on business trip. Yasaka lowered her head, as she might hate me when she finds out, but I hope I could prolong the time until she's fully matured and can take care of herself, so please. Yasaka stood up and got on her knees in front of them. Naruto's and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Please help me, Naruto-san. Kunou already thinks you're her father, so you can just take her here and there, and act like her father until the end of her birthday. I will offer you anything you want, money, power, or even myself. Just please be her father, just for 2 days. She lowered herself down until she was bowing deeply. A pair of gentle hands touched her shoulder gently and helped her back up to her feet. Yasaka looked up and saw that Naruto was smiling at her. I will help you, Yasaka-san, Naruto grinned. I don't need anything at all. You're one of the best mothers I have ever seen in my life. I promise you that I will try my best to be Kunou's father. If you need anything after this, just ask me. Naruto smiled brightly, making Yasaka's cheeks turn a shade of pink before quickly fading away. Thank you, Naruto-san. She nodded her head with a smile. The young man in front of her was really different than the rest of the men she had asked for help. All they wanted was money and power, or even her body in return. They didn't care about how Kunou felt when they were her father, and it was one of the many reasons her daughter was perpetually sad. But with Naruto, then maybe her daughter could have a happy birthday after all. Otosama. Kunou cried out happily and launched herself at Naruto's body. Everyone, including Rias, had decided to be part of this plan. They didn't know how everything would turn out at the end, but even a pervert like Issei had felt sorry for the blonde woman. Yasaka had told Naruto everything he needed to know, from Kunou's favorite food to her favorite toys. The leader of Yukai faction even told Naruto everything about her to prevent suspicion from her daughter. Kunou was a young and immature girl, but she could be very smart at the same time. Hello there, Kunou-chan, I hope you have been a good girl for Ikaros-ne? He patted her head and turned his eyes to Ikaros, who was sitting with a ball in her hand. Yes, Kunou has been a very good girl. Ikaros-ne played a lot of games with me. Kunou said, making Yasaka and the girls, even Kiba coo at the girl's cuteness. She is the best angel ever. Naruto chuckled, maybe acting as her father wouldn't be so bad at all. The girl suddenly pulled his hand to sit down next to Ikaros along with her mother. Let's play together, Otosama, Okasama. Naruto just smiled nervously at the others and followed the fox girl. He felt kind of glad that Ikaros was here with him, or else he would be too nervous to do anything. Despite following Yasaka's idea, the other girls, couldn't help but feel jealous at the sight in front of them. Naruto let Kunou sit on his lap, much to the annoyance of Ravel and Kaneko. He began to play with the smaller blonde just like a normal father would with their child. The others, especially Yasaka, widened their eyes in surprise at the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe that Naruto, naturally, could act like as if he was Kunou's father from the beginning. The blonde-haired child's face held so much happiness that Yasaka hadn't seen before, and the girls couldn't help but admit that the three of them looked just like a happy family together. You know, with that golden hair and the Kyuubi form, Zenovia muttered to Asia as she looked at the scene in front of her. Naruto could be related to Kunou-sama from the beginning. Yes, they look so happy with each other, Asia smiled brightly. Era, Bucho, you look thoughtful. Akeno looked at her king and saw that she was staring at Naruto with a blush on her face. Not only that she seemed to space out, I bet that you're thinking of how good a father Naruto is. Akeno. It's not like that, she tried to defend herself, but she couldn't help but agree with her queen about that. Naruto definitely made a good father. Naruto-sama. Ravel blushed furiously at hearing the words from Akeno. She too couldn't help but agree that Naruto was a good father. She would inform her mother of this interesting fact later on. Her mother would be happy that Naruto not only was her daughter's fiancé, but was a powerful devil with unique personality, and he was also a really good and caring father. Now, Kunou-chan, let me introduce you to my friends. Naruto, wrapping his hands around Kunou's waist, lifted her off his lap with ease. He stood up and walked up to where Rias and the others were standing. He felt really bad that he was helping her mother in tricking Kunou like this. Especially a little girl who was just 8 or 10 years old. Say Kunou-chan. Naruto smiled and fed Kunou, with chopsticks, a piece of grilled meat. Kunou opened her mouth widely and ate the food Naruto fed her. Here you go too, honey, Yasaka said with a small blush on her cheeks. Lunchtime had arrived after 3 hours of playing a lot of games and even video games with each other. Grefia went to the storage room and brought out an extra large table so there was enough space for everyone, including Rias' peerage. Kunou and Yasaka had taken both seats at Naruto's sides, much to Rias' annoyance. But the girl just shook it off and sat next to the blonde-haired girl, who looked at Rias as her big sister now. You know, Akeno. Do you think she's getting into this a bit too much? Rias whispered to her black-haired queen. I don't know why, but I feel that Naruto acting as Kunou-chan's father was just a part of her reason to come here. Me too, Bucho. Akeno nodded her head. Yasaka had decided that she and Naruto should act as a proper couple in love with each other, and the scene in front of them was really annoying them, especially Rias. Naruto chuckled nervously as he ate the food Yasaka fed him. Be careful, Naruto, she is planning something else. Kurama said inside Naruto's mind. Because of the link between them, Kurama could access Naruto's sense, and a part of Naruto's power and ability of empathy was one of them. I know Kurama. Naruto nodded his head. She might be a good actress, but she couldn't betray her emotions. It was all fake and Naruto knew it. He could feel her emotions clearly inside of the VIP room. She felt sad, yet at the same time her emotions were totally different from a sad mother telling him about her mistake in tricking her daughter. There was also something else Naruto couldn't describe about Yasaka, and he knew he had to be careful around her. Maybe he should tell Grefia about this. But there was an emotion coming from Yasaka that prevented him from telling his maid. It was fear. Don't tell her. While I know that maid could keep a calm disposition, but if she know that the Kyuubi, Kurama paused a little, apparently he couldn't stand watching another Kyuubi other than himself running outside. The orange Kyuubi wanted nothing more than challenge the golden Kyuubi in a fight to decide who is the strongest nine-tailed fox, but sadly he couldn't leave Naruto's body, was using you. We don't know what could happen if she choose to attack that female. And if the Grefia is as strong as the rumors say, the fight would level this country if they went all out. You understand how protective that maid is of you, don't you Naruto? I know Kurama. It looks like only time will tell, Naruto thought inside of his head and fed Kunou another spoonful of vegetables which the blonde girl tried to push it away. He turned his head to Ravel and saw that she was staring at him. Her eyes were telling him that she knew what he was thinking. It looks like their bond had gotten stronger lately. Ravel had begun to show signs of understanding Naruto's desires before he could tell her. The tears had begun to show its effect, and he didn't want to think what would happen after he drank it. Ravel sent him a meaningful look before turning away before she ate another piece of food. She too, like everyone else, didn't like the closeness between Naruto and Yasaka. Yasaka was getting into it a little bit too much. She remembered from some old book she had read when she was younger that kitsunes were professionals at jokes and illusions, especially acting like everything was real. She didn't know if Yasaka followed the old kitsune way or not, but she felt that there's something more to the blonde Kyuubi's visit. Naruto sighed. Tomorrow would be Kunou's birthday. Yasaka had decided that they should celebrate her birthday here, and her people at Kyoto had already organized a huge party for their princess. They would return home late tomorrow night, and everything will be revealed after that. Or sooner than any of them expected. Naruto stood outside on his rooftop, leaning his arms on the balcony and looking out at the town in the middle of the night. After putting Kunou to sleep, he couldn't find himself wanting to do the same thing at all, so he decided to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air. Who knew that taking care of a child would be this stressful? After all, he had given his best and was glad that Kunou enjoyed his attention. Yasaka had decided to stay on the bed with Kunou and slept with her like they always did. Everyone in Rias peerage had stayed in the empty rooms he had. This is the first time Uzumaki Mansion had this many residents and had rung out with laughter. Naruto chuckled at memory. The look on Issei's face when he accidentally put him and Asia in a different rooms. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned his head behind him and saw that Rias was standing at the door looking at him with a surprised expression on her face. Naruto's face reddened a little at seeing her clothes, which were simply string panties and unbuttoned t-shirt. Couldn't sleep, Rias-chan? Naruto asked while he devoured the sight in front of him. It's actually pretty hard to sleep without you beside me. Rias walked up to the balcony and leaned her arm on it. She said it casually like it was an obvious thing, made Naruto turn his head so fast that his neck nearly cracked, only for Rias to take a deep breath. The wind slowly blew through her crimson tresses, adding a magical quality to the scene. I'm sorry for attacking you this morning, Naruto-kun. You've already apologized once, Rias. Naruto words pulled him out of his thought. He stared into her beautiful blue-green eyes and smiled. Plus, you don't have to worry or even say sorry. It's not every day that your childhood friend gets stuck in a misunderstanding about his child. Rias giggled at his words and brought her face closer to his. She asked with a gentle smile, say Naruto-kun, what are you planning to do after becoming a high-class devil? You know, when you become a high-class devil you wouldn't have to worry about devil jobs anymore. And with your current status in the devil world, plus your acting part in Magical Girl Leviathan, I say you wouldn't have to worry about money for about 100 years. So what are your plans for the future? Rias brought up a good point. If she hadn't reminded him, then Naruto wouldn't know what to do after his promotion to a high-class devil. Sure, he still had his dream of confessing his feelings to his lovely childhood friend, and after his date with Rias that dream only grew stronger. But what would he do after confessing his feelings to her? He just couldn't just take an heiress to one of the most powerful clans to a date without troubling her? Plus he also had a lot of issues with the higher-ups. Those guys would never let him have a minute of free time, let alone let him date someone of Rias' prestige. I really don't know, Rias-chan, he confessed truthfully. You know, before you came into my life all I wanted was to stay alive. It was a constant struggle just to stay alive and not die from starvation or illness. After I met you and we became best friends, everything changed for me, especially after living at the Gremory Castle. I didn't have to worry constantly about my life, and I had a family which cared for me, friends who would never leave my side, especially a certain beautiful and lovely girl I know who just so happens to be my childhood friend who brought happiness to my life and made it more interesting." He chuckled but kept his eyes focused on the town so he didn't see the furious blush on Rias' face. "But you know what, Rias-chan? The life I had before I met you, the life I was living after the loss of my family was fake, it was all fake." Rias' eyes widened at Naruto's speech. The image of a younger Naruto, holding a black katana pointed at her throat, suddenly appeared in her mind. Her face lost its color when she saw the look in his eyes, those same eyes he had the day she accidentally bumped into him. "I didn't want to worry anyone, especially you, Rias-chan, with some stupid memory of mine." Naruto gritted his teeth. "However, sooner or later you guys will find out everything about me. Even I don't remember half of my previous life. When I woke up in Lucifer's castle, I had inconsistent gaps in my memories, and no matter how I tried or what methods I used, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember how I lost my conscience and how I ended up in the castle." Rias bit her lower lips to stop the words from coming out. She didn't want to tell him the truth. He would hate himself for nearly killing her, one of his precious people. "But last month, I remembered a part of my previous life." Naruto smiled warmly at the memories Kurama gave him. "I was 10 years old and joined an academy that would teach me how to fight, how to protect myself. Sadly, I couldn't remember my parents, but that day when I joined the academy, I was nothing but a troublemaker, pulling pranks. I acted idiotically so that people would notice me. Why do I do such things for attention? I don't know. But that day I met a person who cared for me. An older brother would support me. His name was Irika Umino, my first sensei. Naruto-kun. I sometime envy you, Rias-chan." He turned his head to her. "You're a free spirit. You can do whatever you wanted and have anything you want. Hell, when you ran into me, I envied he roller skates, and wanted to steal them for myself." Naruto chuckled as Rias hit the back of his head. She knew something about him, he just knew it. He felt her emotions when he told her about the part when he woke up at Lucifer's castle years ago. But decided to push it aside and wanted to lighten the mood instead. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" Naruto asked with his eyes set on her. "It sure is." Rias nodded her head with a smile. Both of them just stared at each other for a moment before closing the gap between them. The only thing they wanted to do was to feel the other's lips, just like when they were in the cabin. But then a girlish scream immediately broke the tender moment. Naruto swiveled his head to the house and saw a bright light appear on the 3rd floor before an explosion shook the mansion uncontrollably. Concentrating, Naruto sensed that everyone was alright, but he also felt for strange signatures. "Kunou." His eyes snapped open and he took Rias' hand. Both of them disappeared in a flash of yellow. Naruto reappeared inside Kunou's and Yasaka's room to see that the room was on fire. He could feel the energy coming from the flame and saw that it was the Kyuubi's flame, Yasaka's powerful magic. Quickly shielding Rias from the flames, they stepped through the large hole in the wall leading outside. "Kunou!" They heard Yasaka screamed in horror as a column of fire appeared. Looking up, Naruto saw a harpy holding the sleeping Kunou within her claws while 3 of her compatriots along with a lot of monsters were fighting Yasaka. They must be strong to be able to hold even ground with Yasaka, leader of the Ukai faction, especially the Kappa. Naruto had never seen a Kappa with such mastery over the element of water. Something wasn't right here. Their power kept increasing for no reason. "Stay here and support me, Rias-chan." Naruto put Rias to the ground, who nodded her head quickly and called on her power. Naruto joined the battle with his kunai ready. "It's useless, Yasaka-sama, your power is nothing against us now," the green Oni snarled with a smirk on his face. "Your death will bring destruction to your faction in Kyoto, and our master would be happy to have his throne rightfully returned to his ownership. Give me back my daughter." Yasaka cried and began to transform into her Kyuubi form. Those Ukai in front of her have had their powers boosted. Her opponents saw her transformation and immediately attacked her. They knew Yasaka could easily deal with them if she transformed. Although, she would likely level this town and take back her daughter before they could deliver the child to their master. But Yasaka's transformation suddenly stopped when Naruto appeared in a flash of yellow between her and the Ukai. As soon as he appeared, Naruto created a Rasengan and thrust at the Oni. He shouted in pain and was thrown away in a powerful whirlwind. His comrades shook themselves out of their dazed state and attacked Naruto, but a black orb with a crimson aura hit one of them dead on, erasing half of one's face. Rias was standing with her hand thrust out. Her eyes widened when the ground around her began to shake violently. A puff of smoke appeared beside her and she saw a clone of Naruto wrap a hand around her waist before jumping out of the way as massive jaws broke through the earth. A massive monster began to crawl out of the ground as it roared. Rias covered her ears at the ear-shattering sound. She felt like her head was going to explode at the sound. Monsters began to crawl out of the giant hole to attack Naruto and Yasaka. While they weren't much of a threat, they were going to outnumber the two if Naruto and Yasaka didn't use their more destructive powers. A blur suddenly passed by the monster trying to sneak behind Naruto as it slashed at the monster. The blur stopped behind Naruto back to back. It was Kiba, dual-wielding two swords. "So, what's the situation, senpai?" Kiba asked. "3 leaders, 2 are dead and 1 is currently battle Yasaka-san. There are a lot of monsters, a massive one to make their point." Naruto sent 2 monsters flying with a powerful kick. "So what's the plan, senpai?" "Take them all out and rescue Kunou." Naruto didn't need to turn around to know that Kiba understood his orders and began cleaving through the monsters with his sword. He smiled as a massive barrier materialized. Grefia was trying her best to hide the battle from human sight. Powerful lightning began to strike the ground. Looking up, Naruto saw Akeno hovering above the ground with her wings out. A golden magic circle floating above her head shot out lightning in intervals. Rias with the help of his clones took out monsters before they could reach the queen. Issei had his own share of fighting. Naruto had to admit that the brunette was holding his own pretty well while he simultaneously protected Asia. He even managed to harm the massive beast with a boosted dragon shot. Kaneko, using her super strength, sent any monster in her path flying. Alongside her, Zenovia with Durandal in hand cleaved through the monsters violently without any rhyme or technique. Floating in the sky, Ikaros shot down monsters, one by one, using the strange light her wings emitted. Any monster foolish enough to get close was mercilessly ripped apart by an unseen force without acknowledgement. Ravel, with her flaming wings out, protected Grefia from any monsters as the maid concentrated on stabilizing the barrier. "Kaneko!" Naruto yelled, earning the attention of the white-haired girl. He pointed his hand to the biggest beast and then pointed his finger to the sky while running at the beast. Kaneko nodded her head in understanding and ran at the beast. The small white-haired girl ran past the beast's legs without trouble and met Naruto underneath the beast. Synchronizing their movements, Naruto and Kaneko jumped and slugged the beast with powerful punches, propelling it into the sky at unimaginable speeds as it roared in pain. Naruto used some of his energy to add some altitude. A clone appeared beside him and nodded his head. Naruto held out his hand while the clone channeled his energy and created a normal Rasengan in the original's hand. Kaneko sent another monster flying before she turned her head around in shock. She saw white blades being to form around Naruto's Rasengan as it began to expand. The bright white-bluish light and the strange, bell-screeching-like sound earned everyone's attention. Turning their heads, they saw Naruto holding a massive Rasengan above his head. The whirling blades reminded them of a shuriken. "Futon, Rasen Shuriken," Naruto muttered. He hefted the Rasengan and hurled it at the sky. A second passed as the powerful shuriken whirled through the clouds. And then they heard it, a large explosion. A massive shockwave rippled through the air, it cracked and nearly broke Grefia's barrier. Their mouths dropped in shock as an enormous orb appeared in the sky while spinning slowly. The clouds swirled around it, making it look like a storm. After a minute, the orb disappeared and the massive beast slowly fell to the ground, blood covering its body. All the monsters had been killed with the help of Naruto, Rias and her peerage. All of them quickly gathered behind Yasaka, who was finishing off the last leader. Its body was being vaporized into nothingness by the golden flames. A murderous expression was plastered on her face as she stared down the harpy holding her child captive. "Give her back to me," Yasaka muttered dangerously. "Or what?" The harpy smirked. "Yasaka-sama, I couldn't believe that someone like you would go so low as to going to these filthy devils for protection. You have broken the oath between you and your master. Your child would pay for that. Our master will use her at the ritual." She laughed loudly while Yasaka was gritted her teeth in anger. "Master," Ikaros whispered behind him, "I could take out that harpy and bring Kunou back with Artemis. I have her locked in with my radar, shall I?" "Don't, Ikaros, we can't risk hurting Kunou, just stay still," Naruto muttered back, and Ikaros nodded her head. Her eyes changed back to normal. "What do you want with her?" Rias called out. She was glaring at the harpy with so much hatred in her eyes. She was really fond of the little fox girl, and seeing these yokai taking her away like this, she wanted nothing more than blast them into nothingness. "Oh, Rias Gremory and her troublesome peerage. I didn't know that you would get such interesting guardians, Yasaka-sama." The harpy smirked and turned her head to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, the most dangerous threat to my master's alliance. Master's alliance told me that if I see you here, then I should tell you this." She smiled before continuing, "Remember your mission, Uzumaki, someday you will finish it." She roared out in laughter before a portal appeared beside her. She quickly flew into it before any of them could react. "No, Kunou!" Yasaka screamed and tried to reach for her daughter with tears in her eyes, but Grefia suddenly appeared behind her and held her in a firm grip. Naruto just stared at the spot where the harpy just disappeared with his eyes wide. He just stared blankly at the spot without a hint of emotion in his eyes. Kill her! Naruto's hand suddenly shot out by on its own, memories began flood his mind. Even though it was just a flash of images flashing through his mind, his body suddenly acted on its own. The hand holding the tri-pronged kunai suddenly shot up and pointed itself at Rias. And Naruto-kun. Everything happened so fast that he himself didn't know what just happened. The images in his mind suddenly disappeared like they were never there. Rias-chan. He muttered and peered down at his bloody hand. His other hand had shot up and stopped the blade before it could pierce Rias's throat. Everyone was looking at him in confusion and surprise. Even Yasaka had stopped struggling in favor. Kill her. She responds for the loss of your family. Kill her. It was the reason you live. Kill her. And revenge for your lost. Kill her. It's the mission of your life. Kill her. That voice began to chant loudly inside his mind, making Naruto yell out in pain. The unimaginable pain threatened to split his head wide open. The wound in his hand healed instantly as the kunai dropped to the ground with a clunk. Naruto fell to the ground clutching his head with both of his hands. His eyes were closed tightly as he tried to ward off the pain. Naruto! Rias cried out with tears in her eyes. She quickly made her way to his side and tried to help him. She didn't know what to do, all she knew was that she needed to ease the pain. When she laid a hand on his shoulder, Naruto's head suddenly snapped up, Sharingan ablaze. Rias was immediately tackled to the ground as a pair of strong hands wrapped themselves around her throat. She choked as Naruto tightly squeezed her throat, slowly constricting the life out of her. She realized if not for everyone trying to their best to pull Naruto off of her, he would have surely broken her neck. A tear slowly fell down the corner of her eye when she realized that the one she loved was killing her. But then everything suddenly stopped. Rias-chan. Naruto muttered, his eyes returned back to their normal bright azure color. He looked at his hands, strangling Rias, in shock. Naruto-kun. She tried to speak, but when she saw the horrified expression in his eyes, she knew it was too late now. Naruto suddenly disappeared in a flash of yellow, leaving Rias lying flat on the ground staring blankly at the sky with tears in her eyes. Please tell me everything, Yasaka-sama, I will try my best to help you, Grefia urged gently while holding the blonde-hair woman's hand. They decided to return to Uzumaki Mansion, and everyone wanted Yasaka to tell them the real reason why she came here. No one could forget what just happened mere moments ago, and the blood lust in the air when Naruto trying to strangle his childhood friend, the one he cherished the most, to death. Using her radar, Ikaros pinpointed Naruto's location. He was in his room. Placing seal upon seal, Naruto locked himself inside his room. With so many seals, Grefia couldn't drag him out without destroying the house. And by the look of it, Naruto most likely wanted someone to kill him. Rias was currently sitting with her back to the door of Naruto's room. She was trying her best to keep the tears from falling but failed terribly. Rias tried to call for Naruto, but no matter what she tried he wouldn't answer even if she used their special bracelet. She stayed like this for 2 hours. Akeno, Ravel, Kaneko and everyone had tried to call for Naruto but they couldn't do anything better than her. Rias suddenly felt a pressure pressing from the other side of the door, and realized it was Naruto leaning on the door. Naruto-kun, she inquired lowly, are you there? There were no response, but Rias knew that Naruto was on the other side of the wall because of the warm heat radiating from the bracelet. Naruto-kun, she wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled sadly, it's alright, I'm not hurt or anything you know. How? Rias heard a low whisper, but with her enhanced hearing she could hear it clearly. How can you not angry with me, after how I nearly killed you, Rias? I? But before she could finish her speech, the door suddenly opened and the next thing she knew, she was being pushed against the wall. Her eyes widened but then softened when she saw the tears flowing down his eyes, and the arms holding her weren't forceful at all. It was just as gentle as the way he always held her when they slept together in the same bed since they were young. You should hate me, Rias. Naruto yelled, don't you get it, there was a voice in my head that was telling me to kill you. No matter how hard I tried, my body just acted on its own. Like it was natural for me to kill you, it was like I was born to do so. You should hate me, look at me with disgust and attack me the next time you see me. Naruto lowered his head to her shoulder, so why? It's okay, Naruto-kun, she wrapped her arms around his neck and held him tightly. It is okay, everything is going to be fine. It is all in the past now. Rias slowly fell to the ground while holding Naruto to her body. She never thought that today would be the day she saw him so weak like this. Naruto, who was always there for her whenever she needed him, the one who would be strong for everyone, comfort them when they felt sad. Naruto, who had broke her engagement just so she could find her own happiness and didn't care in the slightest about what happened to him afterwards. Rias just sat there, holding Naruto close to her, letting him cry on her shoulder. Everyone, get ready. Grefia stepped out of the room with a stoic look on her face. Everyone sans Naruto and Rias was waiting outside of the room in a heavy, somber mood. We will help Yasaka-sama rescue her daughter. All right. Issei punched his palm but suddenly remembered their missing members. Grefia-san, what about Naruto-senpai and Bucho? Ravel sniffled when she heard that. Asia immediately pinched Issei's hip, making him yelp in pain. Everyone gave a long sigh. We will rescue her. I will go with you. A strong and familiar voice called out, making everyone turn their head to the stairs. They saw Rias walking down the steps with Naruto close behind her. The blonde was immediately attacked by 3 crying girls at the same time. Kiba got up from the chair and smiled in relief. Asia mimicked the blonde knight's actions while Issei shouted in delight at the return on their senpais. I'm sorry everyone for worrying you all so much, he gently soothed and patted Ravel's shoulder. The girls calmed down and let go of him. Rias decided to tell them that they should keep what happened after the Harpies escape a secret, and even Yasaka agreed to hold their secret. Naruto already had the higher-ups breathing down his neck like hungry vultures, so he didn't need to give them another reason to scrutinize him. So, Grefia, what did I miss? Naruto looked at the leader of Yukai faction who was sitting on the chair with a worried expression on her face. Apparently, Yasaka-sama didn't come here only for Kunou-sama's birthday, Grefia began to explain as everyone leaned in. They really wanted to hear the true reason for Yasaka's visit. 2 months ago, her faction at Kyoto had been attacked by a group of rogue Yukai and stray on Myuji. Their powers were something that she had never seen before and soon found out that they were after Kunou-sama. They need the blood of a Kyubi to unseal a great beast that had been sealed away for thousands of years under Kyoto, and because Yasaka-sama was too strong for them, they couldn't capture her, so instead they targeted the weaker, Kunou-sama. For 2 months, I tried my best to protect Kunou. However, I soon found out that alone by myself, I wasn't strong enough to protect my child, Yasaka said, but in just 1 month, I had killed a total of 28 traitors who were followers of this furtive group. I don't know who the leader is, but he has successfully twisted the minds of my Yukai into betraying me. So I couldn't trust anyone else other than Kunou and myself. I sought help from the other factions, from someone I could trust, but devils were the only ones who opened their arms to my child and me. So, Grefia continued for her, that is the reason why she was here. Yasaka had seen the fight between you and Riser-sama and chose you to be their guardian. Grefia nodded at Naruto. Your Kyubi form, your power and especially your loyalty made Yasaka-sama think that you would be the perfect one to protect Kunou. By using the reason of coming here to organize a happy birthday to her child with her father, she had successfully tricked the remaining traitors in her faction. I'm so sorry for tricking you, Naruto-san, Yasaka sighed sadly. I don't know what to do at the moment anymore. My daughter is everything to me. A finger placed on Yasaka's lips halted her speech. Lifting her eyes up, she saw Naruto as he lowered himself down to her eye level. He was smiling gently at her. You don't have to worry, Yasaka-san. Naruto nodded his head to her. All you cared about was Kunou's safety. You had chosen a hard choice for Kunou's sake. I, along with all my friends here, he motioned to the group with a sweep of his arms, will help you rescue Kunou and make sure that no one will ever harm her again. Yasaka stared into Naruto's eyes for a moment, marveling at the conviction behind them. The worriment and sadness disappeared from her eyes. Feeling the warmth in his words, she couldn't help but nod her head at him even though she knew the chance they had of saving Kunou was slim. Let's go everyone, we will go to Kyoto as soon as possible. Naruto stood up and turned to all his friend. They quickly went and changed into more comfortable clothes inside of their respective rooms. They were ready for battle. Ravel walked up to Naruto and peered at him with her large, dark blue eyes. Are you really okay, Naruto-sama? Ravel inquired, her voice brimmed with unbridled concern. Of course. He wanted to say it, but the look on Ravel's face told him, he couldn't lie to her at all. Don't lie to me, Naruto-sama, she muttered quietly to him. I know how you feel right now, but I can't help but feel that you have given up on something, haven't you, Naruto-sama? Naruto didn't answer her question, he just stared blankly at his hands, the hands that had tried to kill his childhood friend. A magic circle appeared at the middle of Kyoto. Naruto quickly stepped out of the magic seal for teleportation with Grefia and quickly found a hiding spot. It looks like they have put all the humans in the city to sleep, Naruto muttered as scanned the city from his perch with his Sharingan. He spotted energy signatures coming from every direction. Whoever is behind this is very well prepared. Turning his eyes to the largest building where Yasaka told him was the headquarters of her faction, Naruto picked up a large amount of magical energy being radiated. It must be the Yukai. Naruto-sama, the seal, Grefia put her hand to the ground and widened her eyes. We have to get out of here now, she spoke in a hasty tone. They leapt out of the way as spears and arrows rained down on the spot where they stood mere seconds ago. Looking up, Naruto spotted an army of Tengu all with bows, spears and a motley of weaponry. There were a lot of them, easily over 200. Ho, to think they only sent 2 people as the rescue team. Yasaka-sama is truly pathetic. You will have to do better than that to hide from us. The leader of the group roared out in laughter. But before he could open his eyes to see what happened, ice spears shot out from the ground and pierced his head, instantly killing the Birdman. Truly, he was dead before he hit the ground. Who said we're trying to hide? Grefia asked with her usual stoic face. As she steadily unleashed her magic, the ground around her began to break and crack. The only one who is pathetic here, all around Kyoto, the ground began to quaver under the might of the strongest queen. The Tengu have their mouths open in shock. A silver aura covered Grefia's body. Is you? Silently, Naruto sprinted through the city's network of streets and alleyways. He could feel the uncontrollable shaking of the earth. Naruto knew Grefia was insanely strong and she was easily a Mao-class devil, but this power output was unimaginable. Everything around him began to freeze over. He breathed out and saw his frosty breath. Snow began to fall from the sky despite it being the beginning of summer. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement when an enormous spire of ice loudly ruptured the ground. He could feel every yokai in the vicinity rushing towards Grefia's location. Her reputation as the strongest queen wasn't just for show. Phase 1 of the plan complete. Commencing the second phase, Naruto pulled out and stabbed a kunai into the ground. Naruto channeled his magic into the bracelet to alert Rias, then instantly in a flash of yellow, the real rescue team made their appearance. Damn, why is everything so cold? Issei asked. He was shivering not from fear but from the low temperature. It's Grefia, said Naruto, answering the boy's question. The first part of the plan had Grefia acting as a distraction and keeping the yokai occupied. Naruto knew that there was a barrier erected around Kyoto to detect any form of transportation magic. They fooled the enemy by sending Naruto and Grefia as the vanguards, tricking the enemy into believing that they were the rescue team. Then with the Hiration, Naruto snuck everyone into Kyoto undetected. All right, everyone, stick to the plan, Naruto reminded the team as his clones dispersed into the night. Don't forget to be careful, okay? Everyone nodded their heads before splitting into 5 distinct groups. Naruto, Yasaka, Ravel and Kiba headed straight to the center of Kyoto for the main mission. Zenovia, Ikaros, Akeno and Kaniko's objective was to hold off as many yokai as possible while protecting Asia, the most important healer on their team. Rias and Issei along with Asia would support Naruto, who led the strongest group. They would be confronting the leader and saving Kunou. Just as Naruto predicted and planned, the enemy didn't know about the devil infiltration into Kyoto. With ease, Naruto knocked out an unexpected yokai before he could alert his accomplices. Everyone made their way to a large area where Naruto had located Kunou's energy signature. Naruto's eyes hardened and he gripped his kunai tightly. Blood poured down the handle. Kunou was chained to above the ground with a deep slash on both of wrists. Blood was dripping slowly to the ground beneath her where a massive magic circle was glowing. Kunou was still alive. He could felt her heartbeat, but it was just barely. If they didn't bring her to Asia soon, it would be too late. You're too late now, Yasaka. The man that was standing on the ground with a bloody blade in his hand turned around to face them. Yasaka gasped out in shock and covered her mouth with both of her hands. TT Tetsuo? Yes, Yasaka, it looks like you still remember me. He brought the blade to his mouth and licked the blood on it with a sadistic smile. After all, we spent hot, passionate night with each other. Yasaka cried out and shot her hand forward, unleashing the largest golden inferno anyone ever had seen in their life toward the man. But he just lazily brushed it off with his hand like it was nothing. Just then, Naruto saw the resemblance in that man's handsome face and Kunou. You're Kunou's father, are you? Naruto asked, his voice dripping with venom. That's right. He laughed like a maniac and the ground beneath him began to shake. Soon enough a horde of monsters climbed out of the ground followed by 4 massive wolves, each the size of a large building. Howling, the pack charged like stampeding rhinos, but I think that we can talk while fighting, so shall we? Yasaka roared out in anger and completely transformed into her Kyubi form complete with golden fur. Even if they cut off her energy supply from Kyoto, she would still have enough power to destroy all of them. A wolf jumped to attack her, but Yasaka had jumped out of the way and tore into the beast's flesh with her massive maw. Once the battle started, on the ground, everyone was fighting with all their might. Ikaros stood protectively in front of Asia as the two of them slowly crept past the fighting to Kunou. Giving his best, Issei fought with his fists and dragon shot. The pawn even managed to get a few dress breaks off of some female on Myuji given the situation. Kiba, with his skill, assisted Ikaros and Asia in their endeavor to help Kunou. With his balance breaker, Sword of Betrayal, in hand, Kiba cleaved through yukai after yukai like a hot knife through butter without a hint of slowing down. Rias shot orb after orb filled with the power of destruction into the groups of yukai closing in on her, instantly erasing their existence from the world. Naruto clashed with Tetsuo. The man was having trouble holding the angry Uzumaki back despite Tetsuo had been given more power by that man. "You call yourself her father?" Naruto yelled and punched the man in his face. "What's wrong with that, huh?" Tetsuo snarled and slashed at Naruto with his bloody blade only for Naruto to block it with his tri-pronged kunai. "It was that bitch's fault I was hunted down by yukai." He turned his eyes slightly to the golden fox that was burning a wolf with her golden flame. "The lover of Kyubi this or the father of the princess that? All the yukai just wanted my head for that bitch's power. She cared for you. Just look at how shocked she was when she saw you," Naruto shouted. "She could have protected you, and Kunou would have grown up with a father. Do you know how much the child loved you? It's not like I wanted to have a child to begin with," he exclaimed. "All I cared about was her body and to have sex with her because I thought that she was a normal human. That little fox was just a mistake. Yuru, you sicken me." Naruto spat heatedly and kicked the man in the face. It was strange that no matter how hard he hit Tetsuo, the man didn't seem show any signs or form of injury. "You're already dead?" Naruto realized. "That's right, I no longer feel any pain and am completely immune to fox fire," he smirked. "I already died 6 years ago, and now I will resurrect the great Yukai god and fuse with it. You are too late now." He roared in excitement as Naruto slashed his kunai across his chest. "I can't believe Yasaka fell in love with trash like you." Naruto disappeared in flash and reappeared above Tetsuo, Rasengan in his hand. He thrust it down at the dead man's head. True to his word, Tetsuo did not shout nor did he feel any pain at all. Landing on the ground, Naruto slugged Tetsuo in the face, releasing his energy when the fist came into contact with the man and sent him spiraling away. Naruto quickly ran to Kunou and cut the chains with his kunai. "Otu-sama," he heard Kunou mutter lowly. "It's all right, Kunou-chan, it's all right," Naruto said and quickly brought her to Asia. The nun quickly called for her power to heal the girl. Kunou was going to be fine now. Looking at Yasaka, Naruto saw that Yasaka was having a tough time dealing with the remaining wolves. 2 lie on the ground dead while the other 2 fought furiously. A wolf clamped its jaws tightly into Yasaka's flesh, making her roar in pain. Yasaka had been distracted when she saw Naruto successfully save her daughter, but that crucial second was all her enemy needed to take advantage of. The final wolf, with his claws out, aimed them at Yasaka's head until a yellow blur slammed into his side, knocking the wolf to the ground. Naruto landed on Yasaka's head, his body covered in golden energy. Naruto quickly ran across her body to the wolf that was biting into her back. A hand shot out from his shoulder and created a Rasengan in his real hand. With it he smashed it into the beast's jaws, making it release its hold. "Naruto-san?" Yasaka said in surprise at his form. She had seen it on the recorder, but it never ceased to amaze her, that form. "Kunou-chan is safe now," he smiled to her and ran to stand on her head. "I'm glad." Before Yasaka could sigh in relief, the magic circle underneath them suddenly glowed brightly. "The seal, Naruto-san, stop the seal before it can fully activate." "Got it." Naruto jumped down just before the weakened wolves attacked Yasaka again. Suddenly, before he could land it on the ground, a foot kicked him right in the face. Acting quickly, Naruto reappeared beside Rias before the foot could connect with his face, and saw that Tetsuo was back only with half of his face missing. "Ha ha ha, it's too late now, the god will return, and I will kill all of you." He roared out in laughter when a large crack could be heard underneath them. The seal began to crack as a large hand rose out of the seal. If I'm not mistaken, then this god he is talking about was a yukai that had been sealed by the first Kyubi, Yasaka-sama's mother. Ravel landed to the ground beside him with a few cuts which quickly closed up due to her incredible healing factor. That thing was no god, it's destroyed everything from the beginning and Kyubi-sama was too weak to kill it, so the only option she had saw to seal the creature away. Naruto nodded his head. If that thing could be sealed, then it can be killed. The only question was how much damage it was going to tank before its ultimate demise. Just looking at the size of the arm, it was hard to imagine the rest of it. Tetsuo muttered a few spells and disappeared into the magic seal before Ikaros could shoot him down. The large arm tensed up for a few seconds before continuing to rise from the ground. "Everyone stay back, Yasaka and I will handle this," Naruto ordered and created a massive Rasengan in each of his hands. He quickly jumped to the air before increasing the size of the Rasengans even further. Palms, made of energy, shot out from his palms and slammed the Rasengans on the wolves, killing them instantly. Naruto landed on Yasaka's head and looked down. Everyone had finally gotten out of the incoming battlefield. I hate to say this, but if you don't transform, I don't think us two will be enough to take that thing down, Yasaka said. Even with the help of Kyoto, my mother could only seal it away. Now that Tetsuo has fused with it, I don't think Fox Fire will help us. Don't worry, Yasaka-san, if things get out of hand I will transform. Naruto grinned, ready for battle. The yokai in front of him assumed a humanoid shape with a massive horn jutting out from its head. Its body was covered in scales and bones, and it easily towered over Yasaka. However, the yokai's eyes were Tetsuo's and he was grinning widely. Roaring with a powerful voice, Yasaka lunged at the beast with her claws. Due to the enormity of the beast, it couldn't move very fast, but Yasaka, herself, could handle her size with great speed and her movements were extremely elegant. The monster's massive hand crashing down, but Yasaka quickly jumped out of the way and released a powerful blast of fox fire. The beast roared in pain, or rather discomfort. The fire didn't seem to affect its body at all. The beast let out an enormous roar before attacking Yasaka with both of its hands. Naruto leapt over the hand that tried to swipe him off Yasaka's head. While in the air, Naruto created a Rasengan the size of the yokai or Tetsuo's head. Yasaka-san, get away! He shouted out to the Kyubi. In a second's moment, Yasaka jumped out of the way as fast as she could. Naruto brought the Rasengan, crashing down, to the humanoid beast's elbow. Tetsuo roared out in pain and took a step back when the massive Rasengan left his elbow completely useless. Naruto landed on a building and shot forward with incredible speed, his body become a blur as he created a Rasen Shuriken in his hand. I'm not done yet. He cried and slammed the Rasen Shuriken into its body, creating a massive orb of wind blades engulfing half of the beast's body, and tearing through the bones at the front side of the beast. He jumped onto Yasaka's shoulder just before she let out a powerful roar, bringing a wall of fox fire to life and engulfed the beast into a tornado of golden flame. The beast roared out in pain, but all of that power Naruto and Yasaka threw at his body wasn't enough to completely take out him. With a small effort, Tetsuo got back to his feet and used his hands to attack Yasaka again. But before he could touch the golden Kyubi, ice began to form around his hand, freezing it completely before a massive light beam pierced through the air and destroyed his arm. Naruto turned his head back and saw Grefia and Ikaros standing on top of a building with the silver-haired maid holding her hand out and Ikaros with a massive cannon in her hand. Naruto paled at the size of that cannon. To think that the angel, no Ajuka, had created something like that for the pink-hair angeloid was truly unimaginable. However, Naruto knew that he should end this fight before the battle could completely destroy Kyoto. Nearly 500 meters had been destroyed just by his Rasengan. Jumping to the ground, he called for his power. Kurama, the Kyubi inside of him, grinned when he knew what his partner wanted to do. Both of them let out a powerful roar. The air around Naruto's body began to materialize into the form of a giant golden fox with black lines marring its body. Yasaka nearly dropped her guard at the sight of the Kyubi. Everyone who was watching the fight stared at Naruto in awe as he completely transformed into his Kyubi form. Let's go, Kurama! Naruto smirked. You got it, Naruto. Kurama smirked inside Naruto's mind and the golden Kyubi attacked Tetsuo. The enormous yokai tried to catch Naruto, but he was way too fast for Tetsuo to handle. Naruto jumped onto Tetsuo's body and let loose a powerful roar before sinking his fangs into Tetsuo's shoulder. Before Tetsuo could react to it, the fox, with its limbs on his body, jumped strongly back. A thunderous force sent him barreling. Both Kyubi appeared behind the flying body of Tetsu and wrapped their tails around him. Together they slammed the massive body down to the ground before twirling their body and sent him smashed into building after building. Naruto's land on the ground and brought his hand forward. The energy fox opened its jaws widely as black, white and blue energy began to gather around its mouth. A dark orb soon appeared in front of Kurama's mouth, making everyone's eyes widen in shock at the sheer amount of power inside of the orb. Go to hell! Naruto muttered as the Bijudama got bigger and bigger before being shot from Kurama's mouth. This Bijudama, without a doubt, would kill Tetsuo instantly. The enormous beast lifted his head up only to see a dark orb heading straight to him. He yelled out in pain as the orb came into contact with his body. Naruto guided the orb to the sky, because he didn't want to accidentally destroy Kyoto or kill any humans. The explosion above them was so great that they thought it was a nuclear explosion, only 10 times greater than that. After the fight was over, Yasaka had decided to let everyone rest up at her house while she had things to do for herself. The yokai who followed Yasaka thanked everyone, especially Naruto, who had appeared in the form of Kyubi and had helped their mistress defeat a yokai god. Naruto just chuckled nervously. He decided that they should rest for the moment. All of them already had a hard night. Naruto stepped out of the building and located Yasaka's signature. He followed her and saw that she was kneeling on the ground holding onto the body of Tetsuo, that somehow still remained the same after the beast had been destroyed. "Goodbye, my love," Naruto heard her say before kissing his forehead. Tetsuo was engulfed in a golden flame before disappearing completely. Yasaka stood up from the ground and saw Naruto with his back leaning against a destroyed building. She let out a sigh of relief before brushing her golden hair behind her ear. Yasaka let out a warm smile before saying, "Let's return to Kunou now, Naruto-san, everything is finally over."